Major support provided by the W.P. Carey Foundation and Palm Beach Sports Commission. We are joining a match in progress. We have Irish player Andrew Johnston against up-and-coming American Jack Rush. We're going to join them here after Hoop 7, where Andrew Johnston is one peel into a triple peel, which is a finishing turn. I am Ben Rothman, 2009 AC Worlds finalist and occasional Team USA captain, and I will be trying to do single host duties here to keep you up to date with the current match. So Andrew got the first peel where he sent the yellow ball through 4-back. Yellow had 3 hoops remaining on the turn, which is a pretty standard position for these games in progress. And now he is taken off his red ball to get close to black, and he did not quite get a rush, but he's trying to make 2-back, also known as hoop 8 there. It is the blue-topped hoop. He has a bit of a roll-up to get to 2-back, but if he can make 2-back, I'd say he has a pretty good chance of finishing here. Andrew is fighting for his playoff life. We are in the final day of block play. Andrew is sitting at 5 wins in his block. He is the number 2 seed. He has 2 games remaining, this being one of them. Logan McCorkindale, the number 1 seed in the block, is at 4-2 with 2 games remaining. So Andrew's ahead of Logan, but the top of the block so far has been number 3 seed Greg Hill, I believe from Australia, who is undefeated at 6-0 with 2 triple peels, and he's already beaten the top 3 of the top 4 players, Logan McCorkindale, Andrew Johnston, and David Fuller. So there's still a bit of a race for the 4th spot. I think Andrew can secure a spot in the knockout if he wins this game right here. So this is a big turn for Andrew Johnston. We can see there's a secondary game on this lawn. We may not be covering it too much until after Andrew finishes, but I believe that is going to be Angarad Walters versus Stephen Mulliner. But we see Andrew's given himself a 1.5 yard hoop shot, very makeable, but Andrew likes to take his time, so he's approaching it very carefully, keeping those feet, hips, and shoulders lined up. We'll see, he might just try to run this to the boundary, because this is an even hoop, so the boundary is only 7 yards away. Should give him an easy return Croquet. Nice, smooth hoop stroke. Not playing GC speed with that shot, but certainly hard enough that it carried off the lawn, gets to bring it a yard back. So instead of this being a 5-yard return Croquet, it's only a 4-yard return Croquet. Now he's going to try to rush this all the way back up to yellow if he can. So if he can rush it about 20, 25 yards, he should be able to get a peel chance on yellow while rolling down to 3-back. That is usually tried rolling the partner through penalt, going down to 2-back. Some players do not try this roll shot going to 3-back, as it can mess up any opportunity for a later controlled peel of penalt going to 4-back. So we'll see what Andrew chooses. Looks like he rushed the right distance, but he hit it a little left of center. He's got about a 5-yard roll to get over to yellow. It's a little awkward. You could just leave black there as your 4-back pioneer and take off to yellow. If you want to bring black closer, then to get control of that yellow ball, he'd need a little pass roll. Those are slightly unreliable. You can see him considering his options right now. Andrew earlier complaining about the heat, as he's from Dublin, and I don't know if it ever gets quite this hot or muggy in the Emerald Isle. So it's about 85 degrees and sunny. If I were Andrew's, partner or family, I might invest in a nice wide brim hat for him so he can survive out here without the sun beating down on him. You see, he did a little twitchy pass roll there. Got black a little closer as an escape ball to 4-back. And we'll see if he's still going to go for the roll peel. It might come down to just how much yellow moves. A very gentle Croquet gets it closer to the hoop, but the hoop might be in the way of red rolling to 3-back. That's really unfortunate, because I don't think he can improve yellow. Generally, I would prefer, if I'm going to be doing the peel on yellow after 3-back, I'd want yellow to be sitting right next to that hoop, not in front of the hoop, but beside it, preferably a little bit east. That way, if you roll down there from a 3-back, you have a large landing area where you can rush yellow into position. The spot where yellow is now, it's really difficult to send yellow into the hoop and get to blue. So I think he's going to have to take off, and then he would really like a forward rush on blue after 3-back. And these hoops have been very well set by none other than Adam Peck and the rest of our grounds crew. They've been setting 6 lawns every day, starting as early as 5 in the morning, 4 in the morning, I think, for the mowers to get out there and mow the lawns. And then half of the courts, 6 of the lawns, will go in day-old holes, and half of them will be getting brand new holes. So every day, half of the lawns have brand new hoop holes. Makes these hoops really tough, even in our sandy Florida courts. So as you can see, he's opting for the takeoff now. I'd like to mention that along with major support from the WP Carey Foundation and Palm Beach Sports Commission, this USCA YouTube channel is provided by Chris and Gail Barley, Oakley Woods Croquet, and Chris and Karen Weiss. So thank you for all of their support. And you can help support us by liking and subscribing and clicking the notifications button in the corner. I think it looks like a bell. And if you can do those things, that'll really up the exposure of this channel. Share it with your friends and family so they can put the live streams on as well. And that'll get the USCA eventually a wider following. And we're hoping to trigger the algorithm to suggest croquet videos and live streams to the general public. That would be a great way to get more people involved. So Andrew had a really nice takeoff, got great control of blue, rushed it maybe a yard or 2 in front of the hoop. He could have rushed it to a foot in front, but because he wants a forward rush after this hoop, he rushed it back to at least a yard, maybe 4 feet. That'll allow him to send blue a little farther beyond the hoop so that he can make the hoop with red and hopefully stop short of blue and be able to rush blue up to yellow. So see that blue ball? It's going to keep rolling. Gives him a couple yards for red to stop in. A little bit of an angle, but oh yeah, great control. Looks like a 1 foot, maybe 18-inch hoop shot. We'll see if he can control it. Oh no. See, he was trying to go through gently, but these hoops, maybe these are freshly set this morning. They're a little grabby. They are very firm. They're very tight, and they just grabbed him so much that while he stopped short of the blue ball, he doesn't have a lot of room for a backswing. We're going to get a replay here. Let's see if we can see any problems with his swing. Little body movement. You see his weight on the toes. That doesn't usually hurt you in real short shots, but you know, these hoop clearances are about a 32nd of an inch. So you do not have a lot of room. That's like taking a dime. If you put a ball in the middle of the hoop and you take a dime sideways, the dime will not fit. It is the dime itself is too thick. That is more space than the actual clearing on the hoop. So here he's going to have the ref come to watch the shot, but also have the ref pound the hoop down. So they leave the carrots of the hoop up a little bit. That gives them the opportunity to firm up the hoops as the day goes on, or if these are in fact day hoops that were set today, it allows you to set them a little deeper tomorrow, make sure they stay firm. But with a sweep shot like this that looks like Andrew's going to try, you really don't want those square carrots getting in the way of your mallet. So Chris Clark, our referee of the tournament, our rot, is going to mark red to make sure it doesn't move while he sets the hoop in so that it doesn't interfere with Andrew's mallet head. And speaking of Andrew, looks like I'm going to be joined here by none other than Andrew Gregory. Haven't seen hind nor hair of him since he was playing Mike Town, I believe. So haven't seen Tom, but happy to have you, Andrew.
Well, thank you, Ben. And this is our first look at the 2016 World Champion, Stephen Mulliner.
Well, we're actually following Andrew's turn, but Mulliner is on this court.
See Mulliner,
so Andrew's got a finishing turn, which he's sure to qualify if he can finish this triple. But he's got himself a sticky situation here. Groveled through a 3-back, trying to get the forward rush. I think Andrew's on 5 wins. There's a couple of players that can get to 5 wins and tie him, but if he gets to 6, he's definitely in the top 4.
Okay.
Of what is now apparently Greg Hill's block, as he's got the most wins in that group.
Yeah, there were 3 or 4 blocks this morning where the undefeated player was ranked 3rd or 4th.
Certainly
in the block.
my block, Jack Good, has been having an excellent tournament.
Absolutely. But you had an excellent win
Kyle Maloof as well, I think his block.
Yeah,
he's
and the other one. Stephen, I think.
Mulliner, yeah. Okay.
I think he's ranked 3rd in his block.
Beating Fulford.
Beating Fulford and everybody.
All right, we got a little bit of variance. It's not quite going to seed. That makes it exciting for spectators.
Speaking
a little
Ben,
stressful for those of us that were high ranked to go in.
Ben, you had a huge win this morning against Reg Bamford. You were in a bit of a sticky patch, but you got a 5 out of 8.
Oh, we missed the angle, but he did hit it. Let's see if we can tell from their body language if there was a fault. All right, so you can see he's sweeping right along that hoop, trying to get momentum. Yeah, can't have his fingers or hand on the ground, but you can see his hands are up. He's sweeping. Big breath of relief there. Look at this. This is about a 4-yarder. This is not trivial. So yeah, just real careful. Can't touch his legs with his arm. Can't touch the ground with his arm, but center balled it. So I don't think it needed any curvature. He didn't have to actually come across the ball, get spin, but not a trivial shot. I think, if we're tracking percentages of completion, dribbling through the hoop, it probably dropped 20 or 60%. But then having made that shot right back up.
Buy into Johnston Futures.
Right, exactly. The live betting markets were
So this is where Reg would end up in the draws of Hoop 6. Is that right?
Oh, yeah. I believe I saw that the other day. So, yeah.
I think you were commentating. I was downstairs.
I talked about, how tricky it is to come up to this ball without a rush. So
he's a long way from yellow. He's too far from yellow, isn't he? He needs to
effectively
hit this very gently, if at all.
Because he ended up with that hampered stroke, he wasn't able to rush blue down. So he had to get to yellow with a pass roll, which he did. But now he has to choose between a dribbler, where he trusts the lawn, or he could go for a rush peel, where you're trying to hit yellow with your normal swing and hope it goes toward that hoop.
Okay, he's hit it quite high.
Oh, he's got it.
That's good.
Wow.
Black? Oh, Black's mark. There
Yeah,
it is.
Black is in great position for this.
Yeah, looking good.
Oddly enough, if yellow had gone any more through, he wouldn't be able to pull it through the hoop. But from here, he might be able to get there. Oh, don't like his body language. He doesn't like it. But that's a great, accurate Croquet. See that on the replay. Just really puts it right in the middle. I mean, he could have hoped to run it, but I think that's probably better than his expectations. You maybe expect it to hit some stanchion and bounce back to peeling position. But to get jaws, that's really quite good.
Indeed. And Andrew Johnson did his first triple of the tournament this morning on this lawn. So it looks like he's playing himself into form for the knockout stage. He's probably going to qualify. Block.
Yeah, he's... Oh, no, I had pulled it up.
Block D, yeah. So...
Yeah, I think it's still possible for
he's already got 5 wins.
Stewart is on 4 wins with 2 remaining, but even Logan. David Fuller's on 2 wins, but he has 3 remaining. So a lot of people could get to 5, Stewart could get to 6.
So if Andrew wins this, you're right. He's definitely through.
6 is through.
If he loses, he's worse than the qualifier. And he's got one more game. Yeah, he's got one more game after this.
Right, but this just would seal it.
Yeah.
So that would give him a dead game. So it looks like he's able to take off from the playing side of the hoop. So he might get yellow further in, or at least not knock it out while getting to black. But yeah, you definitely got to put priority on the break. Mulliner has put a lot of furniture in his way, but thankfully, even though you have to share the court with the other game, you can mark their balls. So I imagine there will be a fair amount of ball marking here so that Andrew can get out of here and without having to wait for Angarad to play her turn or hit in or whatever. There is a little bit of fussiness with marking critical balls like that pink ball, but I think when it's in the middle of the hoop, nobody's too concerned with getting an exact marking on it. It's more if pink were unrunnable through hoop 3 that you'd maybe have a ref mark it or get both of the opponents in that game to confirm its placement before you mark it. But it looks like it's right in the middle, so I imagine Angarad's just going to say, do whatever you need to do.
Absolutely.
Mark it, play through.
So can't congratulate you. Huge win for you this morning, against Reg, Ben.
Thank you.
Good. You needed that, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. I figured out last night, not only did I need the 2 wins today, but a bit of luck. and it all coalesced in the morning. So I was able to beat Reg. He didn't get to take Croquet, but gave him 3 shots at it.
So you still might be in a playoff? Is that
Yeah,
right? Looking
yeah.
at the,
So I needed to beat Reg. I
permutations?
needed to beat Chris Percival Smith. I did that, and then I needed Jack and Ewan to beat up on Trevor and Lachlan, because Trevor and Lachlan were both on 3 wins with 3 remaining. So if one of them went 3-0, there were 4 players that could be on 6 wins, and my 5 wouldn't hold up. But thankfully, Jack and Ewan, I'm sure, definitely for my sake, they beat Trevor and Lachlan.
So you're
So
one of
that
the players.
I'm at
golfers
least
say,
in a
do you look
play-in.
at the leaderboard? And you were there looking last night at all the different permutations
Yeah.
in your block.
Just making sure that I knew that I wanted to win both games, but I wanted to find out if it was truly on my mallet, and I found out it wasn't. So it's a little, it's still stressful, but it's almost a little less stressful knowing it's out of your hands. You do the best you can, and then you have to accept what happens.
Nice American phrase there, Ben. On your mallet. It means your fate is in your own hands.
Yeah, and
Yes.
thankfully I've taken Croquet in every game and was able to, take advantage of the opportunity provided to me. So Andrew has run 4 back to the boundary. No more trying to dribble through hoops to get rushes like at 3 back. And so we'll see here how he chooses to do this straight double peel. So
I
now
think you go to blue first, don't you? Here? Then
I
you
think
can
that's
tap
quite
yellow and do the Irish peel.
if blue were another yard or 2 south, I could totally understand some players rush peel yellow and then get to send it through and play it to avoid the peg and send it down to Rover with a stop shot.
It is
But
the
with
danger of hitting
blue
the peg.
right there, I think you're right. I think you're hitting blue first and then you're doing an Irish peel. The risk is, of course, bangs into the peg.
Sending me and Greg up.
And if it bangs into the peg,
Excellent.
you're in trouble.
Looks like I'm having an afternoon off because Tom's here and I think Greg
Fletcher.
is joining
Okay.
us. So that's great. So I shall go and retire to the bar or similar.
All right.
And look forward to hearing your commentary. And
Well, thank you, Andrew. I
problem.
look forward to watching it back at a future date and enjoying your commentary then.
okay. Cheers.
Have a good one. You guys mind pulling up a 3rd chair? I'll do my best to be a facilitator. I know that Tom is able to vamp just like me and fill all the gaps in conversation. So we're joining Andrew for a straight double to finish his triple, which would qualify him for the knockout. He's on 5 wins, and if Andrew Johnston can get this win, he's definitely in the top 4 of his block. So welcome to Tom Balding and Greg Fletcher. Thank you for joining me, gentlemen.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, everyone.
So, Andrew's in pretty good shape here. Just a light little tap on blue so that he can put it out as a decent reception ball and get good position on yellow so that he doesn't accidentally put it through the jaws too early.
Yeah, so he had a good chance at a back peel after 6 that didn't go. And then I don't think he had a try at the roll peel going to 2 back. And when he came back after 2 back, he got nice and close to it and rushed it just northeast of Penalt. So he couldn't try the roll going to 3 back because the hoop was in the way.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, so he was able to, then he had a hampered stroke getting out of 3 back, which he hit a 4-yard sweep shot. Then he had to pass roll down, ended up like 4 yards past yellow and rushed it into the jaws, but had to take off over to black and it didn't yet go through. So it's been quite an adventurous 3 hoops here for Andrew.
He's hit this well. He's managed to leave it right in place, right in, looks to be in the middle.
I was
I
about to
think
ask,
I think
what's
blue's a
your,
little deep here.
What's your
Yeah.
preference for those back at home who may not be, when they see a ball set up for a straight double, may not be aware of some of the options? Would you have always come north of yellow here, or would you come south in the ideal situation? And do you want to talk about maybe the pros and cons to each?
I think it depends for me on how advanced into the hoop yellow is. So this case, it looked like the majority of yellow was on this side, the north side of the hoop. So there's a lot of opportunities to get up next.
Get past
Ooh,
it.
beautiful.
Wow,
Great
great
shot.
camera angle. Thank you, Marco.
Beautiful.
Look at that. Wow, really flirting with it there.
There's a lot of opportunities to get up sort of next to it, and instead of hitting it either south or north, where you might either pop it through the hoop or pop it back out enough to make your peel more difficult, you can just sort of lag into the side of it. If it's almost all the way through the hoop to begin with, then I definitely want to go south and just sort of lag it back out the other side. But
So Andy's he's a really experienced player. He knows he's done this hundreds of times. My preference is normally to go south if I can, because if, for example, if you do approach and you still got a straight shot and you're maybe a foot and a half away, you still have to hit it in the right spot to make sure that you're not going to just flick it through. So I'm always thinking, if I can, I'll just go south, just tap it, and if I don't, if I do hit it too hard, it's fine. It's still in front of the hoop. 'Cause I'd rather not have to. I'd rather not give myself the potential risk of hitting it through.
Well, yeah, I think I was talking with Andrew Gregory about how if blue were a little farther south, that's why it's entirely reasonable to have gone to yellow first when it's, most of the way through or half the way through, and pop it through and then stop shot it down to rover. You get to avoid the peg intentionally instead of relying on luck, and we get to avoid this scenario that you two are outlining, this devastating scenario where you rush peel it accidentally and end up on the wrong side of the hoop.
And even though he played a great shot, as we were watching, he only just missed the peg as well as it came through. So if you can avoid that, it's ideal. Like this is, in the ideal situation, he's going to have black north of yellow, because he would like to get it level with the front of hoop 5. So if he just comes through with the Irish peel, he can still hit it. But at least he's got a ball south.
A little sloppy here to not have both balls south or level with rover, but ensuring he gets a good rush on yellow.
There are two, I guess, there are variants to this, but I'd say two different versions of doing the straight rover peel in where you put your opponent balls. I'd say the one that I gravitate towards is both balls are close to rover, the south, if I can, both of them. One at least is just past rover, so I could hit it if I went through, and another one is round about where blue is, maybe a little bit further. I'll talk about why I would do that later on, but I'd say when I first learned how to do a triple, most of the time people were saying there was a ball always near the boundary or close to it, and the other one just past rover. The idea being that if you do have to jump through the hoop, you've got a ball safety on the boundary. I don't do that anymore. I just keep them close to rover. But do you have a preference, either of you?
I still put, depending on how tidy I have my peelee.
Yeah, had it banged the peg, it's a different scenario than it sneaking past.
Or even if it's just, maybe a couple of yards away from the hoop, or maybe at an angle to the hoop. If I'm not guaranteed to get it in really good peeling position, I'll probably throw a ball out deep, just on the off chance that I may end up with a angled peel or something where I intentionally have to jaws it and try to jump.
That might be ideal. He got the peel. Red doesn't look like it got in the middle of the hoop, but it looks like it's straight on.
What is he looking at?
Well, I think sometimes even when you're doing the Irish peel, it's good to have a deep ball, Greg, because if you're doing an Irish peel from, say, 2 feet and you don't really trust the hoops, you want to give it enough momentum that if the object ball doesn't touch a stanchion, it'll go 9 yards, not 9.5, hopefully past the boundary line, but 9 yards, at which point you're quite glad there's a ball just 2 yards off the boundary to rush to it, rather than having to rush to it from 6 yards up. But if you're sure you've got one of those positions where it's 6 inches in front, then I don't fuss about having a really deep ball. I still want one ball a couple yards deep and one ball level with the hoop. I even do that on my 4-ball breaks to finish. If I've got all the peels done, I'll put 2 reception balls down there because I'm paranoid and I have trust issues with these hoops.
So I think Patty Chapman's website, where he has some informational material, I remember reading that his preferred way to do that is not to send the ball, quote unquote, as a deep ball, but a few yards past the hoop and slightly out of the line of the hoop, so that if for some reason he is unable to either hit his side ball or fails to get a proper side ball, and he ends up hampered, he should still be able to have a swing at that other ball through the hoop because it's just a few degrees off of the line. So I think that's an interesting sort of halfway between having a deep ball, and I think it's deep enough that should you end up jumping and being on the boundary, it's only maybe a 6-yarder.
Yeah.
To
So
get.
yeah, but I guess the way I normally approach it for just the way I normally do triples is I try and aim one of the balls first off to get it in that perfect spot next to Rover, and then if it goes too far, then I do it with the next one. If I get it first time round, then I'll put a deeper ball if I can. But at the end of the day, I think it's critical for those learning and wanting to know more how to do triples. You have to account for the fact that your ball might just make it through Rover, and you need that escape ball on the side.
Yeah, I like not having to have a rush out of penalt, so I'll put generally the pivot ball about peg high. That way I can sail
same.
through penalt, turn around, hit a 4-yarder, and I've got a drive shot to send a deep ball
Yep.
where I'm almost assured to get the rush on the pivot, and then rush the pivot hopefully on the rush line I want for PLE, and that affords me a really tidy, short, hopefully drive shot, maybe a little roll shot, to put it then whichever side the deep ball's on, say slightly west, then I want the ball level with the hoop slightly east. And that way if you dribble through at an angle, you have something you can hit by swinging through the hoop maybe.
Yeah,
That
I
kind of
like
stuff.
Yeah, it's about simplifying
But yeah,
the break,
a
like
short
leaving that
shot
ball.
to get that
Yeah.
finicky ball level with the
Yeah.
hoop rather than the long shot to get it, from penalt to get a ball level with the hoop. I'm not often going to be within that yard that I want.
And it can be tempting a lot of the time when you are doing it. And I understand that people have their own shots that they prefer and everything, but I prefer the option that you talked about there. After you make penalt, you've got a pivot ball around the peg, so that you just have to do
Yeah,
a simple,
usually a couple
simple
yards
shot,
to the side, especially if you're
couple-
doing that straight double.
Yeah,
You don't want
to
to
be
the peg. You
bumping
want
into
it-
that as you do the straight
And with
double.
these hoop, I've seen some people, make it to within like 4 yards of the corner. So with these hoops, I might put that peg ball like 4 yards away from the peg just to ensure PLE doesn't run into it. You don't want to add more furniture in the way of your shot.
Whenever I play a tournament, it's something that I definitely practice, the straight double. I get a feel for, just remind myself of these, little plays with where you're going to put the ball, how it feels with the speed as well, and also the technique you use with the Irish pill, right, as you go through penalt. Depending on the mallet I use, if it's heavier, I tend to stand up with a normal drive shot, but if it's a little bit lighter, I still want my back ball to get enough energy on it that it goes through the hoop or lands in the jaws. So I might lean forward a bit, and that's just something I practice
All right. Well,
to get the feel.
I don't want to offer a commentator's curse. Let's see if Andrew can hit the peg here to qualify. Great spot for yellow. Didn't quite get it with red. I think you will here, though. All right, so Andrew is
All right,
qualified for the
congrats to Andrew
knockout.
Johnston for making it to the knockout.
6 wins, ties with Greg Hill. Logan McCorkindale on 4 wins with 2 to go, so he's still in contention for top of the block. Stuart Lawrence on 4 wins with 2 to go. And David Fuller with 2 wins, Stuart has 4 wins with 2 to go. David Fuller has 2 wins with 3 to go. So there's still some question whether it's Logan, David, or Stuart will get the last 2 spots in that block. With that, I'd like to ask about Greg's block. So you are block E with our compatriot Matthew Essick, who you battled this morning. You're already back from the beach club. So
That's right.
How did it go? I know you were, 5-1 going into the day?
So I'm now 6 from 8, and I'm now 6 from 8, and I'm done. I had the bye in the last game, and unfortunately went down to Matthew. It was a little bit more interaction than I think either of us were expecting. He made 9 on 5th turn. I missed. Then he didn't make 3. I set up. He went dry. He went into corner 3 because I had a dry leave. I made 9. He hit, and then managed to get a triple going from that point. So.
Wow.
Those lawns are a little slow over there then?
They're a little bit slower, and I did think about just making 6 and potentially looking like at a TPO because I don't didn't like the idea of just giving Matthew a shot from A or B balk, and inevitably he hits a lot
under
of those.
20 yarder to win. Yeah.
But also, given that he'd already made 2 hoops, it's kind of like he's popped himself through. And the lawns are easier there at the beach club, but I was like, well, this is a simpler thing. Go to hoop 9.
Likely delayed.
Likely delayed. He still had to work for it.
Did you set a different leave, knowing that he was for a hoop on the east side?
No, I basically had, in my mind, I thought about it in 2 different approaches. One, I'd go all out and do the sextuple leave and try a TPO, right? And then peg both. Do the simple one. Okay. If you do hit, you've got a delayed. I won't make it any more tricky for myself. And that's more of a, over time, if you in AC, make your game as simple as possible and try and eliminate risky breaks. It usually works out, but this time.
All right, so what's the status of your block? Who's on how many wins? Who's fighting for a spot?
So there's actually 3 people on 4 out of 6 wins. That's Edmund, Gabrielle, and Ian Lyons, and they all have to play each other today. I saw Gabrielle Higgins was playing Ian Lyons as I left, and Edmund was due to play Randy, I think.
Right, I actually really like that format where the 3, 4, 5, 6 who are likely fighting for those last 2 spots all play each other. But as Andrew Gregory pointed out earlier, a lot of the blocks, the number 3 seed was the one undefeated. Between Greg Hill, Stephen Mulliner, Kyle Maloof. There was one more. Jack Good, my block. The 3 seeds were all undefeated going into today, so not too much stress for them, but 4, 5, and 6 are all battling each other and the undefeated player for those final spots.
So we have Edmund has beaten Randy Cardo. He said you had left there, that game had not happened yet.
All right, so he's won. Okay.
He has only one left that's not in the books against Gabrielle Higgins. Edmund is now 5 out of 7 that he's played so far. And then Ian Lyons has 5 as well. So currently, Matthew still has 2 left on to go with 6 wins, so he might have a chance to. He's definitely going to be the number 1 probably because he's probably going to get 7 or 8. And then you have secured a spot in the knockout with 6, but both Edmund and Ian Lyons has to play Randy Cardo. Edmund still has to play Gabrielle Higgins. They could both also end up with 6 wins. And then down, that would just lock everyone else out. However, if 1 or 2 of those games don't go their way, we might start to see some ties. If Gabrielle wins her game, she'll have 5. And then that will leave Edmund with 5 as well. And then if Ian loses his game to Randy Cardo, he'll also have 5. So a couple of wins and losses, depending if they go a certain way, could lead to some ties for 4th place. So that'll be interesting to see. I think the tournament managers would prefer that doesn't happen.
Yeah, this is a scenario that Jeff would rather avoid.
Yes.
But we have allocated time for it tomorrow. It's the whole day, right? Like
It's
just
the whole day.
allocated.
Yeah, games that are pegged down and then
I
playoffs
think
if necessary.
The original thought was that they would finish the playoffs and then start some of the plate in the afternoon. I don't know if that's still in play because there are a lot of block games needing to finish.
Yeah. So
Peg downs and whatnot.
There were 2 peg down games last night that I was aware of.
Yeah, so I'm aware that Samir Patel versus Brian Lozano pegged down on court 2 last night, or court 1.
And Coetzee versus Stephen Morgan.
Yes, so Jared Coots and Stephen Morgan pegged down as well. So I saw the end of both those games. The status of them both is still very much up in the air. Weird clip positions, some interactive play. In the Patel-Lozano game, Patel has a shot to get in about a 4-yarder, but no other balls really on the lawn, so it'll be a leave of some sort with his clips being at 3 back and rover, and Brian's being at 4 back and 4. So definitely still some interactive play that's going to happen there. And then in the Jared Coots, Stephen Morgan game, I can't exactly remember the clip position, but Jared Coots failed 1 back, I believe, to give Stephen a way back in, Stephen being for 3 back and 4 back, I believe.
So Coots rushed to the backside of 1 back, and he tried to Irish peel through 2 to get position at 1 back, and his ball did not get to the playing side of 1 back. So he had a ball I think, almost on the north boundary, and then he played to the south boundary. But Stephen has no lift, but I assume some shot less than 10 yards to get in. But yeah, I don't think he has ideal clips for a finish. So that's definitely still in doubt. Meanwhile, Stephen Mulliner here on his second break. He's got a ball that got jawsed in 3 and Angarad rush peeled it. So he's got pink is for 4, and Mulliner is running 2 back in what is, now his forward ball. So we'll see if he sets an interesting lead. It looks like green is in a position to start a reverse diagonal. We'll see what leave he chooses when he's for 4 and 4 back.
Given where his rush.
Any thoughts,
pink,
guys? What
I think
leave would you set for 4 and 4 back against 1 and 1?
my first thought would be reverse diagonal.
Yeah, I don't like to do anything too adventurous.
There's David Malouf in the background there doing yeoman's work with a giant hammer, making sure those hoops are set.
is a
And
big
Marco,
hammer.
our cameraman. So thank you, Marco. Thank you, David, for all your work. I know David's working like 12-hour days. He says it's way more annoying than playing, being a referee, because when you're playing, you got out time, you can sit down, relax. When you're refereeing, it's all out time, except you can't even watch a game properly. You have to keep looking around to see where the mallets are up and going and do stuff. And you might have been following a game intently, only to come back, have no idea what's going on.
Yeah,
So thank you for your work,
Thank you,
David.
Our thanks to David and everyone else who's volunteered their time here to help make this tournament run smoothly. As Ben said, it's like if you're a top player such as David, it can also be a bit frustrating because you're not out there playing, and you can't watch games as much as you might like to. So we're definitely very appreciative for the time he's put in.
So Mulliner does look like he's setting up for a reverse diagonal here. And he's got it pretty well lined up already. That green ball may not even require very much adjusting, if any. It might be maybe slightly more north than he will ideally want it, but it's already in good position next to the peg. Mulliner has had a very good tournament so far.
He has.
So I would, depending on how this goes, I don't do a lot of reverse diagonals, but I'm always tempted just to try to rush brown over to roughly the position where I want it to begin with, especially if green's that good. And then you can just, if it requires some small adjustment, you can just take off to that general area. If you get close enough to green that you feel justified in adjusting it, then great. If not, you can just rush pink over.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable in this scenario. Sometimes I'm saying the reverse diagonal because they have a ball for 4, and then I'm trying to put the peg ball unrushable to 4, in which case I'd play it like Steven is. I want to rush over there so my ball's just not having to travel as far on a drive shot. But I think you would be perfectly fine. Like, let's say his approach to 3 back, if Brown had been west, I would totally understand sending Brown east of the hoop with a straighter shot, rushing it anywhere over there, and taking off to green. And then he just has to make sure green is rushable to 4. Yeah. If you really want green not rushable to 4, that's when you really want to rush over so you get good controlled position on it.
Rob O'Donohue says, good to see Greg and Tom getting some practice in for the November Invitational next month in Andrew Johnson's home club. It's going to be a fun time at Carrick
Going to the
Mines.
Emerald
Yes.
Isle, all right?
Yeah,
Irie.
it'll be your first time,
That'll
Tom.
be my first time
Yeah,
in Ireland.
I've been twice now.
Stephen's going too.
Yeah, Stephen, fantastic. It's going to be a really good lineup, actually. We've got a lot of top players from England coming across as well.
Aston's going, the
Aston's
Burridges,
going, yes. I
Ewan.
think Jamie's coming as well.
Jamie's coming?
Yeah, I think
didn't see
so.
that.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, wait, Tom, you might not be the highest ranked player this tournament. Are you okay with that?
It's golf cricket.
But yeah,
So-
it's
so you
it's
will
a
be.
great
So I
place.
will be.
Great.
Okay.
Carrick Mines is a great place to play. People are super friendly there, and the courts are great. It's if I can ever have time to play at a venue like Carrick Mines is one that I try to make some time to come play. So it's awesome that we've got this invitational event. Who was organising that?
The person who I've done the most communicating with is Sandy Grieg, a player here.
Yep, Sandy Grieg.
I think there's a couple others involved in email chains, but that's the first thing that
All right.
comes to mind again.
Speaking of organization, I just want to cut in real quick. So again, thank you to David Malouf, who we saw out there, and Marco, our cameraman. I'd also like to thank our tournament directors, Bev Cardo, for planning, Michael Albert for marketing and planning. I believe Tom Cooper's doing some of the marketing. Ursula Peck's doing a lot of work,
Yes.
wrangling all the croquet players.
She's down there right now, man.
Adam Peck setting all those hoops. Our tournament manager, Jeff Sue, is doing an excellent job. I really appreciate having Jeff at the helm.
Herding
No
cats.
worries, and he does everything transparent by the book, painstakingly so, to make sure all the swaps are like clear and the reasoning why, and it just leaves me with far fewer questions than a lot of the tournaments I take part in. Assistant tournament managers, Elaine and Rocky Smith. It's been quite the trio from the Worlds in October last year, and now the GC Worlds, and now the AC Worlds. They work really well together.
Yeah, they were even. They've been helping Jeff even before that. Rocky and Elaine have they belong to a club that Jeff teaches at, and they have worked very closely with him and have gained a lot of skills and insight into running tournaments. So they've even done a couple of solo tournaments. They ran a nationals.
All right,
on their
what
own.
is that club? Do you remember? I think I was supposed to go there. I know I have
that-
friends there.
St. James, or is that? It's some. I should know this. I did know it. About a
I'll
month
look it
or
up. I've been
couple
getting
months
emails for
ago.
it. Yeah, could you help with the rest
Yeah.
of our organization crew?
So we just thanked Elaine and Rocky for being assistant tournament managers, and also thank you to our tournament referee, Chris Clark, always a mainstay here at these world events, willing to lend his expertise and knowledge to all of us who are in need of it. We had a moment today where we had to refer to Chris's deeper knowledge of the book. And our venue contact, Frank Munier. I hope I did not.
Franck Mounier.
Frank Munier. I butcher a lot of names.
You
on
did
this
better
live
than I
stream,
would have
so,
done.
so I do
Come on,
apologize.
you live in Europe. Come on, you gotta be better at this, Greg.
And then also, just a big shout out to the WCF, for putting on events like these and allowing us to all gather together from across the world to enjoy each other's sportsmanship. Headed by the very capable Jose Alvarez Sala Sr., I believe, right?
Yes.
And from Spain. Unfortunately, none of the Salas are here this week. I think the only Spanish representative we have is Pepe.
Yep, Jose Riva.
Jose
Pepe.
Riva. Who has
Here
been
we're
doing
about to
very
see
well in
we're
the
about to
block
see
play.
Angarad go for the hidden. So the Mulliner did predictably set the reverse diagonal.
Looks
Angarad
potential.
shooting down.
Oh,
Ooh,
just
west
missed.
boundary. Just missed inside the yard line.
And finally, we'd like to give our final shout outs to our media director for the USCA, Dylan Goodwin, and video streaming services by IDO Video, who have been doing a wonderful job with this live stream. So,
Yeah,
and-
I do livestreams.com. Thank you, Armando and Marco and the whole crew. This has been excellent so far.
And we did confirm that it was the country club at St. James where Elaine and Rocky Smith
Yeah.
are.
Thank you, Darren. We were getting to it.
Yeah. So,
So St. James, so shout out to
Hey,
St.
Darren.
James in North Carolina, I believe, right?
Yes, yes.
And shout out to the Johnsons, my friends. Actually, friends going way back to the day I was born. Marion Johnson, croquet and pickleball player at St. James Club, was also a labor and delivery nurse who delivered me, my sister, and my kids. So thank you, Marion, for literally everything since day zero.
all right. So, Mulliner is now going to begin what he hopes he can put together as a triple. It's going to take some work.
Yeah,
we
it's
currently have the brown ball in corner 2, and he's approaching hoop 4, putting partner at 5. So, we might just see him run 12 here
Yeah,
and try to set another lead.
Greg, if you were playing aggressive, and let's assume Mulliner's going to play aggressive, how would you ideally wrangle that fourth ball and get a peel attempt? What would be your earliest peel attempt here?
Earliest peel attempt, if you can get a really good, it depends on how early you can get Brown into play. So if you can get a good rush up to, I would probably be thinking about myself. I would try and peel going to 1 back.
Okay, so we've got Peely at 5, which is really unorthodox hoop to have Peely at if you want to peel it
Ooh,
going to
he's
6.
Overrolled this slightly. And
So
he's given
at-
himself
We
a
might
bit
not
more
have
of
to
a
worry
test
about
there.
the peels.
So I guess it's a matter of, if he can get a rush up to
Corner
hoop-
2.
corner 2, get Brown out, get his
Great
hoop 6
camera angle for
loaded.
his hoop shot.
Thank you, Marco. So if
And
he
now
had
he's
the
going
rush to
through
corner 2
and
right
which is
now,
green.
would you go?
At this point,
If you
I-
had the rush on green to 2.
yeah, if he did, and then you could pop that in, go into brown. You can play an aggressive shot, bringing that in. Some people really favor their pass rolls going down to hoop 5. Personally,
I don't think
wouldn't.
that's an impossible pass roll, but it's probably 3-2. That's like 150%. It's not
pretty
trivial.
wide angle.
It's not trivial.
You'll get some help just from the angle of the shot. But
I'd be thinking about.
I may
punting it
literally have
towards,
that
like,
pass
4
roll
back.
to show you, but yeah.
so he is just playing this one straight through so far. So green's
I
going
think
to 6.
I would be tempted to maybe.
Green's gone a touch
You
deep.
need a pioneer at 7. Can you? You could maybe get a really good rush out of 5 to peeling position. I wouldn't want to try it unless you were sure Peely will at least hit the hoop. But if you could rush to dead south of 4 back or a little bit east, you could try going to brown, attempting the peel before 6.
Given
he
that
has-
also
Doesn't look like he's trying it.
Well,
the green is north of 6,
can
and
do
this
a
is
s-
when that makes it a little bit easier. If he had done that route, that he decided to rush
Yep,
white to
153%.
4 back.
so he might be playing to
Here, Greg.
if he puts white now on the west boundary.
What program is this?
I made it in Photoshop.
So
cool.
I don't think he's doing it. I was thinking he could rush white all the way out of bounds and do a split shot, sending it back towards
153%.
peeling position while going to brown. And then if he wants to tackle whatever pass roll that is getting over to green, that would probably be your best way to get all the balls back together. You would probably have to set up the peel going to 2 back at the earliest, maybe even 3 back.
I think here he could send white over right now, going close enough to hit brown. Might be a
Right.
6-yarder.
But I think
and
that-
then throw brown over to 4 back
If he
going
was-
to green.
If he was going to do that, I think he would have just rushed it all the way out so
Yeah.
that he had a better angle. I
Well,
think that,
or tried to rush it to the west boundary.
right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So yeah, it looks like he's not getting aggressive with the peels. He's also one of the 3 seeds that's undefeated. So he's not trying to prove anything. I guess he doesn't have to win this game, but I guess with it not in hand, he's just gonna get round to the peg. He's not real fussed about. He's not trying to make sure he wins this game by finishing now and allowing no more shots. He's just gonna get round to the peg, and if Angarad hits and finishes, he doesn't really care
Yeah,
because he's still in the knockout.
And he'll be in a strong position. He'll get multiple shots even if he sets a lead and Angarad hits. So I think he is well aware of the fact that he's in a winning position if he just
yeah.
keeps control and sets a good leave here.
Speaking of butchering names, I don't know how we're doing on Angarad. Does anybody know that name?
I've heard Angharad, I've heard
I
Angarad.
thought it
I've
was
heard-
Angharad, but
Okay, yeah, I have zero history of Welsh and Gaelic languages, so apologies to the
apologies
Welsh
to Angharad.
and Angharad.
Nicholas Denizo in the chat from Spain. He's
Nico,
telling us
hola.
there's almost no AC in Spain, only 2 active players in the AC rankings from Spain at the moment.
one of us would be
Jose and
Jose,
Jose
didn't list
and
the name.
Nico. What game is this? Jose and Begonia? Jose and Jose Alvarez Sala Jr.
Who knows?
Manuel?
Nico should know.
Is Manuel?
He'll tell us
Is
in a
it
second.
Nico? Is he hoping we'll look him up?
So,
All right, so he's made 6 and
He's
taken
gone
off
brown.
to get the 4th ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're unlikely to see a peel attempt.
Is there a point, Ben,
wonder if he'll
when you
try the
start
straight
to think
triple.
about not peeling, right? Like where you're like, okay, assuming that
Yeah.
this is the scenario you're playing in the same scenario that Stephen is.
The
Angharad-
latest I'll
Angharad's a
usually
capable player
try
that can
is
get around.
Yeah, on the way to 1 back is the last one I usually try.
Right.
When I'm like trying to get it. If I've already messed it up and rushed a ball into a back a hoop or something, I'll try to get Peely as my 2 back pioneer and have one last go with a really long 26-yard rush after 2 back. If that rush gets me to a 2-yard peel, I will have left the pivot up at 4 back to have one last go at it. But then you're almost assuredly looking at a straight double, which itself isn't trivial.
Yeah.
So I like to think that's a pretty low risk final attempt at it. But usually like my like aggressive playing a player like Angarad who can hit and finish, Angharad, is trying to peel while rolling to a good ball at 1 back. So where white is now, I think, is a good pioneer for 1 back if I'm trying to roll a peel to 1 back. I don't like peeling and escaping to 1 back. 14 yards beside the hoop is a long rush for me to do mid-break. Pretty risky. So yeah, if I can't get the peel through 4 back or at least jawsed on the way to 1 back, then I'll usually just tidy up the break and not fuss about it. I have very few straight triples in practice or in games. I think on a sextuple maybe, but like it's just not a high completion percentage. You usually end up crashing and burning when you attempt those kind of things. So I don't know. Do you have a different cutoff for the
It depends.
last
but
go?
If I get, I've done a lot of
Looks like
straight
you're still
double.
considering it with it there at
Yeah,
4
I think Stephen's going to have a crack. He's giving himself the opportunity.
Not going to peel and escape to 3-back, but he's setting up for a straight.
And Stephen may, given that he's already, I think this is his last game, right? So he's won the block. Assuming he has, he can just go all lights out and just do whatever he wants. But I do not mind doing straight doubles, depending on the conditions.
And it seems like Angarad really needs this, so she must be thrilled that he's given up on completing this. That he at no point tried an early or even delayed 4-back, because Angharad is on 3 wins with 2 games remaining, this being one of them. And there's 2 players in the block with 6 wins. Robert Fulford has 4 wins and 2 games remaining. So he's been struggling. In fact, Chris Clark said he's been playing poor. But he's playing Doug Grimsley and David Druitt, who are numbers 7 and 9 in the block. So I think we can pencil in 2 wins for Robert Fulford. So that would put 3 people on 6. And then Angharad and Rich Lamb are both on 3 with 2 games remaining. So that's kind of the race for 4th. And Angharad needs this quite badly. So they must be thrilled that they might have another shot at it here. Of course, I've faced Stephen Mulliner a number of times. Frustratingly, he got a straight quad, including, that was in the Solomon we won in 2009. He went from the jaws of 3-back on the straight quad, peeled to the jaws of 4-back. So he was able to rush peel 4-back before making 4-back, and went from a straight quad to a straight double without really having a straight triple.
It makes life a lot easier.
It was quite annoying, but then that was the final day. We ended up winning the test. So
Was
like
it
Matthew is kind of the mixed feelings of like, oh, I let my team down, but yay, we won. Like,
It almost seems
Stephen
like he's
also did-
abandoned this. I would have suspected he would have tried to rush Brown back up towards 4-back if he was really committed to attempting a peel here, because White is not nearly as tidy as you'd want for a straight.
That's
Okay.
right. If you want to
So you
tighten
think,
it
yeah,
up,
we're-
I think he's given
we're
it up.
looking at just a leave, and he's going to let Angharad shoot for the
Well, I don't
I
know,
think he's
for
going,
her playoff
he's
life.
going to rush it and attempt to get it perfect.
Yeah,
If
I
he gets
think-
it perfect, he might try it.
And
Okay.
I'm
But
going by
I'm
where
very-
Brown is on that, because he's got Brown up.
Yeah,
his
I'm
close.
just very surprised he had a cut rush on Brown to get it up the court and then do a croquet stroke
Yeah.
to tidy this up and just do a takeoff back. Green was a passable pioneer for that, so
Yeah,
I'm just
as-
surprised that he.
As we talked about to start the turn, assuming Mulliner was going to be aggressive, and he's been anything but.
Yeah.
So I think you're right that he's taken his foot off the gas here. He's going to get 12 hoops. He's going to, set a very nice leave, and we will see Angharad shoot to put pressure on Rich Lamb. And they already played. Rich won 26-13. So I assume that head-to-head doesn't matter. But,
does not.
there's no chance for Angharad to beat Rich later today. She will play Michael Gidding after this, who is the 4 seed, who's only on 1 win. So it looks like Angharad's been playing better than them. But I'm sure she would really like this win. Oh, that's not a penalt ball.
No.
Not a great penalt ball. That is kind of in a position you might have won a ball for a straight triple.
All right.
You don't want the penalt ball in front of penalt if you're still peeling.
Which is, again, why I just think it's kind of strange that he wouldn't have already sent Brown up here and tried to tidy this up, because now.
So let me float a theory. Mulliner wanted to get round with, build the break, play it consistently, and now, having played consistently for 3 hoops, he got impatient and decided, it would be good practice for the knockout.
I can see that line of
A
thought going
straight
through
triple.
Stephen's head.
He got bored around 2-back and decided he's going to have a go at the straight triple, which is why he's putting Brown in a promo position. You put Green in a nice position where when you do the promo, you go to Green. I think it's on, boys.
He's definitely going to give it a try, but then he did.
Oh, and he
Shit.
clubbed it. Look how disappointed he is. He wanted it. He
You
wanted
gotta
it.
tidy it up. He had his chance after 2-back.
He wanted
didn't go
it.
and do it. He could have had that Peely almost in position to begin with.
No, I think that is very much kind of, he was giving himself a make or break rush. If that lands within 6 inches, it's on. And if it doesn't, he goes back to original plan A of we're just going to go around to the peg. Yeah, we get a replay of him getting a little excited with that Irish backswing and just clubbing it. Look at the head shake.
Michael Kernigan says Mulliner to win it all. So for those of you who don't remember or weren't maybe up to date on AC back in the day.
If we can get the camera, we can show you the cover of the program was the last Worlds here in 2016 at the NCC.
And Mulliner was the victor over David Malouf, who we mentioned earlier, who is refereeing for us. So Mulliner has quite a bit of experience at this venue.
Yeah, it finished late into the night. That was against David Malouf. David Malouf was up 2-0. In the early afternoon, and Mulliner came back and won 3 in a row under the lights over there on court 2, I believe.
Yeah.
And really spectacular performance. Gutting for the Americans, of course, who were hoping we were going to see the first AC American, the first American world champion anything. Malouf was up 2-0, and it's just not enough. Similar to Matthew Essick, having a sextuple on his mallet, up 2-0 in Game 3 in these last Worlds in 2023 in Hurlingham, England, against Robert Fulford, and one missed Roquet, and all of a sudden, or I guess the sextuple, I forget how that broke down, but later he had a chance to finish a later game with a rush into corner 2, and he missed a Roquet, and it was just there were a lot of chances, but the Americans have finished with silver 4 times. I got silver in 2009 here. Malouf got it in 2016, and Matthew in the last 2 World Championships has been in the finals, losing 1 to Reg and 1 to Robert Fulford. So Stephen Mulliner, no slouch, actually the oldest WCF World Champion when he won, and now I believe he's aged 9 years.
That is how time works.
I don't know. He seems to be ever young. Look at that pace. Look at that pace of walk. I don't know. I actually almost got run over in the supermarket aisle by a fast-moving blur, and it was Stephen Mulliner the other night. And he finally stopped to go, "Oh, hello, Ben." And he just about ran me over 2 other times as he was looking for marmalade in an American supermarket. But he's got quite the pace of walk, quite the pace of play.
Yes. He definitely has managed to stay active as he's gotten older. So, and it shows in the way he's able to keep up such a high level of performance. And
very nice. And he has such great hoop control. Of all people that can make hoops gently, difficult hoops gently, Stephen is one of those players that does get those forward rushes because he's got such an accurate, gentle hoop stroke.
Someone was saying earlier the other day that they have noticed that the players with Irish grips have been having slightly easier times with the hoops than others. And I don't know. I do know that Irish grip typically gives you the flattest sort of swing profile on the ball. I don't know how it works with, sort of generating spin or anything like that, but it does. I've sort of been on the lookout for it today, and Mulliner's obviously one of them. But there have been several players with Irish grips that have.
Why does Irish give you a flatter profile? I would think the Irish grip, it's a lot easier to get a follow through. Some players with Standard and Solomon, it's harder to coax the mallet forward. And I think what's helpful on these hoops that I think comes up a lot with Irish grip is a short backswing and an exaggerated follow through. I don't know if you've seen David Malm
that's
run.
What I've been doing.
Yeah, David Malm with a Solomon grip run a short hoop. He almost hits the crown of the hoop with his mallet on the follow through.
Yeah,
because he wants a very small backswing and then an exaggerated follow through.
So on the Irish swing thing, that's actually something that I remember Chris Clark saying a few years ago. And just if I, in my own personal, just observing people's swings, the reason you don't typically hit flat on the ball would be because you allow your hands or your arms to sort of get in front of you and sort of lead the head of the mallet a bit, which physically speaking seems to be the hardest thing to do or the most uncomfortable thing to do with Irish grip and the easiest to do with Solomon grip and Standard lying somewhere in the middle. So just on that level, theoretically, Irish grip players should be able to naturally achieve a sort of flatter hit more often just because it's harder for them to physically get their hands in front of the head of the mallet without causing some discomfort. But so this is what Chris Clark has reported. So
I mean, I would generally think that the taller you are, the longer the pendulum, the flatter profile of your swing. And I think you stand more upright, probably with a standard grip.
Right.
Who stands the tallest? Like I bend over a lot with a Solomon.
This guy stands up pretty.
Who
straight.
stands up like I think Irish grip? Some people stand up nice and straight,
Yeah.
but I think almost the tallest players I see with a standard grip. And I would just think the longer the pendulum,
Ryan
the
stands up
longer
pretty
your
tall.
mallet is going
But
flat.
also,
Right,
I
but
think
you
it's
can still push your hands in front of it.
Right, but
if
I
you
think a
want
lot
to.
of that is just stance and
It
technique.
is interesting though,
necessarily
because
grip.
I was interested to see that Matthew Essig was playing all of his hoop shots with Solomon. And as a fellow Solomon grip
all right.
player, I
We're
was
getting,
very
getting
happy
the
to
real
see.
tea spilled here. Matthew has given up on the Irish grip. Whoa.
But he's using it for a shot maybe such as what Mullen has just played there for tap-ons or for straight rushes. He's
Yeah.
using the Irish grip.
In GC,
But-
it's a lot. It's his power shots,
Yeah.
and otherwise he'd do a lot of standard, including I have a video of him running 9 and 10 against your brother,
Yeah.
and that was Irish from the south boundary running hoop 9, and it kept going all the way through 10. So it wasn't exactly a gentle stroke,
Yeah,
but
so
it
I'm
wasn't
not-
as hard as his Solomon.
I think Matthew has talked about. I think since the Worlds in October, maybe a little bit before that, he's gone through some patches where he hasn't liked his Irish swing as much. I know during the Open Shaw,
That's racist.
He definitely was very, and I'm sticking to it. And
Sorry, I don't mean to throw out racist accusations
you
here.
heard me. Wait a minute, I didn't stutter.
Ugh, hornet's nest.
But
Meet
anyway,
Ben.
but I know during the Open Shaw he switched to primarily doing Solomon very early on in the tournament, even for his hoop shots, just because he was getting a more consistent result. with it.
Yeah. He's given up on his dual grip, scenario.
He's still doing it, but I think the balance has swayed back in favor of Solomon in the last 6 to 8 months.
Yeah, I'd say
a lot.
I'm not as convinced. I've heard maybe it's my bias as another Solomon grip player, but I do think that I've seen the best play from Matthew with. Obviously, he can do it with both grips, but I've seen. I think his best play from Solomon, and also maybe I was wrong, but I don't think the angle that he's playing his hoop shots at the moment is as flat as we've said that Irish is, and he's been having quite an easy time with his Solomon grip.
Yeah.
So I'm not as convinced about the Irish grip being like I understand what you're saying. Like obviously,
Right,
if you
well,
can stand
obviously,
up
if
flat
you-
and hit the ball flat, that's a good thing.
If
Like,
you're
I'm not disagreeing
generating
with
spin,
that.
if you want to generate extra spin, you actually do want to hit down the ball.
Yes, and I
So,
think that's what I'm seeing Matthew do.
Yeah.
And now maybe sometimes I'll have to look more closely next time. But if you get into a roll or a rhythm, you may not be thinking about it. Maybe it's something deliberate he's thinking about. I'm not sure.
Angharad here with potentially her last shot of the game, taking
Yeah.
the short shot.
Well, I don't know how short it is. That looks close to max distance, but
And
she's
she
hit
sticks
it. Great shot.
The game's not over yet, ladies
All
and
right,
gentlemen.
Nolan
yeah,
is
she's
wishing
got a
he'd
chance
start
to
at
make
the
the
stand.
playoffs. Keep hope alive. And that
And
is
she's managed to keep it close to pink, so she'll have a pretty easy rush prospect from this. Sometimes you hit that shot on the other side and you just drive it several more yards up the
Yeah.
lawn.
no. I think Angharad is in great shape to build a break here, but sadly, it'll be her first break, so Mulliner will get a shot back. Now, one thing that you talked about earlier with your game against Matthew is considering running 6 hoops, setting a sextuple leave, not necessarily because you want to run the sextuple, but because you want your oppo, who is, in this case is undefeated Stephen Mulliner, to have a much longer hit-in. So what plans would you have had your opponent, Matthew, or in this case, Mulliner, missed that long hit-in? Why might one do that?
Yeah, so at this point you can do your TPO, but you've promoted yourself to hoops 1 back or
Oh, no.
hoop 7.
Oh,
Oops,
no.
that's not good.
That's about as unlucky as you can get.
And it's south of
Wow.
Brown 2. You'd want to be on the other side.
Unfortunate
It barely
bombard.
missed the peg. She was gritting her teeth. I could almost see because it missed the peg south of it by a couple inches, and was
great
unfortunate
vision,
enough just to see Brown. So 8 carats, Ben. this. You should try it sometime. You don't want scurvy.
I thought that was a World War II myth the British pilots told to avoid telling the Germans they had radar.
It's my story, and I'm
Very
sticking
good
to
eyesight.
it. It's my story, and I'm sticking to
All
it.
right, yeah, so Angharad got unfortunate there because she really wanted pink on the boundary, and brown was a couple yards off, which would make sending pink to 2 and getting a rush to 1 easier. It's not impossible,
It's
just
just
more
a lot more
difficult.
unpleasant.
It's created work.
You need a good rush here.
Yeah, they
and you're not
created some
guaranteed
work
to
for
get a great-
themselves. And wrong side of
just-
brown can rush it south, but that's not going to be an easy cut to
No.
1.
So she'll be lucky to get this 2/3 of the way to the hoop, even with a really good cut rush. Angharad is not the most power player in the world, so
No, but they play a lot of golf croquet, so
Yeah,
it's not unusual to have to hit a firm cut rush. But that's disappointing from
yeah.
the state of the game 3 shots ago, you know?
Yeah.
Are you rolling from this point?
Oh,
I
yeah.
think
Front of
yeah,
line,
I
or
think
do you
you,
take
It's
them?
it's
you gotta
partner.
hedge your bets.
It's partner. You need to put distance between pink and all the other balls.
Yeah.
But also, I would not only roll it, I might roll it to 2 yards and have a go. You don't want to get 1 yard position and end up with an obscene angle, or what is it? A more than 45-degree
There's
angle.
also justification.
Yeah.
Well, there's also
You got partner
justification for
there.
not even attempting the hoop. If you really feel that you're going to leave Brown out there in the lawn doing some sort of pass roll, or if you roll it past the hoop, you're going to probably have to
I'm
run
happy
it too
with
far.
a full roll. I don't want to mess with
I'm just
an
saying-
unsure ratio. Just a full roll. Get 2 yard position. Put Brown to the east like they did. But no, that's short.
I was saying there's
Oh
just
wait!
no.
No,
It's angled. It's very angled.
We'll see if they
That's more
fancy
than-
a juicy jumper
That's
here.
more than 45 degrees.
Impossible.
My thought was,
So you're saying there's a chance.
If you're really uncomfortable with that shot, and obviously it's a very hard shot, there's a justification for just rolling into the corner and setting up a nice tight rush, forcing him to play the peg ball away. But you can then still pro troop 1 and rebuild the break.
Are they going
using
for a
white.
jump, or is this a level shot? Looks like a little bit of a jump.
Maybe a half jump, or maybe just trying to roll.
Yeah, trying to get some
extra
spin on that ball.
These are very
Maybe
tricky.
a little height. Reg, you make a better door than a window. All
And
right,
it
and
sticks.
Angharad is in runnable position. But yeah, Molyneux's going to get to play pink away from hoop 2 if they're defensive. Or since she's still on the first break, Molyneux might have a go with white to hit in.
Yeah, it's not obscene to try it. White ends up near corner 1 if you miss Brown.
Angharad gets off the ground, but not much, only like an inch.
Yeah.
But they had a lot of momentum, which might have, you can see even on the replay, the hoop moves when you hit it that hard, but must have hit a little bit or just dead center and not enough spin. If you go a little higher with that jump, you might get more spin.
More height, personally.
Yeah, that was almost a height where you're trying to bully your way through by the hoop moving rather than relying on it having a bunch of top spin when it comes down. Either way, that's a long distance for Molyneux to hit. We're looking at what, 25 yards?
Something to that effect. And if he misses this, his balls will be
He is playing the peg ball.
joined
so-
together. I'm surprised we're not seeing. Well,
Yeah, he played the forward ball, so even if he
I'm
hits, it's
surprised
not
he
over.
would shoot at that.
I would have shot it. If I shot at anything, I would have shot it
Right.
Brown.
Because now.
Yeah, but
Green
Brown
can
is
come-
also for 1. So Brown could just turn around, hit
This is
pink, and
fair.
run the break.
I might have been tempted just to maybe go to the corner because if Angharad comes through now, she actually has a pretty good chance of building this break. Whereas if Pink was in corner 3 or corner 4,
Yeah, pink is kind of the half measure, hedging. I would say defensively, if you're playing pink, yeah, finesse, corner 4, out or just outside corner 4 so they can't get a cannon. But I might go the other way, again, because it's her first break. She's not finishing on this turn. If you're going to try to hit something with white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
White at brown,
Right. I
white
was
at
looking
pink.
at brown-
Give them
white
the
on
break.
brown.
It's their first break.
Yeah.
well,
and
that's the thing,
just
if you miss white at
if you're
Brown,
gonna
it's a
hit, you
3-ball
want to
break for
finish.
the first bit of it anyway.
If pink hits white, this build is a little tougher. Angharad has to rush from white presumably to hoop 2,
Yeah.
but they'll have a hoop 3 pioneer. I think
start
Angharad
to
is the
have a
style
pivot.
player that's definitely going to end up with a break here with 1 good rush and the break is on. Like they're in great shape. I think that was half-assing 2 things from Mr. Molyneux.
I don't understand.
Either play defensive or play offensive. Don't play half offensive.
Especially
Yeah.
given the distance that he's shooting from. It just, I don't.
Yeah. If Pink had a 10 yard or something, it'd be like, okay, fine. Pink shoots to hit. But
I had a moment like that where I had to tell myself afterwards on the first day where my opponent set a new standard and I picked up the quote unquote defensive ball and then took the most offensive shot. And it was like
Half-assed two
hit
things.
it, and I hit it, and then I said to myself, I'm like, now why didn't I just pick up the other ball and do that? I thought I was gonna shoot that anyway.
Yeah.
Like if I missed, I was gonna lose. So I think sometimes it's very easy to kind of talk yourself into certain things where you're like, oh well, I'll be prudent and I'll pick up the ball that makes their start harder. But then you think to yourself, oh well, I want to have the easiest shot, which also happens to be the most aggressive. So I think there are moments where
Of two minds.
yeah.
Yeah, so because Angharad got Brown down toward 3, not great, but in a normal break, you might send a second ball in. But with a long rush to hoop 2, this is not a sure thing yet. So they wanted to keep Pink away
looks
from
good.
Brown, get this, and make sure they get a good rush to 2.
It's unfortunately gone a little bit long and a little bit to the right of where she wanted it from her
Take
perspective,
off from
but
within 3 yards, not bad, but
You
yeah,
won't
you'd
get a
want to be
rush.
in front of that hoop for sure. We'll see how they get from here. Frustratingly, because Brown is not in great position, you really want White east of hoop 2, and that shot would be pretty aggressive. To kick White over to the east
Yeah.
side while getting position is aggressive.
Yeah, too thick of a takeoff to be calculating.
Right.
the
So
exact
I think
amount of
even
power.
with success here, the rush on White
and it's
is gonna be
hilled
tough.
off.
Oh no,
hilled
another
back.
angle.
And that's
Angharad.
almost as bad as the first
Short
one.
again, both roll-ups. The roll-up to 1 and the takeoff to 2 came up short, leaving these aggressive angles. See if they try a different jump angle.
Mark Simerson
hands
says,
are in the
interesting
same
discussion
position.
on the grip types. I've always used Irish, possibly because it's fairly similar to the grip to golf and not too dissimilar to the grip on a cricket bat.
No, but do you link your fingers? Oh no! That one didn't get off the ground. It didn't have any topspin. That was.
And White is now open with balls on the lawn.
I think if we get a replay on that, I think there's going to be some wrist action. I think they ended up hitting it flatter than they intended because that ball just came straight back.
Calling a ref?
Oh, she did
Court damage?
I think so.
Did it
I
double
see some
tap?
upturned. I thought I saw some upturned dirt on there.
Oh, that's really frustrating. That's 2 tough angled hoop shots. Yeah, as you said,
She's-
Greg, I agree. I think getting higher on the jump would have given it a better chance. Unfortunately, the result of that shot was lower. I don't know if they were trying to get any higher, but that ball did not get off the ground. And as you can see, it bounced straight back, which means it didn't even have spin, which is why I think if they allowed their wrists to move,
talking
they
about-
might have hit it flatter or they hit the ground or something. But yeah, that wrist movement, if you let the wrists go first, then you end up hitting it flatter, even though you're standing closer trying to hit down on the ball.
On that angle, I think in my mind, I think that from the way I play, there are 3 shots available. 1, the high jump.
Yeah, kind of your normal jump for an 18-inch jump shot. Yeah.
Then, or hitting it really hard.
Yeah.
And the other one is like
The Blake
playing-
Fields.
The Blake Fields, as we'll call that the Blake Fields option. And the other one is, I guess, like a shot that Matthew's quite good at, where it's a gentle.
The 3/4 roll jump.
No, with his Irish grip, where he's just gently
he's just
playing it
spinning it.
and getting it in that.
Okay.
Just perfectly on the-
Almost like topping it a little bit,
Yeah,
get the
just
top
a little bit
spin,
of topping.
hitting up on the ball.
So
All
Mulliner
right, so
now with a chance with a finishing turn in pretty good shape.
yeah, I think they had a conversation about there was court damage, and Mulliner came on the lawn to say, I don't care.
Yeah.
Just leave the balls where they are. You don't have to judge whether the damage is significant. I don't care if there was a double tap. If you want to stamp it down, that's great. I'm going to go ahead and play. Again, pace of play is generally quick for Mr. Mulliner here.
There was a moment like that at your brother's tournament last year where one of my opponents went for an angled long hoop 9, completely chunked a whole bunch of ground, and the referee who was attending jumps up to go like run out and check it, and the thing was that he had completely missed the hoop and ended up on the north boundary, and both my opponent and I simultaneously went, he doesn't need it replaced, just go back,
Yeah,
go back.
I don't think anybody needs a ruling here.
Just
Maybe
stamp it.
some sand.
Yeah, just stamp it in. Like, we don't need to test it. I'm not putting that ball back.
All right, you can see our referee of the tournament back there in the pink and blue, Chris Clark. In the far background, see Mark Avery in the red sleeves. Mark Avery undefeated, I think, going into today. I'm not sure how he's doing so far.
And you see
Robert Fulford on the
behind him.
sideline. All right. Is
Played
that
with Steve Scalpone, I believe.
okay?
Or maybe Steve Scalpone is in the double bank game. Cannot tell.
All right, so Mulliner rolling to Penalt, getting to the brown ball. Gets a nice rush. I think, all right, it's 3:04 p.m. Pegging out before 3:10. Over or under, gentlemen? What do you think?
Before 310.
Before?
3:10.
Under 6 minutes for these three hoops?
Yeah.
All right, wagers in. Get your cash out. Folks betting at home, just hit the chat. Over or under 3:10 p.m. for a peg out. Three hoops for Mr. Mulliner. Currently a 3-ball. Possibly a 4th ball. He might just leave it alone. Sometimes he doesn't care. I'd like to mention, by the way, some of our sponsors. So we have Invictus Croquet is a sponsor. And back to the game.
All right. So Mark Simerson says, once again, I got told off by the formidable Sarah Hayes of Cheltenham this August, so now I overlapped with my index finger of the top hand beneath my bottom hand behind the mallet for his Irish grip. So some debate about whether or not a true Irish grip has some sort of interlocking mechanism.
There, probably going to butcher this, but I was told by Simon Williams at Carrick Mines, maybe he can inform us when we're there next month, but the original Irish grip was one that it was folded up with your index finger in a notch at the back end.
Maybe
of the
we could
mallet.
get it on camera. Show us.
It's very much like a golf grip. With an
Okay, index finger between the pinky and ring finger.
Yeah, and there's actually a notch at behind the handle that mallets from the 1920s and 30s
Oh my
all had
goodness.
this. And
Cheating, rampant cheating.
And
Was the book even written in the 30s?
Probably not.
so we can double check that actually because Simon. Williams
All right,
has a
well,
lot
good.
of
I've been
mallets
saying
from
for a
that.
long time we should be calling it the Egyptian grip because I don't actually know that many Irish players that play with it. I know a lot of Egyptian players that play with it.
Well, that-
Just like golf croquet is, might as well call it Egyptian croquet because
Well, those two grips kind of differ because I've noticed that sort of like more like Mark Avery plays, like the palms are a lot more forward.
Yes.
Versus Egyptians typically have their palms more in.
Which is what
inward.
Stephen Morgan does, right? He's got
Right.
them on the side.
So I've always considered the difference just by the number of people I've seen playing it. I've always considered the Egyptian grip to be kind of a subcategory of the Irish grip. Where
all right,
it's more
306,
palms in,
and he's
thumbs
not
down
yet
front.
through penalt, gentlemen. You starting to worry about this
Oh, no,
wager?
it's Stephen. Yeah, he'll fly through this.
All right. So, nice smooth hoop stroke, not needing any sort of rush to keep things organized.
She's got one hoop.
All right, one hoop remaining. It's 3:06 p.m. See Dr. David Houston over there by corner 1. Reginald Bamford, I think, preparing to play Dr. Houston on this lawn. See Reg.
They've already started.
All right, Reg on the sideline. So Steven's pre-positioned pink near the pegs, so he won't have to worry about waiting on a rush or a cut rush there. All right, so White Tie Croquet is another one of our sponsors. Dress to conquer, play to win. Oakley Woods Mallets for all your croquet needs. www.croquetstore.com. And PFC Hoopmaker Mallets, featuring custom mallets, including the new Formula One mallet, which I did see. There's a couple down there by the White Tie Croquet vending station on the south side of the veranda. So if you guys want to see, I was told that there's some metallurgy has gone on, and they have improved the power transfer of the PFC Hoopmaker mallet by 17%.
Significant.
I guess. So that is the new efficiency of the Formula One mallet from PFC Hoopmaker Mallets. All right, it's looking good. 308. We're just a few shots away. He is going to hit all 3 balls between Rover and Peg. We might not make it to the 309. So yeah, good call on the under, gentlemen.
Cannon peg out. Bombard peg
So
out.
now Angharad is going to need some help. Possibly Rich Lamb only winning 1 of 2.
Grievous.
Yeah, Grievous rushing into the peg. That would give Angharad some hope.
James Deeds said he had a Grievous today.
Oh my goodness. And he got he efficient there with the one-shot peg
only
out.
one shot, that's all we
308. Good
needed.
bet, gentlemen. Well done. And well done,
All right.
Stephen Mulliner, still undefeated.
Yes.
And I think with 1 game remaining. So that's 7-0
Pretty
for
clean
the
game.
oldest world
Come up,
champion.
You two interview him, all right?
All right.
All right. So Stephen Mulliner is Michael Albert is going downstairs right now to ask Stephen Mulliner to come up, and me and Greg are
Ooh,
to
post-game
conduct his
interview,
post-game
gentlemen.
interview.
Exciting. Yeah.
So get your questions ready, Greg.
So we can also see Angharad clean the courts. Here we are. It looks like Dr. David Houston, Reg has a point, but must have crashed and burned because Dr. David is now in control of the balls all around hoop 2.
So he had made hoop 1 with black, thrown blue where you see it now, and then he had attempted to pick yellow off of that position on the boundary. And
Also, I want to advocate for Tom here. Whoever made the under 21 World shirts,
Yeah.
we may need a
did
replacement.
I literally, so we were out, it's very humid today, and so I was kind of just tugging my shirt, and just the whole patch, like at the top, just kind of came undone.
All right,
So-
we may need white tie croquet to be the new shirt maker because we have some troubles with the under 21 World shirts.
They're not big man certified.
Big man certification lacking. All right. So but Tom has a new vent though. So in that case, the humid Florida air has a place to go.
This happened during my second game, and all of a sudden my play got a lot better.
You still got another game?
Crosswind.
You still got another game?
No. But
Okay.
this happened during my second game.
All right.
and all of a sudden I went from playing really badly to be able to finish. So I think this helped with ventilation.
There you go. You got to get that air moving. Start some sort of convection situation. All right. So we can see Adam
That's a
Peck
pretty
and
good rush,
David
Ed.
Malouf. Yeah, Dr. Houston on his way to 1. Against me yesterday, I was having trouble missing everything by an inch on my 16-yard and even 10-yard hit in. So Dr. Houston got 3 one-hoop breaks, but then crash and burned, trying to get a second hoop in one turn at hoop 4, leaving me a shorter shot to get involved.
How'd you get a stain on your back?
That's a great question.
So
I got one on my shirt. because I went
Must have leaned
inside
against
the
a dirty
hedge
chair.
at the beach
The
club.
good news is I don't have to look at the stains on my
I don't know,
back.
that looks like food stuff.
How the? Well, that's probably. I don't eat with the back of my neck.
He was eating soup, but he was doing the toss.
It's a great question. It's kind of like if you get a tattoo on the back of your shoulder or your back, you don't have to look at it. So I don't care. I got a little yellow spot up here. I'll just tap it and I guess I was thinking next year we should probably get I have the old shirt with the JS for Jerry Stark. I think we should get like a JS and a DB. We got like the centenary of the Mac. So our Mac players who are no longer with us, a big part of the game. I think that would be nice. Something to put on our sleeve. But yeah, I'm digging these long sleeve team shirts. And
Yeah,
I've now
is this a new-
discovered
is
we're
this a new
allowed
form?
to wear navy pants with our team
Oh.
kit.
Yeah,
Although there's
I'm glad
some
to get
debate
some.
as to whether it counts as team kit if you're not wearing the shirt. So if you just wear a white shirt and navy pants, apparently they're not allowed.
I didn't know there was that distinction.
Well, we just created the navy pants thing. Jim Bast, apparently, huge fan. He sewed some flags on navy shorts years ago. I was
Mulliner's
excited about it. So
here,
I'm
everybody.
gonna bounce out so that Mr. Mulliner can be interviewed by our A team here.
Come on in, Steven.
Congratulations, Stephen.
Congrats, Stephen.
All right.
Tell us how committed were you to the straight triple? We had a discussion
Oh, for me.
about whether it was planned after 2-back or you were.
I was prepared to give it a go, but I was trying actually, it sounds a bit mad, to rush people, or at least get into the draws. Having shown how difficult it is to even get through under control when the ball's in the jaws at 2-1, I wasn't going to try too much. And then, in fact, it just went well off to the side, so
So
it solved the problem.
So at what point did you decide you were going to? Because you put white over there quite early after 1-back, I believe.
Yeah, no, I
But
mean, I was going to give it a go. It wasn't as close as it should have been.
I was surprised that you didn't. Green seemed to be in decent position at 3-back. I was surprised after 2-back you didn't expend a little more energy doing the cut rush up north to tidy up white first.
To be honest, I was much more concerned in avoiding stupid errors.
That's a good concern.
Which I've come to the conclusion is the number one requirement for these conditions. And having fortunately sort of regained the innings from Angharad, it's just a question of trying to not make a mistake and get safely to the peg. And if the stretch came off, well, under normal conditions, I'd have given it much more attention, but these are demanding conditions, and you just have to realise that the odds heavily favoured going to the peg and getting a good leave, although he hit what I left. And frankly, I'm getting as much satisfaction from getting some really good leaves as almost from any other department of the game.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the conditions? You mentioned that you might have changed your approach if it was easier. What are you finding?
There is
the
still
difficult
the
aspects of
situation
conditions?
that if you are at all inaccurate with a hoop stroke, and if the particular hoop you're running is set in according to regulations, you are asking to fail. And putting down straightforward breaks is the biggest sin you can commit. I'd say if I have any game plan for this week, it's just avoid stupid or minimise stupid errors. I'm bound to make some.
That's a good mantra.
But just try and keep them down to the bare minimum.
And so far, you've done very well at that. You're leading your block. You're undefeated still.
Yep.
You've had some great wins over Fulford and others. And so you came in as the 3rd seed, I believe.
Yeah.
Correct? So it seems like your game plan has been the correct one. Just nothing too adventurous at any given moment.
No.
Just making
No.
sure things get around. What is your sort of prediction as things sit for what you believe the most important things in the knockout will be? So I think we're all in pretty much unanimous agreement that there will be very little to no sextupling going on this tournament. The conditions are a little bit too demanding. We haven't even seen that many triples.
Yep.
So, there's some venues like Hurlingham 2 years ago where you had to be very good at your finishing turns because it was easy to hit and easy to get around. So hit-ins were very important, triples very important. It seems that on these conditions, maybe there are other things now that, like you said, avoiding stupid errors that are more important. But maybe what are some of the fundamentals of the turn that you think people need to focus more on
This
if
is
they're
actually
going to have success?
another example. I didn't expect to experience this here, but this is probably the most demanding conditions since the 2008 Worlds in Christchurch, which was just simply much faster, much less even, although these courts are not completely even, but they're a pretty good approximation. And even 4-ball breaks there were at a premium. This is different. You can do 4-ball breaks perfectly well. Triples tend to be much more difficult to finish on time because you're always at risk as just leaving a ball in the jaws. And if you come down to rover with the hoops as they are and get even a slightly angled straight peel, well, you know perfectly well that there's no guarantee that you're going to get the peel all that cleanly. And the other thing that's happening is whenever you're doing anything involving a split croquet stroke, the pull has really got to be thought about. I had an experience over at the beach club yesterday, which is probably unique, in that I had managed to do a rover peel at rover, and the peelie had gone through by fully 15 inches, and I was short and angled, but I just gave it a go, gave it a bit of extra welly, and in fact my ball staggered through to be a good 4 inches short of the peelie, and there was a ball 2 feet to the left. I thought, happy days. So I gently tapped that ball, aimed the bombard so it would hit right-hand edge as I saw it of the peelie, and just obviously the pull would take it round and send it off to the side. I wasn't doing it hard. I didn't want a club partner, just to move it off the line of the hoop. And what happened? The bombard missed the ball completely from a range of 2 feet 6 inches. And I wasn't trying anything clever. So I will not say on air what my immediate internal thoughts were, but they weren't polite. And I then had to really concentrate upon making sure I got a rush on the peelie to miss the rover by 1 micron. And that meant I had a 4-yard peg out, which fortunately worked, but who the hell wants a 4-yard peg out?
Nobody. So the Invictus balls, as you said, and obviously, Greg here, you weren't, I believe, directly involved with the development of them, but you were probably one of the early testers.
He's going to share all the blame, though.
But I've thoroughly enjoyed them.
Look,
But the pull is much more than what we're used to with some of the, most of the Dawson sets that most of these clubs have used are
Absolutely.
older and more worn down, and the milling on these is all fresh. So I had an opponent the other day try to do a 2-yard pinhole peel and miss the hoop entirely on an angle going to 4-back. So it definitely adds just another layer to the already demanding conditions.
Which
is good. Because, again, we experienced this 2 years ago at Hurlingham, which is the hoops are forgiving, the lawns are a good even speed, and the balls are very easy and very, predictable to peel. It just benefits whoever hits in first, pretty much wins the game. Now you expect some level of extra shots given, some interactivity.
Interactivity is the word. Now, look, we had a debate about this in England. There was a survey done after the Opens, and entirely predictably there were many more moans than there were paeans of praise. But I think all of us who have been looking for ways to make AC more demanding at the top level in normal conditions, this is the best effect we've seen ever. Peel croquet is my personal sort of favourite. You wouldn't work with this. The ability to play croquet strokes well is important, but you'd be making it near to impossible to do, as many peels and leaps as you would have to when the balls are jumping around in a two-dimensional sense. I did manage to get my first game today. I did actually do a triple, and what's more, collector's item, I actually got the 4-bank peel done after 3, by allowing from probably 2.5 feet. I think I was aiming the near side edge of the balls at the inside of the far upright. And I was doing
It's very hard to make yourself commit
Indeed.
to.
And I did a fairly narrow angle split, and hey presto, it went through by 2 feet.
It's
Real
been an
sense of-
interesting exercise seeing players adapt to more of the pull. It's been, in the case of some countries and players from different areas, more of a challenge than others. For example, in England, play with smoother balls. In the Opens, in Australia and the US, have more of a rotation with newer balls, so the knurling is there more often, and it's less of a noticeable difference. But it has been, it seems to be from yourself, Stephen, and others, I've heard Reg and others say they're enjoying that. It's not a given that someone's going to go around and get a triple.
Exactly.
But the key factor is that it's still got to be, the balls have to play well and have to be fair. It can't be some sort of random thing. There's a little bit of artistry to pull, and because the balls play well, they're round, they're nice to play with. I really enjoy playing with them with croquet strokes and rushes. The aspect then on top of that, because those things are good, it's a nice addition to have a little bit of extra pull to make it a little bit more variable when you play
The one
your
thing
breaks.
I think which may just be a function of the court surface, there is some inconsistency in how much energy gets transmitted to the object ball. I've had ones where it's very obvious that the player might well think they're giving the same amount of effort, but they might not be in practice. But I had one priceless one yesterday against Russell Harris when I had the chance to get the second break going by rushing down from the peg. So better give this a bit extra, and it just shot off the south boundary. I did not make a good job of approaching from there and running from the hoop.
So
And
is
then
it-
the next time I thought, well, gosh, that was a bit of an experience. So I obviously laid off a bit, and I didn't get as far as the hoop.
Is this a croquet stroke or a rush we're talking about?
Rush,
Okay,
rush.
so with a rush, it's interesting you mentioned that because I heard independently both Robert, my brother, and Matthew Essick talk about that actually, the impact of the rush. And Robert had heard that some people were saying they felt that the ball was jumping, and his thoughts, this was a couple of months ago, was that it's a matter of where you're hitting your ball, the striker's ball. Is it flush or is it a downward impact, and therefore your ball's up a bit? And then I heard Matthew talking about this 2 days ago. He said, independently said the exact same thing, that he had found the rushes were, he really liked the rushes, he didn't have any issues, he wasn't having the same experiences that some people had said, that they felt the ball was jumping. And his theory was that if you do hit it downward and it's less of a flush contact, you will start to see the ball climb up over the
That
other
would
one.
make sense.
And so that in and of itself, if that is the case, is sort of just another
that's-
quality of the ball where it's like it demands a little bit more precision.
Well, it demands consistency of strike by the striker.
Yeah. So just one of the last questions I have, Stephen, is in that game, one of the things that we were talking about was just how difficult the hoops have been. And there's been some conversations. Someone had mentioned the other day that they found that Irish grip players were having the best time running the hoops with control. And I remember several years ago, Chris Clark had made a remark that Irish grip naturally is the flattest sort of contact on the ball, or has the tendency to be the flattest just because of hand position, and then obviously standard and Solomon in descending order. And typically the prevailing wisdom is always it's easier to get through a hoop if you hit down on a little bit and have a little extra spin, especially if you're at an angle, but you may not get as much control. And just looking around today, I have noticed that some of the Irish grip players are the ones who are able to sort of get through those hoops a little bit more softly without hanging up. So I just wanted to see if you had any opinions on that as an Irish grip player, and if you believe that there's any particular method to running these hoops gently that has worked for you.
I have never supported anyone's idea that you should hit down almost semi-jump hoop shots. You're far better off focusing on us hitting straight. I've always been a fan of, when it's an angled hoop, finding that tangent between the inside of the near upright and the relevant side of the ball. If you hit along that, you tend to go through. So when I hear other people, they've got their own methods, and that's fine, but if they're aiming at a spot in the middle of the hoop, you don't have to be far out. With that, just to take a hoop like this a fraction more fat, i.e. you miss the near wire by more than the minimum, then I think you are at risk of having that wire reject you. And I think probably, if I was told, not having played here yesterday, come back today, I would say the hoops probably are a fraction easier. 1 and 2 on that court seemed to me, they weren't wide when I checked them, but I sailed through a couple without taking anything, which makes it slightly alarming when you were expecting to have a sort of 3-foot controlled rush back and oh, hey, presto, I'm off the boundary again. And so I think the one skill I'm glad that seems to be staying with me is that I'm quite comfortable with 4 and 5 yarders so far. I've had plenty of them.
Well, speaking of Irish grip and technique, you play both codes, both GC and AC. You've played for many years. Is there a different approach to how you come up and strike the ball that's different between AC or GC, or you're just, I'm hitting it less hard when I'm trying to run the here?
No difference at all. I mean, you are in general in GC, as we all know, hitting somewhat harder. Mm-hmm. One of the most enjoyable things I've seen so far is watching Mohamed Karam adapt.
Yeah.
As he was playing, to trying to hit the ball with much more control and gentleness. I mean, it's fantastic to see him playing. The fact he beat Sharif Abdul-Wahab yesterday in a match which, shall we say,
absolute
had a fair
grinder.
amount of Egyptian heritage and all that, and some wonderful hitting.
For those who aren't aware, Mohamed Karim pegged out his last ball from the corner.
Yes.
Into basically a suicidal position with Sharif's balls in the background.
No, I mean, he's got plenty to learn, and he's the first to admit it. But I watched him play Mike Town, and Mike went, I think, peg and fall back up. But Mohammed began to get the message. He was still running a few. He was saying to turn round. And I could just see the spectre of Bob Jackson in the clouds saying, yes, come on, my son, that's the way to do it. You know, run hoop, look round, see nearest ball, hit it, and then repeat. And that's what absolutely destroyed Nigel Aspinall to an extent when he met Bob Jackson in 1979. Couldn't believe anyone could play croquet that way, but Bob believed in hitting anything under 10 yards. Now there's an interesting shot. Look, there's, you know.
So Chris Patmore, we're going to let you go soon because we asked a lot of questions, but Chris Patmore did have a question. With good conditions for the next few days, the courts could get faster, which they have stopped watering. Their intention is to make them faster. Which of the top players do you think the conditions suit best? Presumably whoever has the best touch. So players like Reg, yourself, Letcher.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I shall be trying my best, as they say. I think Robert Fulford, who would normally be anyone's pick where touch was concerned, is having a few issues with his wrists, and that's sad. Yeah. When he's on song, I think he has more control near the hoop than anyone else that I know. He plays stop shots for, extraordinary ratios where his own ball doesn't move very far at all, so he gets more forward rushes. Reg, at his best, very, very similar, but you see, what Reg was a specialist in, he would say that he was not running hoops. He was he's putting his ball through onto a particular spot. The hoop was just what it had to go through. He's not doing that now. He's like everyone else. He's trying to make sure he gets through. If you were to take that attitude with these conditions, you would fail too many hoops.
Yeah. Right, the hoops demand too much respect.
They do. It's incredibly open. It really is. Shooting will obviously matter, and your younger American colleagues and yourself, Tom, have got quite an advantage there. Matthew, has actually been to the final
Twice.
Twice, yeah. Third time lucky is what I'm sure he'll be thinking. That's certainly what I thought when I got there in 2016.
Well, so far it seems that Matthew has been in the generally best form. He's had he's been undefeated so far. He has 3 or 4 triples. Most people only have 1 or 2 to their name. Beyond that, it seems that he's very experienced here. He's very comfortable in these conditions. He's not jet lagged. He's been down in the area, so always a top pick. But I think you're right, like Fulford, people like that with better touch, because these lawns are already, some of them are getting up above 13.
Are they? Yeah.
And so a couple more days without water, and they're rolling them twice each day and mowing them every other day or every third day.
Oh, that should be very good.
And so we're presuming by the finals, maybe some brown patches are getting up to around 15 seconds.
Ooh, that'll be fun.
So with these hoops,
Yeah.
but and they're changing hoop holes every other day.
Right, okay. Oh, interesting. So are these new hoop holes today?
So what they've been doing, half the courts each day.
Oh,
are
I
changed.
see. Yeah.
So the crew will do these middle 4 and the 2 back ones one day, and then the next day they'll do the 2 wings,
Okay.
and then the next day they'll go back to. So every
Something that we're really grateful for, having
Yes.
a court changed every other day is fantastic.
Yeah, so the conditions are remaining difficult. The hoops are, like you said, maybe a fraction easier today, because I believe last night the wings were changed. So these are in the same hoop holes for the second day, but tonight these will be changed again on these middle courts.
See, that's interesting information. I think very interesting.
Yes.
In particular, if you get moved during the day from an unchanged court to a changed court. Then,
It could make a difference.
well,
Fractional difference, but you still have to be precise. But
I
had
think it might
noticed
actually be
it.
something which I might have a word with Jeff and see if that should be announced. I think people should be aware of it.
I only became aware of it because I, like you, had come off a game thinking, oh, the hoops are a little bit easier, and then I came onto another lawn and they were a lot harder, and then I saw people finishing the evening moving across on one lawn. I was like, okay, it must be a split court thing.
yeah, there's so many courts here, unfortunately, and games are going on late into the night. They're not able to reset every court every single day
No, sure.
in an effective manner. So half and half is the best we can do, but it is good information to know.
It's. I'm very impressed by the effort that's gone into this. It's a splendid tournament, and I was really pleased to hear that they decided to put even more courts up using what used to be called the dry reservoir.
Yes. So if people can see on the bottom left camera, if you're seeing the 3 screen setup that we have right now, behind the flags and those several isolated palm trees is a slightly lower area where there has traditionally been backyard croquet, and that has now been earmarked for 4 new regulation courts. And then an additional piece of property has also been purchased. I don't know exactly in what orientation from here, but they're going through zoning for another, I
David
think,
Houston.
2 or 4 additional courts. I think the goal is to get up to 20.
Wow,
The goal is to get up to 20 courts, and so that we can host a full-size world championship just in this venue.
that would be incredible.
So, but thank you so much for joining us, Stephen.
You're very welcome.
Congratulations on your win and your record so far.
So
and,
far,
we'll
yes.
talk to you later.
Thank you. My view is very much so far so good. There's plenty days.
Keep up the good work.
Tom, can you update the score, or you know how to do that?
All right, let me see if I do. So I think we need to get this laptop turned back on. So, okay, so we're back in the action now, folks. I'm going to have, let's see, they're using primaries, so it's Reg Bamford. I'll have to change the flags. Bear with me because I'm not the normal person who's been updating this stuff. Oh, please change it. Oh, please. Versus David and I don't know. Yeah, Houston is how you spell the last name. And so Reg Bamford is currently in play right now. They are primaries, not secondaries.
And he's 4 hoop. I haven't been following, but is he 4 hoop?
He is
4?
now taking off to hoop 4, so he
for hoop
has
4.
3.
Okay, so
and
not
his
big-
black ball is on hoop
2.
So he has 1 with that one.
And
Mr. Houston has not scored.
No, Houston
has he?
has. He's on hoop 4 with red.
Oh, on hoop 4 with red. My
Yeah,
apologies.
so he managed to make a 3 hoop break as we were interviewing Stephen Mulliner
David managed to do 3 hoops in a row. He had, as Ben said, made 3 hoops against Ben, but unfortunately only 1 hoop per break, and was looking pretty good. Reg now runs it all the way to the boundary, has a rush back up into the lawn. He doesn't have much in the way of a load for 5, but he's got balls in lawn, which is the main thing.
Yeah. Someone with greater technical know-how than me might have to help me change the colors and the flags.
I'm not going to be that person, unfortunately.
Maybe Armando knows someone who can help us change the colors and the flags on this setup. I can change the numbers, but I don't want to start touching too many buttons. For a person who's, I believe I'm squarely in Gen Alpha by the year I was born. Or no, Gen Z, not Gen Alpha. What am I talking about? Gen Z, me and technology do not get along. Yeah, colors and their flags. Okay, so you do that. That one is
so
blue.
Reg has a couple of options here.
And then
he's
red.
going to load 6.
Okay,
that's
so
the
it's
main
up there,
thing
so it's text
with
color.
this
Okay,
ball.
I can do that. And the
Ideally, if
flag,
you
how would I do
can, try to limit the amount of things you do in one shot. So if he gets a load to 6 and tries to get a rush to 5, that would be nice. If not, he's got the option to rush to red. And
That's right.
Marcus has just shot with pink at white. He's hit it, now out of the way. This type of shot is one where if you do get a straight rush to 5, that's great. I'd probably think about going to red instead.
There we go.
And it looks like that's the rush he's got. Unfortunately, a little bit too far with black. But at this point, you've got a few options. You can rush yellow close to red, and you would do that if you wanted to maximize your rush on red to hoop 5, which looks like what he's doing. There was another option to go a little bit further back, and you could punt yellow in towards the peg. And it's not my preferred option in that case because, again, as I said earlier on, you don't really want to be doing too many things at once in a shot. You want to make it as simple as possible. One thing at a time. If you're loading a hoop or getting a rush, focus on that. And whilst it's not the best angle, he's close up against red, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him to rush that in front.
Okay, people. So we're about to get the scores. We had some technical glitches because of me, but we got the colors and the flags and the names all situated, and boom, there they are up on the screen. So I'm going to try to keep up throughout the turn with the numbers here.
So we're up to 5.
So he has made hoop 4. Couple of takeoffs here. Reg's rushes have not quite gotten in positions that we normally are used to seeing him
He had
achieve.
an opportunity to get a nice straight rush with red, but went a little bit too far. His load for 6 isn't great. That's what we were talking earlier on to Stephen Mulliner about, that the conditions are fast enough that if you're not right on point with your loads, you're going to have balls go further out. And if the conditions with the hoops were easy, that wouldn't be so much of a problem. But people are finding the hoops difficult, so this isn't Reg's normal pretty lawn hoop loading break style.
Yeah, I can't think of many things I'd want to do less than trying to take off from behind a hoop right now.
The absolute worst spot is in the dead man area where if you take where blue was, go back maybe half an inch, and you have nowhere really to take off back, except give yourself a crazy angle shot.
So Reg over here looks to be loading an opponent at 2 back early, which is
Not
slightly
the
unorthodox. So for those at home who are maybe looking to improve their AC or just want to sort of learn different ways of doing things, it is one of the more standard plays that if you are in the course of an early break and the polarity of the balls has just so happened to put an opponent up at hoop 6 and your partner ball is near hoop 5, you, after making hoop 5, will try to put your partner at 2 back and then 3 ball for the next 2 hoops.
Correct.
Because the beauty of coming through hoop 6 and already having a ball at 2 back is you don't need to put a new pioneer out, so you can focus all of your efforts on just getting that ball into the middle and getting back to your ball at 1 back. But it is very unorthodox, I would say, to do this, putting an opponent at 2 back, for one very simple reason, which is you now either have to do a pivot swap for your leave, or you end up potentially putting black somewhere at 3-back.
That's right. You want to minimize. If everything goes right, Reg will be able to set it up so that he's loading an opponent to 3-back, which will aid his setting of the leave. But sometimes things can go wrong. You might have to put your partner ball there, and that's a scenario you want to avoid, because when you're setting a leave, regardless of what type, as long as it's not completely unorthodox, you want to be rushing the very last shot after you set your leave on your partner ball, and you can't do that if you make a 3-back or hoop 9 with your partner ball.
Eugene Chang says Shirley Reg is laying a sextuple leave. I would have agreed with you right up until he's, no. Yes, maybe, because Reg has made it out already. Mr. Houston is the lowest ranked player in his block and has had some struggles. So it is a pretty free effort to attempt the sextuple here, at least just for peeling practice, which is not a bad thing to get at this stage of the game. I'm still a little bit surprised that he would even be considering it, because, again, I just don't think there's going to be any point in the knockout where a sextuple is really going to show up. I would, if I were Reg in this situation, even though I want peeling practice, I would just be focusing on getting tighter triples.
And I think that's what Reg's game plan is. He also does have his, I didn't see it earlier on, but he made hoop 1 with black, it appears, because his clip's on 2. Which, if he was trying to set up a sextuple, would makes things even earlier than you want.
All right. For some reason, it's not showing up on the live stream that the numbers I'm updating are actually. Do I have to click enter?
You might need to move to a different square for it to update. As in, like, you click on yellow after you click on yellow after you modify red.
I think we're fixing the overlay. Our apologies there. So,
what about? So we were talking about loading 2-back after 5. It's useful because you're close to that hoop, so you can guarantee more easily that you're going to load it properly, and you can put your partner ball there. What about loading hoop 6 after hoop 3? Any thoughts on that?
I don't typically do it unless it just happens to sort of fall into my lap. It's not something I set up. It is done, depending, again, on the polarity of the balls, but I think it's far less common. I think most people are pretty comfortable with the turnaround from hoop 4 to hoop 6, whereas I think the turnaround from 6 to 2-back is the one that gets a lot of people out of position, and it's getting really close to your leave. I think hoop 3, 4, 5, and 6 is still early enough that people don't really need to get everything sort of shored up perfectly, or you're right in the middle. And yeah, I think for most people, it's not a thought that crosses their heads. I don't know how it is in Australia, but over here in the States, I've rarely seen anyone attempt it.
It does depend on the polarity of the colors you're using. So if it's the right one, I do it a lot, actually.
Do you?
Yeah, assuming that I've got a nice laid break, nothing's going wrong. I've got balls in the middle of the lawn. I've got a nice load 4. A lot of the time, I'll just load 6. If it's not something that I really think about that I need to do it, I do like loading it on more difficult lawns because I might want to guarantee that I've got a good load on 6. It's more like a style thing. It's just I've done it ever since I started, so I just keep on doing it.
And I think that's the thing that a lot of people should keep in mind about, our opinions here in association is a lot of it does come down to personal preference and style. Some of us are far more naturally aggressive. Some of us prefer to keep things in front of us a little bit more. So like Reg, I would say falls into the category of sort of somewhere in the upper medium aggressive category. His technical ability is so high, he's able to get away with certain shots that others aren't, but he's not a fool by any stretch of the imagination, and he's not willing to just do risky things for the sake of risky things, although I have seen him attempt some incredibly, what I would call crazy maneuvers with some deal of success. Tudor Jenkins says hoop 2 back is dangerous because of lift, so it is a safety thing. the lift does play a factor into it. Just the hardest. So one thing to keep in mind is hoop 6 is the only hoop that you come out of, I believe, in the entire court. I'm just making sure before I say that I don't sound stupid. But where the current hoop you now have to make is in an opposite direction longitudinally than the hoop you have to send a pioneer to. So, for instance, if you come out of hoop 2, for example, hoop 4 is southerly on the court, but hoop 3 is only a lateral move away from where you are. And if you're coming through hoop 2, you end up north of hoop 3 anyway. So both hoops are, technically speaking, going in the same direction south from you. Whereas when I come through hoop 6, hoop 7 is north of hoop 6, hoop 8 is south of it. So unless I have a good pivot ball or some other thing, it's very difficult to get a decent pioneer and keep shape on any ball that you've thrown near 1 back.
Yeah, it's not ideal to run 6 south of 7 or 1 back and then have to load 2 back whilst maintaining a rush on 1 back. There are when you load the hoops, there can be certain sides of the hoop, and whether it's north, south, or west or east of the hoop. For example, at 5, if you're running a triple, it can be useful to have the ball north, east, on a slight angle of hoop 5 to allow you to, when you take off from 4 back, you don't have to go past the hoop. You can rush it in front. And the same could be true of 1 back. Ideally, you would not have the ball 2 yards north of 1 back because that reduces the room that Tom was talking about beforehand. If indeed you do have to load 2 back, you've reduced that 7 yards that you did have, or 6, I guess, if you're measuring in with AC, in order to load it from north boundary whilst maintaining a rush in front of 1 back. So, yes, I don't really think about the 2 back lift shot thing. If I'm going around a break, I accept that if I break down, if
they're going to get something.
Yes. Yep.
Right. A lift is the least of my problems because I might just leave them a 1
yeah.
yarder at the hoop. So now, obviously, we do. The whole point of the leave is that we're thinking about the lift, but that's in a controlled environment at the end of the turn, which Reg has set up for beautifully here. So the red ball is currently just south of the peg, where he can tidy it up, and his partner ball black is just a few yards away from that, although it's been lifted. Not that we can see it on the camera anyway, but the other game, it's interfering with it. But he will make this hoop off of yellow. And all right. It threatened to roll off a little bit there. He's got an okay shape. But he'll come through, hit yellow, and then send yellow deep to the other side of the court near hoop 2 on the east boundary. And that's a really nice hoop shot with control. And now he will be, when he sends yellow over there, he will be hoping to get right up next to red to nudge it into position wired on the peg. So he's not going to actually rush this yellow ball all the way where he wants it. He wants to do a stop shot so that he can get shape on that red. As you can see, it's really near the peg as is, but we need it hidden from that yellow ball on the peg. So it needs to be.
Do you think about where? So you could put this just directly on the halfway mark, in between north and south boundary, right? And you could put your basically a straight divide the court in half with a line. Say, okay, I'm not going to have any angle on my diagonal spread. It's just going to diagonal spread. It's just going to be straight. So, what is the reason behind putting it on a slight angle up here? Because this is closer to hoop 2. It's a diagonal spread. Do you want to talk the viewers through why you might have this?
Yeah. So the standard diagonal spread, which is the one he's doing right now, like Greg said, is tilted. So the yellow ball is north of the center line of the court, much closer to hoop 2, near the boundary. And then when he's done putting everything in a line and wiring all that, his blue and his black ball will be south of the peg on the far boundary, hidden from everything, ideally. If it is open on yellow, it doesn't really matter unless it's a really big double target because it's too long of a shot. They'll lift it anyway. So, but the reason for this is the balk lines. So in association croquet, unlike golf croquet, we start the game with each ball from one of the 2 balk lines. A balk is from first corner where the blue flag is to the midpoint of the south boundary behind hoop 5. And B-Balk is in corner 3 where the black flag is to the center of the north boundary behind hoop 6. So when an opponent is entitled to a lift, as Reg's opponent will be when this turn is over because he has gone through hoop 7, which is a lift hoop, then he will be able to take either one of his balls and, if he chooses to do so, lift it to one of the balk lines and shoot from there. So if you make the diagonal purely lateral, you offer a shorter shot from the defensive positions. So it's more defensive to shoot down the boundary line and end up in a corner if you miss. And if Reg were to, say, make this a perfectly flat leave, which is doable, it's something people can do, it would take a few extra yards off of that defensive shot and make it a little more appealing versus the short shot, as we call it, quote unquote, because it's not short, from the center of A-Balk, where if he misses, if David misses, then he will leave that ball there for Reg, who can get his triple start a lot earlier. So it is somewhat a matter of preference how steep they are. This doesn't look to be terribly steep.
It's pretty standard.
So I typically, honestly, I kind of normally leave mine a little steeper than that. Maybe not by intention all the time, but just because of where I happen to throw that deep ball out. I like it to the other boundary more.
Yeah,
But-
so this is, as Tom was saying, keeping in mind with B-Balk, it's pretty typical for someone to pick up either red or yellow and shoot from B-Balk through down on the east boundary. And Reg is keeping that in mind, given that it's an option many people will take. He's trying to increase that distance. However, he has reduced the distance from A-Balk. So if your opponent wants to take that closer shot, you have reduced the distance for them. I'd say that I don't know if Reg takes this into account, but I know that some players do consider whether they think their opponent will take a shot from A or B balk, and they'll try and move the ball further away from either one of those if they think that they've got good odds that their opponent will take it. Now, why would you take a shot from B balk with yellow versus a shot from A balk at blue and black? What are the two different mindsets on this?
Right. So, you know, if we just say sort of in a vacuum, oh, well, the shortest shot is the most likely to hit, then great. I will just always take the shortest shot. But the shorter shot typically gives up more if you miss it because, like we said, your ball will end up close to the opponent's right at the start of the turn. So what David is doing now is considered sort of the defensive shot. He's taking the longer stroke down the east boundary, but he is, if he misses, he's guaranteed to be in the corner or very near the corner so that it'll be harder for Reg to get his triple going because he will have to sort of bring that up out of the corner in a decent amount of time to get all four balls under control. And you only have so much time to get all the balls in position to start your peels. David's off, and it's curving in. Yeah, that started on a better line than it ended up. So,
All right. Hey, Tom. It's Ben Rothman. I'm back.
hey, Ben. So, but all right. So, David has missed. That ball curled in a bit, so it is a foot or so outside of the corner on the south boundary, virtually in the corner for Reg's purposes.
Yes.
So, Reg will now be looking to rush blue into the court, closer to red, sending blue to 2 and getting a rush on red to hoop 1. Oh, I'm sorry.
no.
Actually, I misspoke. He's on hoop 2. I forgot that. So he will actually, in an ideal world, be looking to rush blue past the peg.
Well, yeah, red might actually be in an uncomfortable position
Right.
for rushing to hoop 2. He might just rush to hoop 2. We'll see.
No, red
All
must
right.
be rushable. So,
But yeah, you're right. Rushing past red so he can send blue to 3 without any split angle.
yeah.
So it's a straighter drive shot. And then I hope Reg seemingly knows he's for 2. It's hard to see from here. It looks like red doesn't rush well to 2. Maybe it rushes beside hoop 2, and he's just going to do that. In theory, yeah, it doesn't really rush to yellow either. And that would be a long rush to 2 from corner 4.
I think this
Possibly
will
the longest.
I think this will rush to at least within a yard of the hoop.
Okay.
On
He
the
just
side
has
of it.
to find a way to ignore the peg when he's lining this up. It's hard to ignore that peg.
So, and this is another reason, as Greg and I were discussing a second ago, why you might want to leave that diagonal a little bit flatter if you are starting for hoop 2. Having it actually be a diagonal puts the peg potentially in your way to do this rush that he's now lining up. So the flatter this leave is, then then the red ball is still hidden from the other balls, but it's no longer impeded. So he's gotten a good pioneer, and it looks like he's gotten about as straight of a rush as you can get. So a great croquet stroke there from Reg. Really important on these longer rushes to start these triple attempts to get this first rush. It's a shot that gives a lot of people, myself included, some problems. And that rush is all the way in front of hoop 2. That had no problems.
Deceptive angle from up here. Great rush by Reg. He's got things well in control. How do you think you'd pull together the peels from here if you're going to try to triple, which I assume Reginald will?
Yeah. I mean, you're set up for the delayed. It's, if he makes this, you're in standard delayed position. So what he'll do...
delayed, you'd usually take partner to 2, not partner to 3.
Yeah, I get that. But he can leave blue up at hoop 4 back, and he can take off to the ball in corner 4.
I think we might see Reg rush down toward corner 4, send red to 4 going to yellow, and with one full roll shot with no furniture in the way, Reg puts yellow anywhere near 4 back, and so long as he stops south of blue, which he's done a good job leaving blue inside the box south of the hoop, he should be able to rush blue, put it in peeling position, and have a go at the standard back peel after hoop 3. It's a 80-foot full roll, but in reasonable conditions, even though Mr. Moliner called them demanding conditions.
Yes.
I think a full roll for 80 feet with no furniture is entirely reasonable.
More so than the 80-foot takeoff.
All right. Well, thank you for your contributions, Greg. Seems as he's headed out.
See you, Greg.
Yep, I'll see you guys tomorrow, and best of luck, and enjoy the rest of the day.
All right. Thank you, Greg. Be well. There's Greg Fletcher, who is qualified in Block C, I believe, with Matthew Essick there. So we'll have to find out tomorrow where they fit into the draw. So Reg has made hoop 2 to the boundary, gotten a rush toward corner 4. We'll see how far he takes it. I don't expect this is too challenging for him, a 2 or 3 yard rush. If he wanted to take it all the way, he will, and he did. See if he avoided hoop 5. Yep, got away from the furniture. So now instead of taking off to yellow, he can send red to 4 and go to yellow from only, 25 feet, 30 feet? So we'll see if Reginald is going to take on the big full roll back up to hoop 3 and go for a standard TP. What do you think the difference in Reg's completion percentage for like standard versus delayed triple?
I think for most of his career, it's probably been fairly similar. I think Reg is one of those players you expect to finish on most occasions that he begins a triple.
10%?
Narrow, probably at 5 or less, probably during the majority of his career. I just don't think that under most conditions he would feel uncomfortable finishing from either position. He's done thousands of triples.
This is actually a turn to help Reg avoid a playoff. So on the neighboring court, you can see in the background the gentleman with the hat band is Lachlan Berryman, who's on 4 wins and looking to finish against Ewan Burridge, which would put him on 5 and tie him with myself and Reg, unless Reg can win this one and get to 6. So currently the situation is if Reg wins this, he, Ewan, and Jack Good will have qualified. And then if Lachlan wins over Ewan, I will play Lachlan in a playoff. If Reg loses this, he will be on 5 wins, tied with me. And if Lachlan loses, then we'd both qualify. If Lachlan wins, the 3 of us would play for 2 spots. So even though it's his last game of the block, Reg does need this win.
So he's doing the full roll. A shot you really don't want to be short on with the back ball. Because not only do you need to lay hands on blue, but if you want the peel now, you got to keep it in close position behind the hoop and get control.
I think you have a ceiling to the shot. You don't want to go too far. Too far is a problem. I guess you could tap it to peeling position, take off, but I'd much prefer to be 3 yards short of blue. than like a yard
All right.
past.
And I'm not saying that 3 yards was what I consider short. I'm just saying if you end up with a 5-yarder or a 6-yarder where hitting it with control now becomes somewhat
Don't love that.
So, and from an 80-foot floor roll, things can happen. A slight miscontact or...
See, he's not too worried about that pink ball. He didn't have it marked close, though. But yeah, he's taking on the 80-foot roll shot. Generally, with red a little bit west of hoop 4, you'd probably want
And it went
yellow
a
to
little
the
long.
west of hoop 3.
Yeah.
But with blue's position, I think it makes sense to just leave yellow, send yellow to the open area, and make sure that you get to blue. Frustratingly, he's ended up maybe 6 inches, a foot too far.
About a foot further
He might
than
be
you
able
want.
to cut it to like level with the hoop. But
I think by the time it gets level with the hoop, it's going to be closer to yellow than the hoop. And then that
Yeah.
just puts your approach.
he might have to do a reverse takeoff here
Yeah.
to a hoop position where he wants control.
He's going for some sort of a little cut here. Okay, he has cut
Yeah,
it.
so you're right.
And-
Closer to yellow than the hoop.
Yeah, pretty much on yellow.
Ooh, this is
Oh.
getting a little squirrely, Rich.
Yeah. Now, the problem with this is you need a very good hoop position, and that doesn't always guarantee that you get blue in any decent peeling position.
Yeah, he might put blue farther back, knowing that he won't have great control of that hoop. Put blue at 2 yards, and then if you run past blue, you have some room to hit it. And if you hoop in Croquet blue, then you're probably just trying the straight no draw shot.
So
So
he's
he put blue deep.
yeah, and a
but
little angled.
little
So this is
angle.
going to be tough. When he comes through the hoop, he's going to likely end up at an angle where he's hitting it even further off the center line of this peel.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to play this with draw if he wants any sort of rush down court on yellow.
Well, this is where, Robin Brown told me if you're comfortable doing the roll shot in a 3-ball break, why wouldn't you be comfortable doing it on a peeling turn? So I'll be interested to see if Reg takes, Robin's advice to me from years ago and just taps blue, does a straight drive shot, stopping short of the hoop, tap yellow, and do the roll. He's obviously comfortable with full rolls. He just did an 80-footer.
Right, just did a good one.
And so if he can tap blue, he could avoid the brand new Invictus balls. Now we're seeing a replay of that cut. Cut it so close to yellow. If that had stopped 2 inches shorter, he would have been devastated. He would have been in no position to put it on the south side of the hoop. Yeah, that got actually quite lucky. It went as far as it did.
And not any further.
Any further, he could have still.
Well, I think it
would
was
have
so
made the approach
it was so close to yellow. I think he
marginally
would have.
harder.
I think he would have had to play blue a lot narrower.
All right, so he's cut blue a little bit, but yeah, we'll see if he goes for a straight drive shot / stop shot and just taps yellow for the roll, or if red were in a bad position, especially if it were like south of hoop 4, then you'd have to go for the split here. So I had that scenario in my second game today where I had my Pioneer was like halfway between 4 and 5. And so I had to go for the split roll to get.
He's playing this with draw.
Okay, so he really wants that rush down.
I don't
to
blame
red.
him. And
But
that's a rejection.
It cost him.
So
You don't blame him, and I would have liked the peel to be in the jaws at least. I would have gone for
I don't
no
think
draw.
from that angle, there's no guarantee that you get in the jaws even on the straight peel. So, but
I like to think it's high odds. So
that
here
one
comes
actually came
Reg
straight
with
back
a
at him,
rush.
so that didn't hit the
This
near wire.
is the position he tried the crazy rush peel the other night on the game I was commentating. I forget who he was playing against, but he tried to rush peel a ball from that position, and
think
it
that was
banged
Jack
off
Good.
back like 4 yards southeast, which then he roll peeled it through nicely. But we'll see if he tries that again or if he's taking a different line of play.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell, it looks like Ewan and Lachlan Berryman are shaking hands. So I think Lachlan just won that, puts him on 5 wins. So Lachlan and I are tied at 5 wins with Reg right now. And Reg will possibly, if Reg wins this game, then he, Ewan, and Jack will have spots, and Lachlan and I will have a playoff. But we'll see. If Reg does not pull this one out, then there will be the 1, 2, and 4 seeds in the block playing off for 2 spots.
Yeah, your block has been a little topsy-turvy.
Yeah, I lost to Ewan, Jack, and Trevor, and gave them all a lot of chances. But I beat Lachlan, and he's done great to get himself back into contention here, beating Ewan as well as Trevor today. Can look at his other wins, but yeah, he's on 5 now. So Lachlan has beat everybody that was ranked below him, which if you're one of the top 4 seeds, that's all you need to do to be in contention most times if everything goes to seed. So he's the 4 seed. He beat Ewan, the 5 seed, Trevor, the 6 seed, Shane Hetler, the 7, Chris Percival Smith, the 8, and David Houston, the 9th. He only lost to Reg, myself, and Jack Good. So problem is his playoff tomorrow might be against Reg or myself or both. So he's going to have to step up his game and beat somebody higher ranked than him to earn a spot in the knockout. The way he's been playing, it could be a tough battle. We'll see.
So Reg here looks like he's going to lay in an escape ball and plan to do this peel in the delayed position. Which is the beauty of getting it on time, because if you do fail that peel after 3, then you can just sort of revert to the delayed position. So he'll be doing this peel, planning to peel it and rush red to hoop 6. So
I think he might actually try to come past blue, rush it back a little bit to like a yard in front. Yeah, he doesn't want to just tap it into 6-inch position, because if he has to roll all the way from hoop 5 to that ball, he needs to be really close to not move it out of position.
Yes.
So he went a little past, knock it a little away from the hoop, which is
Still
unusual.
within a
You
yard.
wouldn't think you'd want to knock it away from the peeling hoop, but it's puts it about 2 feet now instead of 6 inches, which gives him a little bit of margin for error with getting close to that blue ball.
Yellow's a very
5
good
shots or
pioneer,
whatever.
so I think he's liking his odds of getting some sort of a rush out of 5. You obviously, in this situation, you really want to rush over to the boundary just outside of hoop 3 so that you can send it across and get good shape on that blue ball. But with the way these hoops are, that was about as
barely
thin as it could
wiggles.
be.
Yeah.
Black is running a bit. It's going to hit yellow. Okay, that's fine. It was going a little long on that one.
Yeah, that actually worked out really well. But if he had gone past, then he's hitting yellow close to the hoop, might not get that forward
Probably not.
rush.
So, yeah, this one had some heat on it. You could tell even from there that he's
Ooh, nervous
kind of
little
watching
walk.
it. Kind of
Nervous
watching
walk.
it. That was probably going to end up another 5 or 6 yards past that yellow ball had it not.
Reginald, clean living. Clean living.
Maybe that was a byproduct of hitting that a touch thinner than he anticipated, because he barely moved that thing at all.
I don't know how much momentum he would have lost in hitting into the blue ball.
Yeah,
but
maybe another yard.
I think the problem might have been the lineup of the balls, because he must have aimed his mallet right at yellow, and he just expected a bit more resistance from blue, and that it was going a bit more left. But he should be all right here. We'll see if he's got hoop control. So he didn't get the rush like toward corner 3.
It'll
got
cut
the rush
north of the
kind of
peg.
mid-east. Yeah, we'll see if he gets it level to 6. But he'll probably bang this out of bounds. Reg is usually, a confident, heavy hitter. Doesn't usually play gentle shots. But looks like he kept that on the court.
Yeah, it's north of 6, so he's just
right on
minimizing the
that
distance
rush
between.
line almost he wants.
He's minimizing the distance a little bit between Black and Peely. He didn't need the extra few yards with his ratios, so to send it all the way out of bounds. So, ooh, that's an interesting.
A cannon out of corner 4 for Marcus.
Yeah,
sending
a
balls
3/4 roll
away.
cannon the way you played it.
That did not look good.
No, there's some slope on that boundary,
Yeah,
and I think he played it too wide anyway. But
I don't know what he was trying for, but it doesn't look like the balls ended up at any hoops.
Reg
And I
just played a
assume
good
he
shot
wanted
here.
Something at some hoop.
Yellow
he does
is
have a ball
okay.
hoop too, so maybe he didn't need it. But.
And Black is almost perfect. It's in the exact line you want to
I
do.
might have wanted black like east of blue and just tap it perpendicular to the hoop, because there, if he had cut it a little the wrong side, he's in trouble. But should be good here.
Yeah, played it very well.
Yellow's
Now, this is
a
a
good
great
position.
camera angle. Can we switch back to the other camera, hopefully? This is a great angle to show how he's accounting for pull. If you look at the way those two balls are lined up when they come back into frame, he is aimed into the near wire with at least a fifth of the ball. You can see it there.
How do you line these up, or you not want to give away trade secrets here?
So, well, a lot of it, for me, it's just trying to just go off of what I've experienced already on these conditions and just sort of calculate. And then something I was talking about with James Deeth earlier is his way of thinking about it. He actually doesn't spend a whole lot of time lining up the peel. He spends more time, once he gets it generally close, he spends more time thinking about what stroke will get him what amount of pull, and then plays that stroke.
So he got jaws, which should be fine,
Which is
because
good.
he can rush peel it, send it to 2-back, or rush peel it, send it to penalt, depending on where he gets red. And he got a great rush to hoop 6. So
Right, and that's the important part of this because never sacrifice the break for the triple.
Yeah, hopefully even on a delayed triple, you're not rushing to your hoop from more than 7 yards. And
Yeah.
so this was a 7-yard rush to his hoop. We'll get a little replay here of
Yep,
what
and you
shot
see-
choice. It looks like a drive shot, normal stance, normal swing.
And that was from a position where if that ball had gone perfectly straight, it would have bounced off of that near wire. You can see it here again, wonderful angle. And watch how immediately off this black ball, it just comes off at a much different angle, almost hits into the far wire
Yeah,
first.
and part of that is because these are new balls and they have a deep milling. So it almost works like gears where it's grabbing on that other ball, giving it spin. And so blue will spin toward the direction that black goes, and likewise black will spin
And
toward
Reg
the
has
direction
failed
that blue
hoop
goes.
6.
That milling can also grab onto the hoop and stop you when you try to make the hoop gently. So frustratingly, just as soon as the peel started to come together, I think we might have seen a little bit of an adrenaline drop off there with Reginald just thought everything was going to be easy from here on out.
Yeah.
Took a little off that swing. Looks like he hit the near wire.
Yeah, and
That
you see
was-
that ball just bobbles a little bit. These hoops are very firm in the ground. Here's another angle. So
right,
he
we'll
hit
see
it
if,
mostly in the middle.
Dr. Houston can benefit from this, although
Yep,
with
just
2
caught a little
balls
bit of
stuck in
extra.
hoops, there's not a lot of targets for David to shoot at.
No, yeah,
I
unfortunately.
think the fact that black bounced back actually makes it harder for David to hit black. So now if David hits the one available ball, there will be no other balls to rush to his hoop.
I think black is far on the other side enough that if he got position on it, he could angle a rush towards hoop 1 or hoop 4 if he wanted it, because he's playing red. So I might be,
blue rushes to 4, so there's that.
there's that. So hit yellow, hit black out of the hoop, take off behind
Yeah,
blue, and
I
just try
don't
to
know
get
if
it all the way.
black rushes to 1, blue doesn't rush to 1, so I think he should play red, yeah?
Yeah.
Because red has at least, if you want to hit black, fine, and then you could rush yellow wherever you want. Alternatively, if you want to hit black with yellow, you could rush red wherever you want. But if you're going to have red hit yellow, the only thing you
He's
could
asking
rush to
for
your
a
hoop is
referee.
blue. Oh, looks like he's going for black. That's an umpire signal. So
Yeah.
if you raise the mallet head high in the sky, you need a ref. If you raise the mallet horizontal, that means you just need an umpire to watch something. And that means even players have been deputized to be an umpire. So I believe that means David is shooting at the black ball, and he's just not going to be in a good position to see if red touches black while hitting the stanchion. If black moves significantly, it's probably a hit. But sometimes if black's on the wire, you can move black and not have rotated at all.
Yeah, so these hoops do move, especially the harder you hit them. So even if a ball is very slightly not on the wire, you could achieve some motion on it. It has happened, especially when they're fairly reactive like this. But any significant amount of motion would be assumed to be a hit. So let's see
right.
what he's able to do.
David has lost the right of appeal as he's got the referee of the tournament here watching. Smooth stroke, hit the hoop. No roquet, it seems. If he had moved black, that would actually count as him being responsible for the black ball, even though he didn't roquet it, which, since it's stuck in a hoop, Reginald would be entitled to a lift. But I'm not sure he would play it that way, but in theory, let's say black had wiggled. Chris would inform David that he's responsible for that position, and possibly Reg if he asked. Then Reg could lift black and roquet, yellow, and then rush peel blue. And then he'd be bang on for a standard double peel. But it looks like I don't know if red actually wiggled black at all, and Reg is just going to play from the jaws and carry on where he left off.
He stamped his mallet on the ground there. He seems unhappy with how far he's come through that hoop. I think he was hoping for a little bit further. But
It's unlikely he's going to get red to 2 back. So I think blue's probably going to get rush peeled and then sent to 2 back.
yeah.
And
this
we'll
is
see if Reg can do this sort of delayed double. I guess a full delayed double is peeling on the way to 4 back, but this is the double you would get in a delayed triple. So he's on a delayed triple, yeah?
Yeah, it's still a delayed triple. So just starting from the jaws. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It's not the most unheard of thing in the world if you get a good rush out of 2 back to have at least an early chance of some sort of penalty peel with red there as an escape ball. So
Yeah, so if he gets a really good rush back from 2 back, it's nice to have red there because you can try that peel. Also, red is already in a good position for the delayed double. If you didn't get a chance to come down and move red, you could just leave it there until you make 3 back. And then, 9 + 1 there is how we're trying to denote that so that we know the peels. So yeah, we can see Reg is through hoop 6 with black, and he's got 1 peel on blue. And blue is going to have 2 back. Oh, no, he might have not left himself a lot of margin here.
Yeah, unfortunately, he needed to probably hit that further. He probably just needed to not try to control it because he put red in a position that's kind of hampering. So a very interesting thing to not see Reg check his lines there and see where he needed to rush that ball through to.
All right, and this is Reg's former doubles partner in the British Open's Marcus Evans. They were partners. Oh, Reggie sent it right into red.
So
no ball at 2 back.
He was probably trying to thread the needle between the peg and red and didn't account for the amount of draw that he needed.
Yeah. That is a poor shot for sure.
He would have been better served just taking blue off the north boundary. There's hoop 6 doesn't get in the way to 2 back if it goes through straight, and he had a good straight look at it. And then he wouldn't have had the red ball in his line of sight there.
And he didn't even manage to clobber red to a good escape position from penalty to 2 back. So he's just going to have to scrap this together, see if he can get a delayed double organized. The good news is when you're rushing to 2 back from afar, like Reg has done many a time on like a sextuple, where he peels 4 back and rushes away to 2 back, you can just put a ball behind 2 back and run 2 back to the boundary. So even though he has no pioneer, he's rushing red to it from 13 yards. That should be well within his skill set. It's just created some work for himself. And what was an otherwise, pretty in control triple situation.
Yeah, so there's a couple of ways he can do this if he wants to. Obviously, he would have preferred to have a better rush prospect out of this hoop. If he wants, he can actually put the peely up by penalt right now and just sort of tidy it up on his way to peel it at 4 back. And in the process of doing so, get himself a nice rush on the red ball down to 2 back. And assuming nothing adventurous happens with yellow, that should put everything back in order in very short notice. So, but let's see what kind of shot he has here. So he should have no furniture or anything else in his way this time to get yellow to 3 back.
We'll see if he accounts for the draw. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Croquet Foundation of America for making the courts at the National Croquet Center available to the USCA for free, including for this event. So thank you, Croquet Foundation of America, as well as Sandy James Fine Food and Productions, the exclusive caterer for the National Croquet Center, who's been keeping us all well fed. You can see the folks on the veranda there enjoying the lovely food and drink provided by Sandy James Fine Food and Productions. So Reg managed to avoid clobbering yellow into something, bombarding yellow.
He's now putting blue south of red so that he's brought the peg slightly into play, but he can just easily get blue up towards penalt, and he'll get some sort of rush.
Back to the peeling hoop. Yeah. Yellow's in a pretty good position inside the box. Yeah. We'll see if Reg
a little far
favors
from 3 back.
The death roll on the way to 3 back.
I think on these hoops and these balls, you'd have to be nuts.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's get nuts. He's really focused on the rush on red, I'm sure.
Yes.
He wouldn't mind blue being in a nice peelable position or maybe just level with the hoop. He should really assure that the draw doesn't take blue into the backside of the hoop. That would be annoying. But he got a good rush on red, so he should be in good shape for 2 back. And then he wants to rush right back to blue afterwards, I think.
Yeah, so you can get your escape ball out. Red will be his escape ball to 4 back. When he goes to do the peel, he can just have a nice, easy, straightforward takeoff from blue just to tidy it up even a little bit more. And then his primary goal will be getting shape on yellow that he'll be able to get a rush out of the hoop, which on these hoops is a bit demanding. So he'll definitely want to rush on yellow to maybe a yard or so south of 3 back, which will require some precision. It's definitely not one of those takeoffs you want to come up at a weird angle on and have to do a cut rush.
Yeah, certainly. But he's on, like I said, yellow being inside the box, it's almost on a line between 3 back and penalt. So if he stops anywhere between penalt and yellow, he'll be on that rush line. So he's ensured himself an easier takeoff by placing yellow so precisely. And now we're seeing red deep behind the hoop, and I think we're going to see a little golf croquet Reg just slam this through to the boundary. See the pace of play. He prefers to play a golf croquet hoop shot. So I'd also like to thank the Beach Club. I did not yet get an opportunity to play there, but we had a block a day play there, blocks A, B, and E. Thank the Beach Club for their generosity in allowing us to use their 2 full-size lawns, and Eileen Sue for running the tournament there. She's been doing a great job. We have a lot of great referees, and Eileen has been kind of double booked as manager and referee over at the Beach Club. So Reg got the cut rush all the way back up.
Yeah, he'll be very happy with
you
that.
You see Shane in the background going for a hit in.
Yeah. So.
Oh, just missed it. Oh, Shane with some body English there. There's your former college teammate having some trouble with the single ball stroke.
So red is in great shape to put it as a nice escape ball, and he'll get nice control of blue here. So he probably won't move blue very much. He'll probably just opt to move it a little bit with the takeoff more than anything else as he focuses on getting to yellow.
Yeah, I think blue's in a great position, maybe putting it just like a hair closer to the hoop, but I like it level with the hoop because, again, if he's going to take off from blue to yellow, he wants to be on line of the rush he wants for yellow. In the same way that if he's going to roll from yellow to blue,
is he death rolling?
I'd like to be on the rush line.
He is
Looks like he's going, let's get nuts, Tom.
Yeah.
You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts.
It's unnecessary.
It's a Batman 1989 quote, by the way, in case you're curious.
I only watched the TV show with
Michael
Adam
Keaton,
West.
Batman, highly recommended. You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. It's him as Bruce Wayne, but we can see Reg getting nuts.
He's going to account for a lot of pull here. So the camera doesn't have the exact same view I do. I can almost look down the field. He has the center of blue outside of the right wire right now.
Right. So I like to use the hoop stanchions as kind of the degree of pull you're allowing. So one stanchion is 3/4 of an inch. Sometimes you aim the middle of the ball for the inside of the far stanchion, and that's half a ball of pull. Sometimes it's half a ball plus a stanchion.
Marcus Evans has
banged into yellow.
Center
and
ball
everything.
hit yellow.
Oh, now you can see why Reg is no longer partnered with Marcus Evans. Some clear frustration there. That he
happened to me earlier, so you just don't. Sometimes you don't expect balls to go off at the angles they do. But
yeah, I think when it's a rush, it's kind of forgivable. I had a couple of times double banging with somebody that did it with a croquet stroke, and it's like, okay, that's on you. Like you should have prepared for that. A rush.
But we're back.
Sometimes it goes errant.
This blue ball aimed outside of the wire. Let's see where it hits.
Oh,
and
great
he judged
peel.
it well.
But is he
Black
too far?
has taken off.
Overcooked
it.
it.
Is why.
That's why it's called a death roll.
Because this is where
Sometimes
breaks go to
it's
die.
the death of that break, baby. All right,
So-
let's get nuts, Reg. Let's see the reverse takeoff and recovery. He's got 9 plus 2 now. We're 2 peels in. The part of the reason I don't like the death roll on the way to 3-back is now your 4-back pioneer is near a hoop where there is no ball.
Yeah.
So usually if I think I'm going to try the death roll, so you've rushed up after 2-back and you're going to try it, I put red well wide. And so if you end up doing a delayed double, it's a wider peel. But if the peel goes on the death roll, you have red like 4 yards in front of 4-back instead of, in this case, 6 yards away at an angle, nowhere near another ball. And so I think that was aggressive of Reg. He did get nuts, and now we're going to see if he can recover. David Houston, obviously, Dr. Houston, quite interested to see if Reg can recover,
And he's
or if he
approached-
gets to play some more. See the lean there? We'll see
he's
around
got a
that
good-
water cooler.
He's got a good 3-back approach. A controlled rush is not guaranteed. He's a little bit further from the hoop than he'd like, so he's just going to be focused on running this. He did fail hoop 6 from about the same distance earlier, so he's just going to be worried about getting through. Yep, and he's caught a lot of wire, so he actually does come up short of it. His rush is pointed sort of towards the corner, but a slight cut here, and he'll actually be up to 4-back. So he could just take it straight there, or
I think that would be unwise to just go straight to 4-back.
I'm not saying for this-
position PLE or set
well, here's the thing. I'm not against it just because if I get it really good and it's a natural 4-back approach, great. If not, I've at least put myself on the side of the court with red and blue.
Red is a better pioneer for penalt than 4-back. I'll give you that. So if he had rushed yellow all the way to 4-back and 2-balled it for a hoop, then after 4-back sends yellow down, peg high, sends blue to rover, takes off to red. I think that would be reasonable. But yeah, I think he's doing the more cautious approach here. I assume he's going to blue. He's obviously waiting for Marcus, but he's probably going to send yellow to penalt, and then he'd like to get blue to rover. He still has another hoop to touch it up, but if he could get a little closer to rover and still get the rush on red. So we might see him rush blue back toward red and to ensure he gets a good rush. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the WP Carey Foundation for major support of this event, as well as the Palm Beach Sports Commission. We have additional support for the USCA YouTube channel provided by Chris and Gail Barley, Oakley Woods Croquet, and Chris and Karen Weiss. This is brought to you by idolivestreams.com. And they also do a lot of beach tennis live streams, but they've been doing a great job here, including getting 2 angles of that nice roll shot, got yellow to a very tidy penalt pioneer, and even got the northbound rush on blue. So he's going to rush it north to get a little closer to red.
Yeah, unfortunately, he wanted black just a couple of feet further so he could rush it towards red. As it sits, he's going to be able to reliably cut it somewhere close to where he's actually standing. And so it's going to be a bit of a wider angled split to get blue in good position and get a nice look on red. And we've seen just a couple of his croquet strokes get a little away from him with the back ball. He's overrolled a couple.
Yeah, when he went to blue at 4-back, kind of overcooked it, or blue at 3, I think. And then when he went to yellow down at 3-back. So I think if anything, he's overhitting these shots.
Yeah,
So
which is not great for this. You'd almost prefer, from the angle he's going to be approaching this, to be short, because then you're just rushing across to a few yards in front of the hoop.
Yeah.
If you're a little long, you might end up having a rush pointed dead at the north boundary.
It's also entirely reasonable to not position blue at rover now. You could position blue to rover with a much more controlled straight drive shot after 4-back. He could have just, tapped blue, make sure it's rushable to a position north of yellow, and taken off to red. He could have... He might have been able to just rush blue to the line on which he wants the rush on red, taken off, gotten the controlled rush to 4-back, and then come back and sent blue down to rover after 4-back.
But he's done it well. Blue's almost to the hoop and just a little west of it. West. We're sitting on the north boundary,
it is
so
west.
I'm a little backwards.
You got it.
But
Adam
and
West.
he's got a good rush pointed to 4-back, so this should be fairly straightforward from here. It'll be interesting to see how tight he can get this rover peel. So yesterday, when these hoops were in fresh holes, because they were...
Oh, he's underhit that one. Overhitting the croquet shots.
I don't think
underhit
that'll
the
be a
rush.
huge issue because he can just knock this through to the
So
boundary.
I think the problem with this line of play is he took a little bit of risk in that he might have not gotten a good rush on red, but also with yellow north of penalt, the takeoff from blue to yellow has to go far enough and possibly past yellow to get good control of penalt. So I think I might have preferred ensuring a good rush on red and then after 4-back, rushing blue north of yellow and then sending blue down, hopefully with a nice straight drive shot with no furniture in the way. The problem being you'd be sending blue from 24 yards or something to get to rover.
Right, and that's
So
not
here
ideal in these
he's
conditions.
going to have like a 17, 18-yard takeoff, which isn't the end of the world, but his takeoffs have not been great. That takeoff to 5 could have been bad. His takeoff, it was roll shot to 3-back. And then back
he's only had the
from
one
3-back
long
to penalt.
takeoff that was a little overdone, which definitely wouldn't want to do that.
So this is coming back up. He's going to put this ball, I think, normally near the peg. Oh, he does not like that.
He's unhappy.
He meant to center ball that. ended
Yeah.
up
Well,
right to
now he's
center.
ended up in no man's land, so he has to roll across the hoop to get to blue.
Ugh. Yeah, because blue needs to be rushed east, he would have preferred to rush red like west of blue. So now because he's already east of blue, he's got to somehow sneak past blue without hitting it. And not mess with green.
So
And so now he's got to sneak past blue to rush it back to straight in front of the hoop. Because the whole point of going to blue is to tidy it up.
if he can even just get close to it, he can do a slightly thicker takeoff and push it over in front anyway. So it's not mandatory to get to the other side of it. It's nice, but yellow, you almost don't even want to get to the other side and rush it too far into the line of those hoops, because then you put all this furniture between you and your yellow ball.
That's part of the problem with yellow not being like level or even south of penalt, is that now penalt is additional furniture.
Yeah.
So in theory, if you're rushing blue north of Rover, Rover won't be in the way. But you got the peg and you got penalt. And the fact that yellow is on the other side of penalt means it could get in the way. So looks like red is, a pivot ball, a little close to Rover. He's going to tap blue, and then he'd like to take off level or past yellow. I assume he wants more control. But having asked Reg before if he's going to go back to that peeling ball at Rover, he's told me, what's better peeling position than 1 foot straight in front? I said, I don't know, that's pretty good. He said, 6 inches straight in front. So I think the answer is when the conditions are not too challenging, he's always coming back to that ball.
Yeah.
He does not want a straight Rover peel from 18 inches. He doesn't want it from a foot. He wants it from 6 inches or less. So that's why he's come back to it. And Reg, with his whole bag of tricks, a 17-yard takeoff past the peg is not beyond his skill set.
No, he's unfortunately I think he's put blue a little bit more.
He might have preferred to tap it short of the hoop instead of past.
I think he was being a little too aggressive with that roll shot, trying to get that far to the other side of it. I don't even think he needed to be to the other side of it that much, as long as he could get up next to it. Because you assume if he's comfortable pacing this takeoff, he could push the blue ball the foot or two required to get it back in front. He's played a thin takeoff, and it's well paced. Yep, that's just fine. It's a touch long, but it's in the right line. He doesn't need over. Blue's so good, and red is halfway between the peg and Rover. He does not need any rush out of this hoop, so he'll be able to just knock yellow straight in front, close to where that pink ball probably is right now, if it comes back on the screen.
Yeah, I don't think it would hurt to have yellow be able to send it 4 or 5 yards past, because this is the hoop he's stuck in. I assume he wants to give it some gas. I don't think he wants to be having to shoot this hoop and stop. 3 yards. So you don't want to rush yellow close to the hoop.
Well, in fairness to Reg, he did fail it from like 2.5 feet at a slight angle. It wasn't the most beautifully placed.
GC world champion.
Yeah, and he was trying to run a hoop very
2
gently.
foot.
So at an angle, these like Mulliner said earlier, these conditions are demanding. If he's able to knock yellow to within 2 feet of the hoop and he's guaranteeing himself a less than 1 foot straight on hoop shot, I don't think he'll mind much about the rush. Red's in a perfect position to just roll right up to it and get whatever you want on the peely.
So Marcus trying the same death roll to 3-back, getting not getting the peel and getting the same unfortunate result, and then he didn't get a rush to 3-back. So giving Reg something to mark. And here we go. We'll see if Reg has the touch here to avoid any hills, get himself a nice stop shot. And thank you to Marco getting this wonderful camera angle from the veranda. Well, not the veranda. What do we call those? Gazebo? Cabana? The cabana out there between courts 6 and 7. So Reg hit it a little hard. So yeah, the benefit of rushing it so close is he should get a really nice hoop position. The only problem is he's not going to send yellow very far. So he might hoop in Croquet. He's unlikely to get a forward rush, but I assume he'll take a 6-inch hoop shot over the 2.5 foot angle.
And he got yellow out pretty good. He has a good ratio on that. So.
Yeah, we'll see how willing for a forward rush he is. Oh yeah, played for it and got it. All right, so he did get the forward rush, and now he should be able to put a deep ball with control, put red nice and close. So a short ball and a deep ball and a straight Rover peel for Reg to make it into the knockout. That is 2-time AC World Champion, 2-time GC World Champion, 5-time AC World Champion.
And he's put yellow.
Reg Bamford rushed it right into the peg.
Sometimes you don't need the rush.
Oh my goodness. The problem is he can't. He could put yellow deep or get a rush on red. Probably not both.
I think blue's good enough. I would prioritize just getting red as a good side ball and just making sure I optimize the peel.
The rush on red over yellow deep.
I don't think you.
Yeah, rush red nice and close to blue so that you're nice and close.
When you're that close to the hoop to start with your peel, there's very little chance that if it jawses, you're going to have room for a jump anyway.
Yeah, hopefully you're hitting it at a pace that if it jawses, your back ball hits it again.
Right, and then you just nudge it.
Yeah, like I said earlier with Greg here, like the only advantage of the deep ball in this scenario is in case the peel goes far.
Yeah.
And then you can counter needing that deep ball by just rushing something out there. and he could rush yellow from the peg to the south boundary if he needed. So it's mildly inconvenient. Looks like he's still trying to get the best of both worlds here. He's still trying to send yellow deep and maybe just sacrificing a rush on red. So he's just going to have to roll from red. Maybe he's got a cut on red. Oh, maybe yellow will be the short ball. That's kind of mid ball. It's a mid ball. It's not deep. It's not close enough to the hoop that if you dribbled through, you could hit it necessarily.
It's almost in that position we were referencing earlier that Patty Chapman talks about. I think he would have it a little more in line with the hoop to where.
Ooh, Marcus with the tricky roll from 3 back. I think he got it.
Pretty dang good.
Yeah, I think he managed to somehow get green tight to the hoop and not in the way. And he's close enough. Within 2 feet of that peely. That's a great shot, Marcus.
That's actually a phenomenal shot.
And then you overcooked the rush a little bit, but he should be fine. All right, so Reginald, meanwhile, got a cut rush, so it's not going to be a roll for red.
Yeah.
Looks like a drive shot. So he did get the best of both worlds. He got around that peg without much of a problem.
And as we can see, his rush is aimed straight through the hoop, so he'll be nudging this just a fraction closer.
Yeah, this is going to be a real gentle stroke. Does not want to put that on a wire.
He's within a foot of the hoop now.
You can see the sponsor there on the corner of your screen, Invictus Croquet, sponsoring the World Championships.
So, for those at home who are looking to improve some of your AC skills, what Reg is doing right now is something that most of the top players are used to when they're lining up peels. They get down on the ground and they actually look at the edges of the balls to see what type of angle and clearance they have. So what you're looking for is he's looking for the moment where the blue ball disappears behind the edge of the black ball and looking beyond that to see if there's still daylight between that black ball and the hoop. If both sides on a straight peel show that there's clearance or at least that they're even, then you should have lined it up straight. So it's just a little more reliable and it's a beautiful peel. So see the balls go through effortlessly. So sometimes when you just step back from the peel, you'll see a general idea of that it's lined up straight, but it's very hard to see, especially if you're a couple of feet back, if it's, a fraction of a millimeter into the near wire or something like that. So,
right. And we talked about just how well these hoops are playing in terms of they're very difficult. They've been resetting them every other day. These might have gone into fresh ground today. I'm not sure. But the idea is that if you hit any little bit of that stanchion, it bounces back, and just how little clearance you have. Because we talked about a 32nd of an inch. So if you put the ball right in the middle of the hoop, like Reg's black ball got stopped right, his peely blue got stopped right in the middle of 4-back. If you take a dime and put it on its side, it will not fit in the 32nd of an inch gap. It is just that tough, which is why you see these players having difficulty making the hoop gently with control, and they often bang it out of bounds because it's a lot simpler than trying to hit it precisely through just the right amount.
And Reg has rushed lovely up towards the peg and will have about a 2-yard peg out attempt here to win the game and guarantee himself a spot in the main draw.
All right.
So, business as usual for the previous world champion.
Yeah, 7-time world champion. Some consider him the GOAT. Do you have an opinion on who the greatest of all-time croquet player is, Tom?
I think by pure wins, it would have to be Reg, just because, again, like you said, most world championships and in both codes. I obviously wasn't around in croquet when Reg was playing at his peak. I've seen some videos that maybe have been from that era, but I didn't really get to experience Reg's play when he was.
He won in 2020.
I know he won in 2020, but
you weren't around?
I was around in 2020, but I would say that most people, even Reg might say that was past his most dominant years. Okay. When he was winning everything all the times. But so point is that I it's hard for me to make a claim. And same with Robert Fulford, right? He won against Matthew 2 years ago, but the majority of his wins were in an earlier era in the 90s and everything.
Yeah,
and so when he was probably when he was at his peak performance. But still, obviously, they're great enough to win at any given point, kind of like Tiger coming back for the 2019 Masters.
Hey, that was an amazing Masters, though, man.
But
I don't think it's quite like that.
I don't think it's quite like that, but I'm saying.
Reg and Robert.
My point, it was more to just
back
count
surgeries.
Yeah, it was more just to count the idea. It's just like
if Chris came back and won this, next year or something, that would be like Tiger coming back.
So the point is that, there's a part of me that really thinks that Robert Fletcher, by the time that he's Bamford and Fulford's age, the things I believe he will accomplish, that he'll be in that conversation as well, just because I've just seen him do some things on the croquet court that almost defy belief and makes
Okay.
it look easy. So it's definitely...
Yeah, Robert's got world number 1 in both codes and
For
an
many
AC
years.
World Championship.
Yeah.
Matthew's got a GC World Championship, 2 AC finals, including, I think, in all of those, he beat Robert Fletcher.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's beyond the pale to say that Matthew, being the tender age of 26,
Something like that.
could also put together a resume to challenge these guys. Yeah, it'll be interesting watching Matthew and Robert Fletcher as they get older. Speaking of interesting, we could switch it up now to follow Marcus, who again we saw the kind of failed roll peel going to 2-back. What do you think? Did he get the penalty peel already?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so I think we're looking at another straight rover. We're just gonna follow up straight rover after straight rover. So we'll put
Who's his opponent?
John Varney, I think. Maybe I got
Varsity, I believe.
Varsity. So, but yeah, Marcus playing pink and white here. Let me see if I can pull up block information. But yeah, so he's gone ahead and he
They're in
sent
my block.
green a nice deep ball. Mid deep ball that you could hit from the boundary if you had to run. And now he's going to send brown as a short ball and try to get a good rush on pink. Oh, that's not. That might work. It seemed to slow down and hill a little bit at the end. So now he's going to rush pink to peeling position. You really want to be within a yard so that you can go for an Irish peel here. The problem is if you're 4 feet back, that ball is likely to stick, unlikely to go through. And as Tom pulls up fixes the scoreboard for us, we're going to see. Wait, is Marcus representing Scotland? I think Marcus is English.
Well, that was the last name.
Oh, okay.
That was Scottish.
Oh, gotcha.
So
yeah, David.
I'm in the process of switching over.
I was like,
However-
man, did he move? All right.
However, I do not.
Don't worry about it. There's a tab on the sheet down below that's called flags, and you can copy and paste from there.
Okay.
I don't even know where you found this recent.
This is how
they
they
were using
Armando
G
showed.
earlier. Yeah, go back and just go to the flag tag. You can copy and paste. So, oh no, tragedy. So Marcus has, it was an angled, maybe 2-footer. Pink hung up in the hoop, but because he was trying to do an Irish peel where both balls go through on the same shot, Pink hung up, white hit Pink, and now Pink is through, but white, dead on all the balls, is not in front of the hoop. So that'll be the end of the turn. He's got one more shot to maybe scatter some balls. It's going to be Peg and Rover against 1-1 for John Varsey is he Kiwi? He's a
Yes.
New Zealander, John Varsey, and a chance to beat Marcus Evans. Tom, do you know the status of that block for Marcus? Does he have a chance to make it out? Did he need that? Was that nail in the coffin? What are we talking here?
It's been close. This is block H.
H.
So
James
it's
Deeth,
been
top of the block. Marcus is on 3 wins. So I assure you he needs it to have a chance. He could still get 5 because there's this game and then he plays Sharif, whose initials are somehow SS on there. Weird.
Well, no, you're probably looking at Steve Scalpone.
He plays Scalpone. Okay. So Marcus could still get to 5. James is on 6 with 1 game remaining. You're on 7, top of the block, Tom. Well done.
Yes, thank you.
And then Mo Karem's on 3. Can I just say,
Very
what
impressive.
an amazing performance by Mo Karem. He's been playing AC since July of this year. We are talking 4 months, and he has got 3 wins in the World Championship. So there's a lot of countries get 1 bid. The WCF has a bit of a lottery system for which member nations get a single bid when their players are not ranked high enough to get a ranking spot. And Mo Karem, I think, is the second Egyptian to take a bid in the AC World Championships, and he has played astoundingly well. Look at that. He's getting points in every game. So not only is he hitting in, he's running hoops. And we see he's got 3 wins. So in theory, he could get to 4. And if Marcus does not win this game or the game against Steve Scalpone, Mohamed Karem could qualify over Marcus Evans.
Yeah, that would be quite the coup for his first time out, and one of the first native Egyptians to represent Egypt in the AC. Maybe the first. Has there been another?
Yes, there has been another Egyptian to represent Egypt, but I'm gonna try and look up, see how many wins. But first, we are joined by none other than the possible GOAT, two-time GC World Champion and 5-time AC World Champion, Reg Bamford. Yeah, we'll see. I don't see any light. Yeah, there you go. Just go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, hi there.
Welcome,
on,
Reg.
Reg?
Oh, thank you very much, guys.
What a great and exciting finish. You had some turbulence out there.
That is called a delayed triple peel. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, which turn?
Yeah, that's right. Well, actually, as it happened, had I not won that one, I might have been involved in the playoff.
Yeah, it would have been the 1, 2, and 4 from our block in a
Correct.
playoff for 2
Correct.
spots.
So,
Well done avoiding that.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah. So obviously very conscious of that.
Believe it or not, I would have appreciated the opportunity to play you again, but I'm happy playing Lachlan for a spot in the knockout rather than you.
So, Reg, in that game there was a couple of shots that I thought were interesting choices of the death roll going to 3-back with how much these balls have been pulling and how tricky people have found those
Yeah.
peels. So what was the rationale behind just setting, you had a good escape ball, just doing the takeoff and setting up for the normal delayed
Yeah.
position rather than trying to do the big
Yeah.
roll shot, which did get a little dicey when you slightly
Yeah, yeah.
overroll position
Yeah.
on yellow.
Yeah. So my thinking is that I think the risks associated with that death roll are actually overstated, and I don't think that there's much drama with it. Secondly, I think with these balls in the pool, because you mentioned obviously the pull and the peels being so difficult, I actually want to give myself as many peels at pen as possible, and I'd far rather that thing go through or stick,
Right.
than simply rely on the what would then probably be a split peel going to my escape ball for 4-back.
And you had that peely aimed, I could see perfectly down the view just out the window. You had that peel aimed to center ball outside of the wire.
For sure.
It was, in fact, if it had gone bolt straight, it would have bounced off over to the west boundary.
Well, Tommy, if you saw me place my Pioneer for 2-back, right, you were probably on
Right,
my
and
line.
you centered the red ball with it.
And I must have aimed at about 5 feet to the left
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
of partner,
Wow.
and that thing pulled 5 feet. I mean, I have never seen balls pull as much as this, and this is my first tournament with Invictus balls, and it is seriously tough.
Yeah.
Now,
It
so
makes
what
things
are,
a lot more
what
interesting.
are what are your judgments then on the balls? You think it's more pull than the old Dawsons or the new Dawsons or anything else?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? How do you feel about it?
Well, it's probably in the eye of the beholder, but I would be saying that it's a good thing because I think that if we were playing here on these courts with those old Dawsons, there'd be triple peels day in, day out. Everyone would be doing them, and I think it's fantastic that a triple peel is hard work out there.
Right. You have to earn it.
I mean, you have to earn it. You're going to come off there baking, sweating. You have to concentrate. Like a 2-foot hoop these days. Yeah.
Here, hoop
is-
6.
Well, there we go. And I said to myself afterwards, why am I dribbling at those things? Stop it, Reg. Just go through. Don't worry about the forward rush.
Yeah, you're a pretty good roqueer for the return roquet.
Yeah.
My first 2 hoop shots of this tournament. So day 1, game 1, I had a 1-foot hoop 1 and then a 1-foot hoop 2, and I blobbed both of them.
Ooh. So miss, but in the middle, the blob.
I actually thought that this was the moment when Reg realizes he's not good enough, and it's a slippery slope. And I was thinking,
And then everyone else started doing it.
my goodness! So is this how it happens?
But not with a bang, but a whimper.
It was a complete whimper, and I was thinking, this
Yeah,
Reg,
take
this,
them to the glue factory, hang it up, it's
this
over.
cannot be. So there were no forward roquets in that match at all.
Yeah, I think I might have been commentating on some part of that. Was that the one where I think I saw you, maybe it was a later game, you stuffed hoop 2, and then later you stuffed hoop 1 and made 1 from the jaws. And then you ran 2 to the boundary, and as you approached 3, I said, it'll be very interesting to see how hard of a stroke he has 3, and you go through by 12 yards. It was like, yeah,
Ben,
I think
there were a
a
lot of internal
we're finding a
conversations going.
balance.
There were a lot of internal conversations going on. Thinking, don't stuff this. Chris Clark was there. There were a whole bunch of players there. And I was thinking, oh boy, I can just imagine.
You're on lawn 6 with a live
Yeah.
stream. You're seeing.
Well, I had several instances the other day where I didn't trust the hoop so much that if I was coming at hoop 3 and I didn't get a good position, if there was a ball like
On the
corner
boundary.
4 in the south boundary, I would
Hit
just
it
bang
hard.
it all the way down.
I know.
I think I've
I'll
done that
collect
with 6 or 12, but 3 I don't often
I'll
run
collect,
it.
I'll collect them all. Matthew Isaac was there, and he's like, I said it's almost a break, and he's like, you're allowed to use the ball closer to the hoop, right? And I said,
Yeah.
eventually,
Yeah.
Hey, reception ball is whichever one you hit after the hoop. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter where they
No.
are.
Right. It's like,
So when I was playing, I think I was playing Matt in the final of the Worlds in Melbourne, and the courts had got really fast.
Oh, yeah.
Really fast. They were really lovely and brown.
Canley there.
Kenley, and those hoops were nice and firm and brittle.
Quadways as well, I think.
Yeah, and you actually have to change the way you play your breaks, because if you're playing hoop 3, you you want to have a ball at hoop 3, you want to have a ball at hoop 4, and you want to have a ball halfway between 3 and 4, because you have to bank on running through by 6-7 yards.
just slipping right to that pivot.
Yeah,
And you want to be within 10 yards of something.
something. So your break hygiene changes completely, and you're always putting your pivot ball in between the hoop you for and the next hoop.
Instead of maybe like for a more conventional drive
Yes.
shot, you have it on a line between 4
Correct.
or 3 and 5.
Correct, yeah.
Maybe around peg high.
Yes.
But you don't want to run the hoop by 10 yards and have a 7-yarder in both directions. So you're putting a much more conventional straight on a line between 3 and 4,
Yeah.
all 3 balls.
Yeah.
So you just land near something.
Correct.
And hope you
Correct.
don't run it off the south boundary wired from the ball at
Yeah.
hoop 4.
Yeah. Now, of course, that makes triple so much more difficult, because you can't be doing that and then also play a triple, because the balls are just all over the lawn, really.
Yeah.
You know.
So with
You might
triples
not
at
get
such a
rushes, but
Yeah.
you need something to hit.
The lawns are projected to get faster and faster as the week goes.
Yeah.
They've stopped watering. They're rolling and
Yep.
mowing as often as possible. So triples are going to probably become at an even higher premium
Yep.
as the lawn gets even more squirrely.
Yep.
So we asked Stephen Mulliner this question earlier. 2 years ago at Hurlingham, the lawns were so easy to deal with that, is whoever was hitting in the most and, could just get a ball around was pretty much guaranteed to finish.
Yeah.
Here, not far from a guarantee, and far from a guarantee that you do it in 2 turns.
Correct.
So, what qualities do you think the players who are going to do the best in this tournament are going to need to exemplify on the court? What aspects of the game are going to carry people the furthest?
Look, I think they are not so difficult that those people who are hitting well won't do well. Okay, so that still has to happen. This is not going to be won by someone who's not hitting straight. That would be the first thing, and the second thing is if you consider hitting this the same consequence as a sort of blobbed hoop. Okay, so you just have to eliminate all your errors, and I suspect there'll be lots of breaks where people will simply abort the triple peel and they will just go, right, I'm just going to get a ball on. Even then, they're going to have to concentrate.
Yeah.
Like so on practice day, Friday, several people kind of sidled up to me and said, "Okay, Reg, lovely green lawns. You think you're going to do lots of sextuples?" And I was going like, "What planet's this guy on?" Because it's like these hoops are tough. These balls pull like crazy.
I don't know. I've heard stories about you, Reg.
There are going to be no sextuples here.
I've heard stories of there being, one lawn way off in the corner with hills and valleys and horribly difficult hoops, and nobody's tripling, and then Reg takes a game out there in sextuples. And, I've heard that before, but, I guess
Ben, I
maybe
think
you would
that's
have
urban
needed
myth.
a dead game or two.
I think it's urban myth.
So you had some interesting moments just beyond the ones we mentioned in that game. One of the ones that me and Ben disagreed about was when you were starting the triple to do the 80-foot full roll.
up from the corner to hoop 3 to try and get
Yeah,
it on time.
yeah.
I thought you were just going to sort of do it a little bit more, just do the takeoff and set it up for a delayed triple and just sort of make sure that the break stayed tidier. But you hit a very good shot. I mean, it was just a few inches with your back ball past where you wanted it.
Yep.
And obviously it was a failed peel attempt, but it was a good effort. It just bounced straight back at you. So could you walk us through like your thought process there and just why you chose that over the other way?
So I'm thinking about like what is my success rate of playing a great roll shot out of corner 4, and I'm thinking I am putting that croquet ball within 2 yards of that hoop, and I will be within a yard of my ball, and I think that's probably my strength.
Yeah, it was a very good shot. I mean,
Yeah,
from that distance and angle.
So for those people that go, yikes, I'm gonna put this within sort of 4 yards of the hoop 3 pioneer. Well, then you are going to struggle with that a bit. But that is my strength, Tom. So I'm always taking that shot on.
Okay.
And that's to get a standard versus a delayed.
Yeah.
What then do you think is kind of your difference in completion percentage? Let's say today on these lawns for standard versus delayed triple. Why is it worth doing that roll shot?
Well, look, when you are going over from the peel to hoop 6, okay, which is what I would presume you are referring to with the delayed. I mean, again, you've got pull to deal with. Now, if that thing doesn't go through, or doesn't even end up in the jaws of the hoop, where are you going to peel that next? Maybe if you've got a deep one-back pioneer, you might be able to peel it, but your triples over at that point. So I don't want to be leaving myself too many delayed triples. You really want to get that first peel in as soon as you can. I think we're going to have to start doing that as a straight peel. So just embrace a bit more risk in terms of the rush over to hoop 6, because actually I actually think these balls rush really well.
They do.
Really well.
Yeah, I think one of the comments that was made earlier, so Stephen Mulliner during his interview was saying and Fulford said the same thing, that they were having some trouble with their rushes, but Greg gave us some insight, so there had been some independent conversations about it makes a big difference whether or not you sort of hit the ball perfectly flush or if you maybe top it ever so slightly, about the energy transference. Mm-hmm. And so if you're getting very crisp, clean contact on the ball, very consistent rushes, but if you're maybe even just a fraction off of the sweet spot, the energy transference might be a little off, more than maybe like an old Dawson. So it demands a slightly higher level of precision, Greg was saying. So
the thing also, Tom, is that those fabulous big cut rushes, where you can cut rush a ball and send it 20 yards. I think with these balls you're going to really struggle because I think there's a lot more grip.
Okay, yeah, there was some conversation about, the milling affecting croquet shots, but they were also saying affecting cut rushes.
Yeah.
So which direction do you think that, does it add to the angle or does it rush at a lesser angle because of that grip?
I actually think it rushes less of an angle. So you have to just hit slightly wider and therefore slightly harder. And you're embracing a lot more risk. So big cut rushes from 4 feet is tough.
For the theoretical scoreboard. So have you been watching Marcus play double banking with you when he's not knocking your yellow ball out of the way?
When he didn't just cream your yellow ball out of the way.
I had forgotten what a bad double banker Marcus is.
Shots fired. All right.
I think he'll probably say the same about me.
He was trying the same finish as you. He ended up doing the same death roll to 3-back. His peel didn't go, but he ended up with the same no good rush to 3-back.
Right.
Haven't been following too closely, but it looks like Callum and Debbie are playing as well.
Yeah.
Marcus failed at the straight rover. I think the ball hung up and his back ball hit it through and ended up with no hoop shot. So he's playing with the peg ball now to try to get a leave, I assume. Okay. Debbie has missed a hit in to get control against Callum, and Callum wastes no time getting back on the lawn and probably hitting about a 35-mile-an-hour hit-in shot in a moment here. Marcus is rolling the green ball away towards hoop 1, trying for a crosswire. getting all the way to white. So I don't know if
That's
he's
a
had
pretty
white
big
or
roll,
not.
isn't it?
Got a replay on Debbie's
Nice one.
miss there, hitting at a gentle pace, so that could have been some court influence. All right, so I guess we're supposed to follow the primary game now.
All right, well, I can switch
Marco's
that over. Give it a
following lot
minute.
of that.
One last thing, Reg. Allison Mom says, delight to hear you say you weren't fussed with getting a forward rush, just going for scoring the hoop. Welcome to our world. Allison Mom.
Indeed.
Of course, then
Indeed.
after hoop 11, you were fussed and did get a forward rush.
Yeah.
Quite nice to pull the straight rover together with all the balls in a proper spot. I guess then that forward rush did put you right up against the peg nearly.
Oh, yeah.
We
Yeah.
weren't sure if you were going to prioritize the rush on pivot ball or putting a ball deep. But from up here, it looked like it was closer to the peg, I guess. You managed both.
Yeah. So what I think might be interesting with these sort of conditions, if a contact was given running both one back and four back in any turn, and I personally I would see that as an improvement in the laws. It's a simplification of the laws, and I think it'd be a much more
Any turn, not just the first turn?
correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
So anytime you run both hoops.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and I don't think there'd be any objections other than for the sake of it's a change, because I can't see any drawbacks from it. But I think in
It does make things
these
more interactive. in
correct
theory.
in these sort of conditions where it's slightly challenging, you are going to get some people just trundle around on a four-ball break all the way to the peg, and it would be quite nice to stop that sort of nonsense.
Yeah, not a fan of the 9-12-5?
I think.
What is Marcus doing? Oh, they were not even on camera.
No,
right,
I
so-
mean, 9-12, you have to give a contact. Boom.
Yeah, 9-12, you need to hit in for your 5.
Correct. Yeah. So it's 9-9, and then 4. What's it? 4-6. Is it? Yes.
well, take off your shoes, Jill.
9-4-6. 9-9-3-3-5. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
My maths was never my strong point.
9-4-6. It's more than 26 somehow. There's some pops involved in there.
Yeah.
Oh, Danny Johnston has a question for
Oh,
Reg.
I have a question for Danny Johnson. Is there a new baby delivered? Like, what's the name of the baby? I need some life updates, Danny. But what's his question for Reg?
Is there a notable shift in short versus long lift decisions given the conditions?
That's a great question.
That's a great way to stall to answer. Well done.
That's a great question. So, Tom, what do you think?
The master. What are you, a CEO or something?
I've probably taken one or two over the last 7 or 8 games, 1 or 2 long lifts, and the rest of them have all been short.
I know.
Because it's just the lawns are true.
Lawns are true.
I like my odds to hit, and I don't want to have to start with any bigger strokes if I drive a ball to the fourth corner, and I don't, with the amount of triples that have been failed, I don't necessarily trust that I won't get another shot.
Correct. Spot on. And that is exactly how I would have answered that. Yeah. That's why I asked you to answer it.
Great minds think alike.
Now he's buttering up the interviewer. Nice. Wow. These master strokes here from Reg.
He's
Even off the lawn.
He's going to leave the booth like he was so magnetic.
But yeah, I think that makes sense to try to give yourself the best chance at getting to take Croquet. The real question is then, will we see players adapt and get a lot more flatter diagonals?
Yeah.
So it's 19 yards, not
correct.
16 yards. See if people are taking the short shot all the time and hitting it. We're going to see a lot more flat diagonals.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have the scoreboard on our end ready to go for the primary game, and Debbie has just ran hoop 1. Long way, all the way down past hoop 2, but thankfully Red is there to receiver.
Hey, she's no fool. She's not going for the forward rush or even going to dribble at a hoop. Even with her hit-ins, she was hitting, maybe it was to retain control, but she only went like 3 yards past the object ball of the hit-in. But for the hoop stroke, she's not taking anything off that swing.
Yeah.
So now she's got a little bit of rebuild here. So blue is over a little bit off the yard line, east of hoop 6. In theory, she could hit red all the way to the east boundary. Might help her get a rush on blue back to black, which is peg high between 1 and 2. Bit of work to build here, but I had at least one of these where run the hoop all the way down past 2 and have to rebuild. Oh, nice. Thank you, Danny, for the update. Baby girl has arrived. Name is to be determined. So
Well done,
Danny,
Danny.
I believe it's his
Congratulations.
third
Well.
child. So congratulations.
So it's interesting about leaving the lift shot, Tom, being much flatter because also if Oppo takes the shot out of third corner, very often a Croquet sends that ball all the way down to the south boundary.
Yeah.
You've got a tough pickup from that point.
Right, and on a true and sort of easy lawn where the hoops are forgivable even from a few yards, you know, you might a couple of decent rolls and takeoffs and you might be able to scrap some together. Here, you need a good approach to hoop 1.
Sure.
And that's just really hard to put together when you are faced with a 12, 13-yard takeoff to a ball that's 2 yards off the boundary line.
For sure. Yeah. And I think what we
And now the whole live stream is bugged.
okay, there we go.
Yeah. Okay, so we're back. Hope everyone can hear us. Technical difficulty there momentarily, but I think the worst is behind us. Everyone can hear me, right? Yes. Just put it in the chat if you can, and if I don't see anything, I'll assume you can't. But
And Tom, how have you played these 3 days?
it's gotten better with each passing day. The first day I would consider quite poor. A lot of hoop failures. I didn't really know how to deal with the hoops with control. I was still attempting to get a lot of forward rushes at times. And I was also maybe sort of, like you said at hoop 6, like, why are you dribbling at that hoop from 2 feet away? And just so once I started to be able to cope with that on day 2, the games got a lot better. Still wasn't able to put a triple together. Finally, yesterday, right at the end of the day, did get a triple in the last game as the sun went down and the court slowed down ever so slightly. But today was a mixed bag. Played really well against James.
Well done,
Played really poorly against my next opponent, but managed to eke it out. So hoping that on the whole it's going in the right direction.
Yeah.
But you've been playing quite well, I think. Every time I look over, you're running a good turn. I know you had a rough, that first day was also rough for you, but or at least that first game of the day.
Yeah. No, I'm this season I've played quite a lot of golf croquet.
Same. It makes a difference, I found.
Yeah.
A whole different mentality.
Yeah, and I think the whole idea of swinging a croquet mallet and making contact with the ball throughout a season, I think that really helps. When you go into a tournament and you haven't swung a mallet for a couple of months, boy, that could be a rough week. So I do think that makes a difference.
I used to suffer that a lot over the winters when I was still in college and I couldn't play hardly at all, except like out on like 3-inch grass and just banging around with a block of wood on a stick. I would go into the first tournament of the spring and it would be bad.
Really bad.
And half the time it was the nationals. It would just be bad.
And Tom, as a pro and a full-time pro, do you have to be disciplined about practice? Because I imagine after a hard day of sort of coaching or a clinic, to go out there and say, okay, I'm going to go and spend an hour practicing. Do you do that, or do you just think that just being on the court is going to be good enough for you?
I don't think that coaching
especially just the manner of how I structure clinics and everything is very good for my personal game. I'll go hours and hours without even hitting a ball.
Wow.
And
Okay.
you know, you're instructing others how to hit. You're talking to them through it. You're supervising their play. But I am an obsessive about practice. I will normally practice until the sun sets during the summer. So if I get done with work around 4 o'clock, I'll often practice till 7:30. So I try to do 2
That's
hours,
incredible,
2 to 3 hours a day during the summers.
Tom, that's absolutely fabulous.
Well, I have no other hobbies, so
Tom, you just wait until you have a wife and
that's
then
right.
kids, and then you're going to be in trouble, my friend.
well, that's how I'm getting it in now.
You better do it
So,
now
You know, I'm trying to get my 10,000 hours in before all that.
before all those hurdles
yeah.
pitch up.
But I've been that way since I started croquet.
Yeah.
There's something very zen-like about just being out on the
Yeah.
court by yourself and just hitting balls. Even if, whatever you're trying to do, golf, croquet, just hit-ins or trying to work on your, triples or something, I just find it very relaxing. So
Yeah.
even after a long day of coaching, it's very different to me. So I'm able to sort of just get into a different mindset and just say like, all right, now's my time and I'm going to do what I want to do and just sort of unwind for the day. So if I didn't get a lot of sleep the night before, maybe just an hour or so, but I normally try to at least get 2 hours of practice.
Every day.
5 or 6 days a week, yeah.
Wow.
So,
That's incredible.
and that's during my summer season, which is 20 weeks. So
Yeah.
when I'm not in season, I don't get the opportunities to practice as much, which is probably one of the reasons that I do that,
Yeah.
just because then I'll spend some weeks off the court. So I still hit around in my hallway. I have a rug and some carpet, but
Okay.
so.
And those 2 hours that you spend practicing, Tom, is there a particular routine or series of shots that you'd like to practice, or is it just simple single ball shots? Or
It depends on what tournaments I know I have coming up. So like when I was going to Egypt, and that my season was still going on. So the last couple of weeks of my season before I went to Egypt, it was mostly just single ball shots, just making sure my swing was grooved in. Then after I got back from Egypt, since then and up to now, because my season only ended 4 days before coming here.
Yeah.
Mostly it was just break running, triples, just trying to make sure that I had everything down because my single ball hit felt really good. So, and if there's no tournament on the horizon, I'll do a mixed bag. I'll normally play a game of golf croquet against myself.
Okay.
And then if there's any shots that I feel like I'm just not executing, I'll stop, work on those for a little bit, and then resume.
Very disciplined, Tom. Well done.
I try.
I think you're slightly obsessive compulsive.
I'm too obsessed. It's not healthy.
No, I think it's very healthy. I am exactly the same. So 2 seasons ago, I went down to Spain to go play in the Spanish Open, and they had a tiny little practice court, and my eyes lit up because I just thought, oh boy, this is so beautiful. So every single time I had a spare moment, I'd go down there and I would just go and hit balls. The funny thing is, you watch the other players. Now they now see me practicing, so they
want to come do it.
They of course roll around, get mallet in hand, grab a couple of balls, and they start hitting. And the problem is, Tom, they get bored.
Yeah.
And after 20 minutes, they are bored stiff, and they pick up their mallet and they go. And I'm there, and I carry on. And I just watch the whole day. There are about 6 or 7 players that come over, play for about 20 minutes, get bored, and leave. And it's just wonderful to watch.
I've never understood the getting bored with practicing because it's the same as if you're just
exactly
playing a
the
game.
same.
You get to hit a lot of
find it
shots.
Fantastic.
So, maybe if someone in the
very
chat,
therapeutic.
if anyone in the chat has specific practice routines that they've found helpful, maybe share them with the rest of us. But we'd love to hear it. Everyone has a slightly different way of doing things that works for them.
So if you're able to gamify one's practice, like make each shot meaningful rather than just I am simply trying to hit it and that's it. But if you can try and gamify it, so both Rob Wolford and I do this. We line 4 balls up, shoot, and if we get all 4, then we go back 1 yard. If you only get 2, you move forward a yard, and you sort of see how far back you can go, so that you're hitting at 75%. So there is a purposeful action where you are like counting the number of hits out of 4, because if you can get 4, you progress, and there's a big green tick.
Yeah.
So just something that can make 4 croquet shots.
Little analytics behind it.
Yeah. because I think simply just hitting for the sake of hitting, of course, I can see people getting bored with that.
It helps with, for me, it helps with groove. So what I like to do is I like to give myself shots that I think I would encounter in a real game.
Right.
So clearing a ball from 1 to 2, I do a lot of that. 2 to 3. So all those sort of early game clearances where if I got in a real game, I might be just a little bit still rusty or, not quite, haven't swung as much. So I need to look at it and be confident with it. And then, I do a lot of tripling practice, just trying to figure out those tiny little positional differences that are going to make me more consistent, putting the escape ball here versus a foot that way. So, but I definitely think the one thing that's lacking in my practice that maybe I need to incorporate more of is some of those more analytic, like tracking numbers and different things. I actually have never really kept track of any percentages I've done. I know Matthew's a big advocate of percentages. So I know different players have different thoughts on that, but maybe that's something that I would benefit from, because his reasoning is if he knows that he's 92% at 10 yards, every time he encounters a 10-yarder, that's a positive thought he has. He's like, I am 92% out of 100 going to hit that ball. There's no reason I shouldn't hit it. And so versus someone like me who's like, well, I've hit plenty of 10-yarders. I don't know exactly how many, but it's a 10-yarder. So
what I'm working on with a guy called Peter Olsen is a swing monitor, which then leads to a swing index. And where I think this might be of interest is that if you come into a tournament and you know what your swing index is approximately, so if you were to take 20 or 30 shots, there is a monitor that can give you a score out of 100 for how well you're swinging. So it measures things like twist in your backswing, yaw in your backswing, not hitting the ball with the center of the face, and also what would happen with the target. So those are the 4 key metrics. And I think that would be quite helpful to know during your season where you are at any one point. You can simply take 20 or 30 shots and go, I'm hitting at 75%. Now, I know that I'm going to be bloody good if I'm at 75%, or, oh dear, I'm only at 30%. The swing's all over the place. I actually need to put some hours in. Because I also think that, croquet is not a game of perfect.
small percentages.
Yeah. And, I'm stealing a line from Dr. Bob Rotella's book, where no matter how hard you practice and how well you strike the ball, there's always variability, and it's how you kind of cope with the fact that you can miss.
Yeah,
and that's cool. So just compartmentalize. Forget about it and go to the next one and just go. Okay, well that was just one of the misses that I have. Tom, I have missed hundreds of thousands of shots in my life. You just got to go. It's actually part of the game.
Yeah,
it's actually part of the game.
Right. If no one ever missed, we wouldn't have any reason to play.
But, like dwelling on it is not a good thing, and it is quite interesting watching some players who berate themselves for a miss.
Me.
Yeah.
That was a big thing from day one to day two. I had to go take stock of myself and be like, you know what? I'm being too hard on myself. These conditions are tough. I'm fine.
Yeah.
Speaking of fine, Debbie here has managed to get through hoop 3 and is now tidying up this break. She is, for hoop 2 with her yellow ball, she had a bit of a miss earlier. Callum was unable to get the innings back on some shorter roquets. It wasn't the best hitting from Callum. Do you know have you heard how heavy Callum's mallet is?
No.
It's, I think, 4 pounds and maybe some change.
Goodness.
And
that's unbelievable.
He's a split grip Irish player, and it's a very short frame, almost very Egyptian-esque. And we have a comment from Allison Mom in regards to the practice. How about you have a punishment for missing a practice shot? Say a 15-minute sit down. Obviously, it wouldn't work for me. I would just pour another one. Allison, as Reg said, you missed so many, you'd end up spending more time sitting than you would hitting. But and Sam Cuthbert asked, Reg, do you have any practice recommendations for triples?
Good question, Sam. And it is nice to see you at the British Opens, and well played in the doubles. Apparently, you were just outstanding. I think it was you and I think it might have been Greg. Was it Greg Phipps from Australia? You guys won the doubles together. I think that's right. Okay, Sam. So your question is, do I have any recommendations for that? Tom, you said earlier, you go out there and practice triples. That's not what I do.
Okay.
Okay, that is not what I do.
I think I know your answer to this. I think you've told me before, but
there are two practice routines I do. I would go and practice sextuples because I think the type of thinking and break hygiene and break play, so stresses you that you will then find a triple so easy. So it's actually quite useful to practice that. And then also what I would do is I would just practice 3-ball breaks, but I would have my third ball somewhere near a boundary, about 3 or 4 yards off a boundary. So make hoop 1, you rush across to it, you play a split shot, but you kind of leave that third ball somewhere near there. So you never have a easy pioneer. You're always rushing. You're always playing a reasonably big approach shot, trying to get control in the hoop, rush back. So the key shots that you are practicing, right, are the key shots, which are, 2-yard rushes, 3 or 4 yard hoop approaches, cut rushes. I think those are the shots that make triple peels easy. Was that what you?
That was
expecting?
exactly what you told me
Okay.
a couple of years ago.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and it's something that I have done a little bit since you've told me, and I have found that it's helpful.
Yeah.
I probably should do more of it, but.
Yeah.
And then another one that Chris Clark told to me. First, Eugene Chang. Great discussion. Aside from lawn practice, what would you croquet pros do about improving marginal gains off lawn the way the game is going?
Great
Nutrition
question.
/ sleep. I personally am a horrible sleeper during tournaments.
Really?
I think last night I got 5 hours of sleep. And it didn't affect my first game, but it certainly affected my second. So I'm not normally a bad sleeper. If I'm just doing my normal routine, I sleep like the dead. But I think there's something about the stress and anticipation of a tournament and being, up and early and ready to go that makes my body not want to shut down quite properly. So definitely something that I could do better is, regulate my sleep during while I'm on the road and things like that.
So, 2 things I would say to Eugene. The first is so when I was really playing quite well and I was taking it, incredibly seriously. I don't quite take it as seriously as I used to, Tom, but was when I was working with my coach. We would analyze everything and anything that would give me any advantage, and we would. There was a whole bunch of stuff. Some of it I'm not even going to share with you, okay? But it's like, okay, the things that you wear. So here is a great story. So Ian Thorpe, he was a very successful Australian swimmer from about 15, 20 years ago. He's a big guy, 6'6", whatever it is. He had enormous flippers for feet. and he spoke about coming over to, I think it might have been Manchester or Glasgow for the Commonwealth Games. And he came over 2 weeks before. Now this guy's a swimmer, but he checked in to the hotel that he was going to stay at. He got his room. He worked out exactly when he was going to be swimming, and for 2 weeks he was preparing from that night's sleep, how he would sleep, what the sound of his alarm would be, what he would have for breakfast, the walk to the pool.
Whole routine.
The whole routine. I love the story of the British cyclists. And David Brailsford was their kind of coach and mentor. And for, about 10 or 15 years, the British cyclists were just killing everybody.
Yeah.
Killing everybody, Chris Hoy and those guys. And there was actually that great comment. The French were utterly they were just absolutely certain that the British were cheating and doing drugs, right? And this one French coach went up to David Brailsford and said,
what is it about your bikes and your cyclists that make you guys, so good? But it said in a very accusatory way. And of course, David Brailsford said, well, our wheels are rounder. But why I mention that, it's because they used to take their pillows with them around the world.
Oh.
They wouldn't go into any hotel and leave it up to the lap of the gods as to what pillow they would sleep with.
Right, what quality or how firm?
Yeah. Now look, there is no money in the sport. Okay, so how seriously will people take this? So
I'll pack my pillow tomorrow.
okay,
if it makes me win.
yeah.
So I like that though, because it just shows like a lot of attention to detail of like these things matter.
Yeah.
A lot of people think that it only matters what happens when you step onto the lawn.
No.
But it's the person stepping onto the lawn and what happened that morning that's probably going to.
Yeah.
I believe it was during the celebration of life for Damon Bidencup that we held just before the tournament started that Jeff Sue shared an anecdote that had happened between Mr. Bidencup and Mr. Mac Pinwell, where Damon had looked at him right as they were about to start a game of AC, and Mac was very new to AC. And what did he say? He said, this game is, there's nowhere to hide in this game.
There's nowhere to hide.
And Mac Pinwell said, he beat me right there. Before a shot had even been hit, he beat me right there.
Yeah.
So I think that carries through to the person who eats better, sleeps sounder, has a better morning and comes out a little fresher, probably has all the advantages.
So in the last round of the Masters this year, I think it was, and Scotty Scheffler was in the lead, and Scotty Scheffler gets arrested.
I remember that.
Yeah, because his driver took a shortcut around a police car. I don't know. There was kind of some.
It was weird.
Reasonably innocent thing that happened,
Yeah.
and of course Scotty Scheffler's the guy in the car, and he's being driven to the club, probably an hour and a half before tee off time. And all credit to Scotty Scheffler. He didn't say, Who do you think I am? He just sat in the car. He had his mugshot taken, and he was probably, quite bemused by what was happening. But it was really interesting to hear him afterwards because he was so relaxed about it. And he said, he'd woken up and he'd done his 15 minutes of stretches, and I'm going, oh wow, this guy is prime physical specimen. He's probably 26, 27. I mean, he's a supple as crazy, and yet they're disciplined around. He was doing these 20 minutes of exercises. He was coming to the club with an hour and a half to go, and he was about to go and speak to his swing coach. If someone asked me, what's the one thing I would do if I really wanted to improve my game, I would go and phone up Dr. Bob Rotella or one of those golf coaches, and I'd say, can you work with me for 6 months? Because I think those guys are the proper pros.
Yeah.
And because it's not just practicing for a triple peel. It's the whole game thing. It's your nutrition. It's your sleep. It's what pillow you've got. Do you always fly British Airways or do you not? I think it's the tiny things, Tom.
The margins.
I think it's the tiny things. And if there was a ton of money in this game, and tons of people playing it, and your livelihood depended on it, that's the sort of game. This game would be very different.
It would be.
Very, very different. We would be much, much better at this game. Thank goodness it's not like that. Otherwise it would be bloody difficult to win.
I forget who said it now, but there was a comment made by a friend of mine last year that was, it's like, you have to remember that this is an amateur sport, and so people approach it like amateurs.
Yes. Yes.
And we're good croquet players, but bad athletes, is what he said.
Yes.
And I believe that's true because it is just a different environment mentally. There's not as much intensity. There's not as much on the line. And even though everyone out here is trying their best and wants to win, they still go home at the end of the day, win, lose, or draw, and life carries on the same way.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, I got cut from my squad, or I'm not in the league anymore.
Yeah.
So,
so Tom, do you ever suffer from nerves?
very rarely these days. I feel pretty confident myself. I was never, I would say, so I think one of the reasons I failed so miserably at my first MAC back in 22 was that was the first time I really did struggle with nerves, and I didn't cope with it well. Because up until that point in the United States, I think I had gotten so comfortable, even as I rose through the levels with the people I was playing and the environments, that it never felt that way to me.
Yeah.
But my first team experience, first time internationally, and I refused to acknowledge the nerves, so I beat them down into my chest, and that just made me tense. And so since then, I've not felt nearly as nervous, but in the moments that I have, I try to just acknowledge it and say, that's fine, it's normal, just play through it. And so it goes away pretty quickly.
Okay.
And I think I even felt nervous a little bit the second day of this tournament because the first day had gone so poorly that I was just nervous about even doing basic turns. And once I got through a turn or two, it went away. But
So nerves are the way that your body prepares you for fight.
Yes.
So it's actually a good thing. I suppose what I was kind of getting at is, do you find that it can impact the way you play? Or
it definitely did when I refused to just let it have its moment. Okay. So I remember the 2023 Worlds where which was the first big tournament after the MAC that I played in and that I did really well after the MAC went really badly. I remember there being a lot of moments where I was nervous, and I actually had a moment with myself where I acknowledged that I was nervous, that I actually said, that's good that you're nervous, that you're supposed to be nervous, just play the shot anyway and just do what you're supposed to do. And so it was just a different mental approach to how to deal with the nerves, and it actually made it a lot easier to play well because it wasn't something I was actively trying to fight while I was in the midst of a break.
So on the flight over, my wife had bought me a book, and it was the book of Sir Chris Hoy. Now, Chris Hoy is one of those British cyclists, and he has a hell of a story to tell because he has stage 4 cancer, and he's fighting that. And then while he was going through his chemotherapy, his wife was diagnosed with MS. But he was training for the London Olympics, and Stephen Peters was their kind of sports psychologist that they were working with. And about 2 or 3 days before the finals, Steve Peters comes up to old Chris Hoy and he says, "So Chris, could I just have a quick chat to you?" And he says, "What are you going to think when the guy who races just before you breaks the world record?" And Chris Hoy was slightly taken aback, and he said, "Gee whiz, I hadn't actually thought about that, because something like that can really throw you off your game, right?
Yeah,
can properly throw you off your game." So they worked through exactly how he would think if that happened. So do you know what happened? So the guy who was cycling 4th last was a German guy, and he breaks the record. The guy who's cycling 3rd last broke that record. The French guy who was cycling before Chris Hoy, who was the last to cycle, broke that record. 3 world records of the 3 races before he raced. And he had his script. He knew exactly how he was going to think. There was something that would take most cyclists out of your comfort zone and throw you off your game. You're going to pedal too hard, or your heart rate's going to be way too high. And he was going, "I'm going to focus on my process. That's just a number. I'm going to do my race." And he broke the record. It was a fantastic story.
Wow.
Fantastic story.
It just goes to show that all sports, not just croquet, but I think especially in certain aspects of croquet, the mental game is far more important sometimes than the physical. You can be physically the more capable player. Like in one of my games earlier, I would say against one of my opponents that I was the physically more capable player. I had more power and could make the bigger shots. I was struggling to do certain things that he wasn't struggling to do just because mentally I just wasn't in the game properly. So my mind and my body were not in sync. We do have a question here from Justin Fields, Blake's father.
Justin?
But before I talk about that, so just to get us back to the action, I know we've been a little remiss on talking about things as they go. Debbie has made this look very textbook. Debbie has just made hoop 9 and is setting up her diagonal against Callum. So she has this set up really nicely and has played a beautiful split shot. Red's gone just a touch further than she might like, but
Tom,
it'll
by a foot.
marginal.
By a foot.
So small percentages. So we'll rejoin the action there very soon. We'll see if Callum hits. But Reg, can you recall your most nervous moment in your croquet career to date?
Wow. Nervous. I'm most nervous. There was a period when I suffered from nerves, and did it impact my play? I think so. And look, I think that we've all had moments where we've stared down a 6-yarder and gone, I can't hit this. I mean, it's
unfortunately, yes.
and that ball can look so small, right? And yet sometimes you stare at a 13-yarder, Tom, and you go, I can't miss this. And it's one of those strange things. But there was a period in my play where I probably thought more about the consequence of a shot, and those are the 3 little devils that sit on your left shoulder: scrutiny, consequence, and expectation, and they always get in the way of executing your process. The most nervous moment of my career. Gosh, Justin, I think I'm probably going to not do your question justice, I'm afraid. I actually can't think of one.
Well, Eugene Chang says, interestingly, on your point, it's been great hearing some top athletes, especially women, saying how motherhood or family has helped them perform better, realizing that it's just a game.
Yeah, spot on.
And that's why I often think, I made the joke earlier that I have no other hobbies, which is probably to the detriment of my croquet game, because it's like, I do it for a living. I do it for, my passion and everything. And if something goes wrong in croquet, that's pretty, the whole day is pretty much shot. But, Janet Brunton says, off-lawn work, fitness and posture work is much neglected in croquet practice, speaking as a former lecturer in fitness and as a gym and Pilates trainer. Well, thank you, Janet.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we do, like we said, good croquet players, bad athletes. And then Eugene Chang says, so maybe there's a sweet spot of professionalizing the sport versus pure enjoyment, helping drive peak performance. I think that, it's something that the Americans say often is that we say it about American croquet is that the best croquet player in America right now doesn't know what croquet is. Wow. Because there's so many young, athletic, talented people out there that are focusing on other sports or just,
That's very profound.
You could find someone on, good enough to be the greatest player possibly in the world in any of these countries, and they will never know croquet because we're so sort of insulated and so well hidden. I mean, you look at someone like Matthew Essick, and great athlete in a variety of sports when he was a kid, and the game looks so natural coming from him. And Callum takes the shot from the end of B-bulk at the black ball at the peg and misses. Looks like he's maybe pushing his swing just a little bit, trying to overpower it.
Well, that's like 4.5 pounds. He's going to have to overpower that thing.
So giving Debbie here an interesting start. So that's not normally where the blue ball would be for most of these break starts. But it's a little bit more accessible a little earlier in the break. So there's some possibilities that after she comes out of hoop 1, she could maybe rush back to that ball.
Tom, so...
she's for hoop 2. I keep forgetting.
So
I did that in the last game.
I think that is why Callum took that particular shot, because it takes blue out of the game for the first 2 or 3 hoops.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, so it's going to have to be picked up, probably after hoop 3. But what that crucially means then, Tom, is that this is going to have to be a delayed triple, and we were speaking about this earlier, weren't we? We were saying just how difficult the delayed triples are.
Yeah, so, and we were, and actually, you had a similar situation in your game where you were for hoop 2 at the start of your triple, and I made the same mistake there because this camera's in the way of me seeing the peg on hoop 2.
Yeah.
But, so we'll see how she handles this. So Callum may very well get at least one more shot before it's all said and done. It's been a great tournament so far. It's been challenging. So I've never seen the NCC be this challenging. Mostly because they've never used these quadway hoops, and they've actually been remarkably tough, even in this Florida soil. So,
Well, Tom, you obviously weren't playing at the time, but when I was here in 2009, it was for the World AC Champs. I think I played Ben,
yes, that was been the
Yeah.
y'all's final.
and they were just easy conditions, easy hoops, easy balls to play with. This is a real challenge, and I think it's fabulous to play croquet like this. It would be nice if these courts went to sort of 14. I think they're probably what are they now? 12.
Some of them during the hot part of the day are probably getting up to 13.
Yeah.
They're getting
Yeah.
slick.
Yeah.
The courts along the sides, especially this side, I
Yeah.
think are running a little faster.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if they're baking a little bit more and more
Yeah.
sun exposure, but
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, these courts are fast. By the end of the week, when they've browned them out a little bit more, I mean, there might be
gonna be
some
lovely.
patches that are going to be up towards 14, 15.
14. Yeah.
So, a joy to play.
Tough to approach that
Yeah, yeah.
and try and end up one
Yeah.
foot in front.
You're gonna,
Good luck.
good hoop approaches are gonna
Good
be
luck.
at a premium. There's gonna be a lot. I'm predicting there's gonna be a lot of hoops that are overrolled just because people are so worried about getting good position,
because they're dying to get within 2 feet.
and you just have
Yeah.
to go for it.
in hoop holes that have been set that morning. Yeah. Tom, isn't that beautiful?
It's gonna be great. So Debbie here has gotten herself a good rush to hoop 2 and a decent pioneer at 3. Looks like good pace.
Yep, that looks like.
Very similar to the rush you had going to the same hoop. Yeah, she'll
Oh,
be happy
nice.
with that.
So, Tom, do you go down to blue now? Simply because
no.
you are so plumb in front of that hoop.
I think I would still do it, treating it as if it's in the corner.
So Tom, I would, because I would be confident of that roll from blue up to red.
And I'm not.
Okay.
One
Tom,
of the weaker parts of
That
my
is a shot that you must go practice, my friend.
Yes, trust me, I'm trying.
So-
I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just I haven't figured out the sort of the stance and profile that I need to have over
Yeah.
those shots just yet. That's comfortable.
Oh,
I
Debbie.
sometimes have problems getting the back ball to go quite as far as I want.
Okay.
So I'm probably hitting a little flatter than I intend to.
Okay. So Debbie's not going to do that either, but I think she might even struggle from a strength perspective to be
Yeah.
able to do that roll, because
Right.
that is a big shot.
Oh, that's
Now-
very short.
Now, she's being punished now because she could have been closer to red had she come from blue. Yeah, this is not nice because
Yeah, this is not fun.
because you're hitting red away from the hoop. Yeah,
Yeah.
You got a nasty little 2-yard.
Yeah, these reverse takeoffs are not something
They're
you want
not
to be
fun.
facing.
No.
I'd pretty much take anything but that.
Yep, I would agree. I'd far rather be approaching from 4 yards in front than a 2-yard reverse. These things can slip away from you, hey? Oh, Debbie.
Well, you can't do much better than that.
Well done.
So
But-
she was playing close with it, but
But these little hoop shots, you got to be careful.
Yeah.
You don't want to dribble at those. There we go.
yeah, they'll stick right in.
They'll stick right in. Shame. I saw Trevor Bassett playing yesterday, and he was.
Oh,
He's really struggling a bit because his game's not quite there. And if you're not playing a lot, and you haven't got confidence on your swing, but shame he did an Irish, and the front ball went through about 4 or 5 feet, so not far enough to be confident that you weren't going to run into it. And his striker's ball ends up in the jaws, not quite in the middle of the hoop.
yep.
And that's the shortest hoop miss that I've seen this tournament.
There have been a couple from within 6 inches
No,
that I've seen, but yeah,
just in
that
the
was-
jaws of the hoop. Shame.
So. And the other game that we're following briefly, Marcus Evans has just pegged out to win against John Versey, and
Yeah.
so Marcus Evans should secure himself a spot in the knockout off of that.
So it's good
And
to
Debbie
see.
here with a good approach.
Yeah.
So
So-
probably not going to see a triple with partner at 5 and the 4th ball not collected yet.
No.
Don't think Debbie's that much of a cowboy.
Well, cowgirl.
Cowgirl. Well, yeah, the cowboys are unisex.
Oh, okay.
So it's about what's in your heart, Reg.
Let's not go there, Tom. We're bound to offend someone.
So, all right. Pretty straightforward approach here. Debbie has one of the things I noticed during the Solomon is some of those lawns at the Solomon in Budleigh, the courts, some of them got very brown. They were very fast around the hoops. And Debbie, probably of all the players, had the best touch around the hoop. She's very confident.
Yep.
And I noticed, me and Matthew noticed when commentating, the wear pattern in her mallet is a perfect bullseye right in the middle.
No way, really.
It's perfect.
So
it's not even at the bottom. It's
so
like
it's
right
just
in the
a
middle.
sweet spot.
She's just striking it clean every time. If you ever look at her, if it's the same mallet, look at her mallet next time you get a chance up close. I swear that at least on one side, it's perfect. So,
Right. Is there any way that we can get the cameraman to actually focus in on that, or is that not?
It might be tough because she's moving, but you can kind of even see it here. You can kind of see the dark spot. But
Okay. Oh wow.
when you go off the court, when she comes off the court, you'll see it perfectly. You can kind of even make it out there, but she's not mishitting it very often, even
No.
on her split shots.
No, and Tom, I think that's underrated. I think.
He's trying. He's trying to. Get the
Okay. Come on, cameraman, get a spot. Can you just have a look at her mallet?
Yeah, have her hold it up. Yeah, but look, you can see it right there.
Oh, there, yeah. Oh, there
It's right
there it is.
It's right in the middle. It's a circle.
It's
like
yeah,
one of those
there we go.
Egyptians.
There we go.
Look at that.
There we go. It's perfect.
Yeah.
Right in the middle of the face. That's actually quite rare, isn't it?
It is. It's like you see it on a lot of the Egyptian mallets because they don't do any sort of croquet strokes.
I've got to say that was great camera work. Well done.
Yeah. All right. But yes, we noticed that when she was pegging out at the Solomon, she had laid her mallet down while she was lining it up, and the camera's looking straight down. And me and Matthew were like, "Look at
Whoa.
that bullseye on her mallet."
Excellent.
So, but yeah, striking it clean. But all right, so she's in good shape here. She managed to get blue down as a decent pioneer at hoop 6, but she'll have ways to clean that up. And then black has been put again as a decent pioneer over at 2 back.
I had a hell of a match against Debbie once. Semi-finals of the British Open. This must have been the 1994 it was, and
3 years before I was born.
wow. And anyway, Rob, I think, had beaten Chris in a fabulous semi-final. I think there were like sort of 13 turns or something.
Wow.
It was just a fantastic match. No, it was a best of 5 actually. So it was like 17 turns, which is extraordinary. I mean, It was just brutal. It was super shots, and Debbie and I were court 1 at Hurlingham, and she was 2-1 up against me, playing beautifully, and she had a 4-yard peg out against me, 4-yard peg out on those perfect lawns.
Yeah.
And she lines it up, and then for some reason she gets distracted, and she's doing her laces up, and there's a bit of a wind. And what must have happened is the ball's moved. So she plays a shot, and she misses this peg out, and she doesn't take croquet again. Oh, Debbie.
That hurts.
Debbie, I'm so sorry I did that to you. And it was a scrappy old match. And then we go into the final, and Rob is red hot favourite because he's just mullered Chris, and I've only just got through, and I played like a god, and Rob couldn't hit a thing. I beat him in 3.
Nice. You never know.
You never know. They say if you practice badly, you play well. So
Never get the good ones out in practice.
no, that's right.
You can see it really good right there. Look at that thing.
Yeah, you spot on. Look, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Just
Wow.
a machine just hitting it right in the middle every time.
Yeah. So Tom, your season as a pro, do you typically base yourself at like 2 venues, or?
So in the summer, I am the director at 2 venues. They're right across the street from each other. Well, down the street from each other.
Yep.
And the third venue is across the street from one where David Malouf still teaches
Okay.
part-time. But I took over from Mr. Malouf 4 years ago, and I do 4 days at one club, 1 day at another.
Okay.
But that's probably not as typical. Most
pros I know are just doing one club per season. And you do a summer one sort of up north, mostly in North Carolina, and then a lot of pros will have their winter job down here in Florida. I have now signed on for a winter job for the first time this year in Vero Beach, so that I will be splitting a couple of clubs there, so that'll be interesting. But yeah, so it's very seasonal work, and there's some off time in between that gives you some flexibility for tournaments, which is nice.
Yeah.
So.
And Tom, are you seeing a change or and a difference in croquet in the US in terms of its popularity? Are you seeing that it's growing?
Golf croquet is. I would say AC is holding steady.
Okay.
But there's the slow trickle of as we gain more people in golf croquet, every now and then someone wants to make the transition.
Yep.
But golf croquet is definitely getting more popular. Just across all the clubs, more clubs are cropping up everywhere, and there's more demand for pros because of how big the programs are getting.
Awesome.
So it's at least on a lower level or some more casual play level, it's growing rapidly.
Okay.
The competitive field is staying somewhat constant. We're getting a few younger additions. So one of the newer additions is, he might actually be watching a live stream. He was earlier, Mr. Darren Guffey.
Yes, he
was in Egypt.
He came over to Egypt. Actually, played very, very well.
Yeah, and he's a great young man who
Yes, he is.
Was a non-croquet related employee at a club in Highlands.
Yep.
Witnessed Jeff Sue doing an exhibition and just doing some instructing, and decided that it was something that he wanted to get into, and he's been doing it the past few years and getting very good. Jack Rush, who's here, who qualified for this tournament, not having the best time in his block. But again, he's one of those guys who got into golf croquet, has just now started making the transition to AC.
Okay.
And so for Jack to come out here and to qualify is a very big achievement.
Yeah.
So we're getting a small, and then we have a 12-year-old who is probably going to be better than Matthew Ezek one day. Is our estimation.
Really?
He actually took a game off of Matthew.
Oh, wow.
At a golf croquet tournament. Little Simon Denchev. So
Simon.
yeah, and so Simon is
Right.
I actually watched him. Me and Jack and him and his brother were doing a practicing after an exhibition. We were just working with them a bit. And Simon has a 10-yarder at hoop 4, and he's a standard grip player. So he winds up his standard grip, and he laces the 10-yarder. And he takes another ball, and he does Solomon grip, and he laces the 10-yarder. And then he does a third ball, and he takes Irish grip, and he laces the 10-yarder. And I'm just standing there watching, like, oh, this kid's going to be good.
He's going to be good.
This kid.
You heard it
He's
here first.
just, if tennis doesn't distract him, he plays tennis.
Oh, right.
So, when you get someone that young, you might lose him to something a little bit more.
That's incredible.
A little bit more exciting. But if he does stick with it, we're projecting that Simon will be a great force to be reckoned with in the coming years.
Yeah, well.
So I would say croquet in America on just a youth level is quite healthy at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, good.
How's it going? I went to South Africa this year and played in the Rainbow.
That's right. That is
right
so
after the
So that's
Openshaw.
Judith Downton's tournament that she runs at Somerset West, and she's been very successful with that over the last 5 or 6 years. There's a big group of English players that come down to that.
Yes.
Because it's kind of early in the English season and obviously late in the South African season. But what is very attractive about it, and I'm sure that you found this, is it's very pretty.
Oh, it's beautiful.
In the mountains.
Yes.
It's in the Western Cape, so that all the winelands are there, and it's so beautiful, and you can go and see the whales, and you can go to the sea.
Yeah.
And it's a very picturesque croquet club. I think are there 4 lawns there, and then there are a couple at Helderberg that they might play in, and it's just a lovely.
There are 4 lawns, yeah.
Yeah,
They were only using 3
okay.
for this tournament. And then I forget what other club I was staying with, and again, they're probably watching the live stream. I stayed with Miss Sylvia Short.
Lovely.
Who invited
Hello,
me. Was the
Sylvia.
reason I went. She just hit me up. She's like, do you want to come and after the open shot and play this tournament? You can stay with us. And I'm happy I took them up on it.
Thank you very much for
because
coming out there, Tom. I think
I fell in love with it. I really liked it.
It's beautiful
So
out there.
I'm hoping I want to get a group of Americans to go again some year for one of the open tournaments.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom, if you're going to do that, I will see you out there.
All right.
Hey?
I'll let you know when we get it
great.
together.
All right, let's do it.
But, well, I was a big fan of, we did go to some of the surrounding wine country, Stellenbosch.
Yeah.
Went to Stellenbosch, that was beautiful. So if anyone is thinking for a croquet vacation destination, I highly recommend around Cape Town, Somerset West.
Somerset West, it's very, very beautiful, yeah.
But, all right, so Debbie here
about to make hoop 9, and she's got the 4-ball well in hand. So we're just going to see another leave here, and then hopefully Callum misses one more and she can finish, but Callum will be looking to get back into this. His only progressed clip is on hoop 6 with black. So he's just not had a lot of time on the court. He's had some rough hit-ins that haven't gone his way, a couple of close shaves. But it's really hard, I think, when one of the things about AC that's different from GC that I'm rediscovering now that I've actually started playing more GC over the last couple of years is you get up and you start a game, and maybe you came into the game pretty fresh and you were feeling good about your swing grooved in, and then you get in a situation like this where it's like, well, I haven't actually really swung the mallet very much in 30, 40 minutes, and the few swings I've had have not been great. So now even if I do hit in, am I really going to be that neat on the turn? And, got to somehow have to focus mentally.
So I think that's one of the toughest things here, because you sit out for 15, 20 minutes, and then you have to come out, you got one shot. And what I find in my practice is my first 15 shots are all sort of sighters, really, and I'm sort of narrowing my miss margin. But after 20 shots, then I'm pretty nailing it.
Yeah.
But the problem here is that you don't have the 20 shots. Now, I have tried visualization. Sitting there, I close my eyes and I imagine myself playing those shots. Is it as effective? I'm not sure it is, but I have tried it. But it's yeah, because of course it doesn't happen in golf croquet, does it? Because there it's a swing shot.
Right. You get by the third hoop, you're grooved in somewhere.
Correct. Yeah, correct. This damn game, you got to sit out for a while.
Yeah. It's very high pressure to have to get up off the bench and hit a critical shot.
Can you see that little spot on her matted face?
Yes.
The Debbie sweet spot.
Debbie sweet spot. We're going to have to start calling her Bullseye.
So there are some sports, Tom, where there's just one venue where they play the World Championships. So if I think of snooker, there's the Crucible in Sheffield, where that is where they play the Embassy World Championships every year, and it's known as,
I love watching snooker.
It's absolutely fabulous.
I love
it. And it's for like 2.5 weeks. And these guys, it's brutal, right? These guys play for hours and hours and hours. But it's one venue, and it's iconic, and everyone loves it. Do you foresee this place here becoming the venue for the World Championships?
It'll be hard, I think, for any one country to be able to do that, just because there are major venues, or at least major hubs in all the countries, and there is such a long-standing tradition of sort of sharing it around. I mean, speaking as an American who would like not to have to, take that much time off of work and travel across the world, it would be better for me if it was always here. But I don't know. I think that as long as croquet sort of remains in that sort of, what we were saying, more amateur sphere, where it's doesn't have as much money behind it and doesn't have as much priority on maybe televising it or certain things where you need infrastructure, then I think we're still going to continue to see it be moved around year after year.
I suspect that that's what will happen, because there'll be some countries that just like the idea of hosting it. But
yeah. And I do enjoy the traveling, getting to see new places and meet people. It's been a great blessing of croquet. It's the only international traveling I've done.
Yep.
But it would be interesting to see like each country at least have like the go-to venue, because I think, and you already kind of have it. I mean, this has been the go-to venue in America for most of our big tournaments. We did have the GC Worlds last October in Chesapeake Bay, which I love that venue. It was wonderful to have that many lawns and everyone in one place.
Yes.
And it's kind of beautiful out in the woods. And
But
and then in Australia, Cairnley is the big venue, and we've had fun there a couple of times. I guess England, it's just a hub around London, or you can go to there's Southwick, or
there's Southwick, there's Nottingham, Cheltenham, Budleigh, which are the sort of big venues. I wonder whether I haven't forgotten one, but there's sort of 4 or 5 that have 8, 9, 10 lawns. The thing that I really like about this, actually such a pity that three of the blocks on one day, one block had to go to the beach club, obviously.
Yes.
And it's just a bit of a pity that has to happen. So So you referenced Virginia. I mean, that was fabulous because we were all based one place and everyone was there, and there's a real sense of community. And it would be very nice if we could have a venue where we were just there. Now, of course, you have to probably limit numbers if you don't have a big number of courts. But so they are obviously talking about putting in another 4 and even 8 here.
Yes, so this ground, from the other camera angle, we were showing it earlier on the stream, behind the flags and a couple of these smaller trees in front, has traditionally been sort of backyard croquet down in the pit. It's not exactly level, but they have marked it out for 4 regulation courts that they will be developing. And then they have purchased another piece of adjoining property, I don't exactly remember where, which
I think it's just to the right of that.
around the
green
corner
shed
there. And they are going through the zoning process now to put in even more courts over there. So the
would
goal
that
is to
be
get 20.
20, wow.
Yeah,
I mean, that is a game changer.
it is. You can host a full Worlds in one venue.
Yeah.
So,
And that's best of 5 in the first round, no problem at all.
no problem whatsoever. And you can even still, if let's say that you get behind, like there's some of our matches here that are threatening to get us a little behind. You do have other clubs around where you could throw some plate or some consolation or some playoff makeup matches that still allow you to get other things going in a reasonable amount of time. But I do hope that their plan coming into this event for those who didn't are at home was to start the knockout with best of 5s, which is not typical. That was the original plan that they're going to
I think that would be a game changer.
As of this
would love
morning, that we would. Yeah, I would.
Every single player would love that. Come on, Jeff. If you're listening, Jeff, I hope you're listening.
Yeah, as of this morning, Jeff was still thinking that was the plan, but due to scheduling circumstances and lawn availability, we may have to at least do the first round as best of 3. I would we'd all love to see nothing but best of 5s.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
No, you forgot Surbiton, Allison says.
Oh, Surbiton. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Alison, and sorry, Surbiton, and George, and everyone there. My home club.
She says our home club, Reg. So
sorry.
Keith Ayton says Debbie is playing nicely. She is playing this very well. She has left a very narrow very short crosswire on this. So, but she has gotten it. It looks like
So Vainan Lowe reminded me of a great moment. So the late Tom Barlow, he was such a lovely man. I'm very good friends with Charles, his son, and we were playing in a thing called the Festival Games in Johannesburg. Now this is going back to the 1979, long time ago. Anyway, Tom was playing a guy called Gilbert Hobbs. In fact, Gilbert's grandson, Andrew Hobbs, plays.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew. And anyway, they're playing, and Tom goes round, and he leaves a leave with all 4 balls at the peg, within 4 yards of each other. So Gilbert comes out thinking that Tom's
broken down.
Screwed up. Yeah. He couldn't do a thing. Everything was wide.
Yeah,
everything
both of
was
his balls
hampered.
were like up against the
It
peg.
was absolutely magnificent. You could see Gilbert walk on with glee and end up
There's
crying
a
into his
story.
hands.
There's a story. So here in this country with American rules, there's a ball order like in golf croquet.
Yeah.
And there's deadness. And so for a while, Robert Fulford was coming over and apparently was playing amazing American rules. And so he wanted a 4-ball break for his second break. So the ball that played next after him, I think let's just say he was black. The yellow ball was 3 dead, so it couldn't hit anything. He apparently made a leave where the yellow ball was in the middle of the lawn with the other 3 balls in a triangle right around it where it couldn't get any legal swing in any direction.
Excellent.
And he was just like, all right, now I have 4 balls. So, little tricky stuff. So
that is such a Robert Fulford thing to think about and execute. And he's a magician at things like that.
So I wish I'd been there to witness something like that.
Because he's probably sat there and pondered and gone, I think I've got something here.
I think I could get 4 balls out of this.
But how on earth do you structure the
So if you think about it, right? If you just think about the structure of a ball with another 3 around it, right? In any direction that you can get a clean mallet swing, you're going into another dead ball.
Yeah.
So if you can't hit any of the balls legally, you have no clean hit.
Rob, you are a genius, my friend. That is fantastic.
I think it was Doug Grimsley who told me that story. Maybe it was someone else, but Doug Grimsley's been around, has
Man,
a lot of this.
I just the American rules. I flipping hate that game. It's a devil. That's the devil's game. I recall playing David Morm.
And Callum misses his hit in. And again,
No,
most people have missed that shot on the inside. I feel like this boundary kind of
big,
trails in a bit.
Fat 4.5 pound mallet,
Yeah.
Callum. It's not doing you any favors today. Anyway, I was playing David Morm in Chattooga, a beautiful Chattooga club.
Yeah.
Fantastic, yeah. And there was a format that that John and Kathleen Rivers used to run there, where half the games were AC and half the games were that wretched devil game. And I was playing in the semi-final against David. He was doing a triple, and he just had to do a straight double. Anyway, he does the peel, and then he plays his pen hoop, and it sticks and it jaws, but it's actually stuck.
Oh.
It's actually stuck. But in those days, there was no replay, and you had to just leave it there.
You just have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Too bad, so sad.
So he was playing blue. So I get in, and I go, and I was for hoop 2 and hoop 2. And I said, ooh, David's not going to have another shot here. Because I'm not playing red, I'm going to peg black out. We go all the way to the peg black out, carry on with yellow, with a 3-ball break, and that's what I did. It was my biggest ever break, 24.
Nice.
My opponent didn't have a shot. David was very cross with me.
Yeah. Yeah, pegging out a ball in American rules is a lot more devastating.
It's
of a
devastating
setback than it is in AC.
Yeah, and the poor guy didn't have a shot. I reckon Debbie's
will
going to
be-
finish this.
Yeah.
So she's got to hit blue on the left-hand side, I'd say.
Yeah, wants to push it towards the middle so that she can get a
Yep.
better look at yellow. It went a little awry on her.
Yeah, she just wants to hit on the left-hand side.
She's going to surprise us all and just rush it straight to black.
Don't put it in the jaws of hoop 3, please. That's you. Oh, shot, Debbie.
That's fine.
With that target spot. So Tom, it's these shots now where there's probably 2 yards of pull.
Yeah,
Two
I've
yards
been
of
accounting
pull.
for a lot.
Now, with any Dawson ball, it's a sort of yard of pull, isn't it? Shot.
Very good. Perfect with red.
Yeah. Because if you're not used to those balls and that pull, that freaks you out, doesn't it?
Yeah, you don't get the pioneers you expect to get, and you think, wow, I hit a good shot. I lined it up
Yeah.
good there. And then all of a sudden, my pioneer's 2 yards to the side of the hoop.
Yeah. Ooh, careful. Ooh, Debbie, that's the worst
about
spot
as
ever.
bad as it can be.
And I think Debbie knows it.
Yeah. So had it just squeaked into the jaws, she would actually be okay. But unfortunately, there's a gap there.
So there is that little clever little rinky-dink shot, isn't there, where you actually put red in the jaws and you hit it into a wire and it pops back.
I think it would be too deep to do that.
Oh, really?
I think there's a couple of inches between that ball and the back of the hoop.
The problem with this
Just watch it bounce back. Watch. Yeah, it bounced back quite a bit. It hit the middle of that wire.
okay, so
Oh, she's okay.
okay. So
Run it
she's gonna-
straight down to blue and just deal with it. So we actually saw that maneuver that she just did, the reverse peel to get position, done by Jared Coots on this lawn at 1 back last night, right before they
Okay.
pegged down Stephen Morgan, and he failed to get through 1 back.
Oh no. Yeah. Okay.
And that was where they pegged it down.
Hit the peg. Oh.
Go straight through
Go
row.
to the jaws. Good shot, Debbie.
Good touch. Good touch. So
I think
a slight bit of adventurousness, but she's recovered well.
Yeah.
So this approach though could cause some problems if she doesn't get the weight right.
Well, Tom, I mean, even if she doesn't get the reverse rush back up, you really should be able to get behind yellow.
I'm just worried. Like she's got to get a good position on the hoop,
Oh, Tom.
and she did. It's just you listen. Those side hoop approaches, I've seen enough people fail.
Yes.
So on lawn 4, behind one back, there was this little depression where if you got within that, like about a foot or so of the
Yeah.
hoop, it would just, and it almost stopped. It would just float down a hill, and you'd have no hoop shot. So
Okay. Do you cut this to black, the slightly higher risk, or the lower risk? You just cut it into the sort of, between 3 and 4.
I wouldn't really bother with black.
Yeah, I think I'd be going 3 or 4. There you go.
Yeah.
She's done exactly what I said she would do. In between
That's a
3
pretty
and
good
4.
cut too.
Yep.
So now she has a clear path to the yellow. The only
And-
thing that'll give her some problems is that hoop 6. She'll have to make sure that she doesn't have another accidental bump into that hoop.
No.
But Debbie, a couple of good shots away from taking down her last game of the day, and I think it might be her last game of the block. Let me check real
And
quick.
where would that leave Debbie?
So we're dealing with block F. So we have here's up on the screen.
Oh, there you
so Mark Avery has gone undefeated and is the out-and-out winner of the block. Stephen Morgan, with 2 left to go, has 5 wins, and then Jared Coots, with 1 left to go against Stephen Morgan, also has 5 wins. Debbie is currently sitting at.
This isn't her block.
This isn't her block. Block G.
It's block G.
So, whoopsie daisies.
She was, and I was,
So-
I was about to say, incredible work here by the team here, and they put up the wrong.
So Debbie Lyons, here we go.
There we go.
Unfortunately, has not
Okay.
had a lot of wins. This will be her chance for her 4th win.
And it gets her into a playoff.
It gets her into a play. Well, yeah, it'll get her into a playoff again with
8,
Callum.
7. So
So-
she goes to 4 here.
Yeah, Callum already has 4. So if he loses this, she'll actually have to play Callum again in a playoff because Reese McCorkindale has 5. Great job by Reese, by the way.
Yeah.
So after coming in off the qualifier to get into the main knockout. And then we have Zach Watson, who there with Matthew Essick has probably had the best block, the most triples, most clean turns.
Yeah.
Not surprising, it is his home club, but
Oh, no.
and he's been playing in really good shape. Jose Riva has had a good tournament as well so far. So those 2 are the 1 and 2 of the block, and then Reese is the 3rd, and then Debbie will be basically doing a win here to play Callum again to fight for the 4th spot.
Yeah. Okay.
So Callum will have maybe a chance for redemption.
So there won't be a playoff in this block, then, will there? Because it's 8 and 7 will get through, and then Reese gets through on 5.
Right, but then both her and Callum will have 4 wins. So they'll have to play for 4th. So lining up her peg out now, which is quite lengthy.
How did she get there?
I'm suspecting we looked over. I'm suspecting the takeoff did not go as well as planned, and she just took what she could take.
So this was the length that she missed against me. So Debbie, take your time and don't do your laces up.
Thankfully, based on the flags, there's no real wind to speak of. The South African flag's whipping a little more than the rest of them. It's feeling a little lively.
Okay.
So,
I would say with Dawson balls, this is never going to miss. With these Invictus balls, you've got to hit it sweet.
yeah, just got to hit it straight. The referee's doing a little jig.
She did not spend a lot of time lining that up, Tom.
She
Didn't spend a
didn't
lot of
get it.
time lining that up, and I think she's paying the penalty for that. And did Red hit? That is Ken Jones, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think Ken is explaining that neither ball hit. She played perfect weight, right? But Tom, I don't think she spent enough time lining it up.
Yeah, she wasn't down there for very long. She didn't really back up behind it too much either. So on those longer ones,
She's berating herself.
I'm familiar with that maneuver.
She did what she did against me. She missed it. Oh no.
Oh, we got a replay and the knife hand. The knife
Great
hand.
camera work. Well done.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? Oh, goodness.
I've given a lot of knife hands out on the court, just like mostly when you take off to a wrong
So-
position, you don't get your rush. You're like right there.
Tom,
Yes.
where is blue for? Hoop one.
Hoop one.
Surely you're going to take a ball off.
She did not. She has
Tom,
just separated.
would you have taken a ball?
Oh yeah.
I would have taken a ball off there.
Although I
'cause,
did do that against Samir and I lost, but then
Yeah,
that was a
look.
slightly different scenario.
I mean, all you got to do is score one more peg point,
Yeah.
and but crucially, it's only leaving 3 balls on the lawn for
Right.
Callum to hack around with.
Because though this isn't an easy build, it is possible.
I would have taken a ball off. This is where we need Chris and Rob to pontificate, because we don't know what we're talking about.
Well, I would just rush red straight to black and just do an open cannon. So.
Would you?
But then again, I'm an idiot.
Oh dear. And it's missed,
Ah,
but it
but
could
black.
hit black. Yes, of course it's going to hit black.
It's the exact same shot he hit before.
But so no, man.
So
should have taken a ball off. Come on. We probably need Chris or Rob to go and tell us what.
So what would be your move from here?
I think I would be
Keith Ayton strongly disagrees with you, by the way.
me.
Are they being serious? Never peg a ball out.
Oh, Keith, no, come on.
Cowardly.
So, do you load hoop 2 with black and go to red and then take off to yellow, which is probably what I would do?
He has opted instead to sort of hedge his bets, leave black near the corner, so if he has to rejoin, probably going to roll
but-
red to 2 and see what he can't get on yellow. It's not the worst thing in the world, just because if he leaves yellow by 1 and is able to rejoin at corner 4 with a ball at 2, then it gives Debbie a shot, but
Yeah, but this is a hell of a shot, Tom.
yeah.
And I mean, you do not want to be going off here. I would far rather be playing this as a takeoff than with a four.
Ooh, red is hot.
With a 4.5.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. Is it? Oh, no.
It's very close. It is
Woo!
a foot.
And he actually almost got the rush. He was just on the south side of the yellow ball. Look at that. I will say, that didn't really improve his position, but
I'm not sure that he played that the right way. I think I'd have been bolder with putting black between hoop 2 and corner 2, right? So a slightly more defensive.
yeah, pioneer, half pioneer.
Yep. And I'd have gone to red and then taken off to blue. That's what I'd have done.
Yeah, because now he's in a situation where it's not the end of the world if you go.
Hang on. Okay, so he's playing.
He's going to take off to the hoop.
He's going to take off. Okay, fair enough. I'm quite sure there's some very skilled AC
Oh
technicians.
no, he's going
out
back
there.
to the hoop. He's going back to his partner. He's taking off back to his partner.
Why does he not have a go at his hoop?
I don't know.
Do you think that he doesn't think he's going to make hoop 2?
I think there's one thought that is just if he thinks that red or yellow would hit the other one first, then he'll get at least another shot. But that's
This is
wait, no, what is he doing?
Pretty defensive. I'd
He's
say.
doing a thick takeoff. Okay.
Pretty defensive. Pretty defensive.
Yeah. So now he's just going to be looking to set a good rush to hoop 1, I guess. Wishing that red was more in lawn.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
honestly, if this was, with like you said, with the likelihood that was actually going to go off, I'm surprised he wouldn't just put red just a little bit sort of this side of hoop 2, a little
Yeah.
bit north of it, and just go back to partner anyway.
Yeah.
And just say, you can have the long shot, but if you miss, I'm going to get a break.
Yeah. I think I'd have looked to have gone round.
Yeah.
And the best chance would be the takeoff to yellow. Because I think that I think you've got about a 50% chance of landing on your rush line.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Whereas if you're playing a big split shot, sending a ball to, past 2,
Almost impossible from that distance.
Tom, that's like a 5%er.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to be really hoping and praying.
Yeah. maybe Keith can write in and say what he would have done.
That's right. Yeah, Keith.
Come on, Keith.
For someone who's never listening. He said the other day that he's found the best way to watch the tournament is to turn the volume off on the live stream. But then somehow,
Keith.
every single comment we made, he had something to say about it. So, in block, Eugene says in block G, if Debbie wins, she, Callum, and one of Duncan Jordan will be in a three-way playoff for the fourth key spot. Oh, maybe I wasn't looking. Oh, that's right, because they have to play each other, and they each have three. I missed that entirely. Yeah. So yeah, it'll be even more interesting. So. And that's got to take some pressure off of Callum in the state of this game because he knows that it's not a one and done.
Yeah.
He knows he'll get a shot at something after this.
Well,
but obviously you still want to win, but it maybe allows you to play a little bit more confidently.
Yeah.
Knowing that, not every shot may be your last of the tournament.
I think she's got pretty much a wide, sort of whitish double.
She's looking at it. That's a great shot.
Great shot.
Now we just need a good rush up to corner two-ish.
Oh, I think she should cope with this.
Keith's like, I've been misrepresented. Hashtag Keith lies.
Sorry, Keith. I still think Debbie should have picked up, but I'm sure they was.
Yeah, what do you know?
I mean, well,
Yeah.
I am.
Have you ever played this game before?
I'm known for really bad tactics, to be honest. So.
It's the same. I somehow have the magic ability of I normally play very aggressive, and then in the moments where I think, this is risky and too aggressive, I'm not going to do this. Invariably, when I get off the court, one of my teammates is like, why didn't you shoot that shot? And that's the one to shoot. And I'm like, man, I'm just not good at judging this. All right. It's got a bit of a cut on this one.
I think she's
going to be well short of it.
Now, that is a surprise because
she didn't get the line right. She had to cut it even to get it there.
But do you think she didn't have the strength to get there?
When in this time of day, when the sun has sort of gone down behind the trees, they do slow down a little bit. So during the prime part of the day, she probably would have gotten there. Yeah, she's giving the hand gesture again. She's like, why didn't I hit it a little harder?
Yeah.
This is also the problem if you're used to hitting it at a naturally softer pace and you're going for that precise sort of cut, that accuracy.
There you go.
When you're going for that precise cut across the court, you sometimes take a little off it because you're just trying to put your most accurate swing on it, and then you don't get there.
Because you focus on your swing.
Yeah.
Whereas actually, the most important thing is to go off that boundary within 4 or 5 yards of red. That was the most important thing, and now blue is
well in
6 or 7 yards too short. Oh, Debbie.
Yeah, she was waving her hand to keep going, but it didn't. She might be able to hit this and maybe roll to some position with hoop 2 in the way. It'll be a tough wire to get, but you might as well go for it.
Or you roll both balls to the peg and peg a ball out.
Peg a ball out.
What do you think about that one?
All right, let's see what Debbie chooses to do.
I would definitely be rolling this to the peg.
She's looking at the wired spot, I think. She's going all the way down the line.
You leave absolutely nothing for Oppo, even if he hits. Come on, Debbie.
She's going awful close to hoop 1. We hear a spectral figure in the back.
I'm sure there are lots of comments coming through now on our tactics.
Yes. They're like, who are these guys and what are they advocating for?
Who are these Muppets?
Yeah. All right. So,
Tom, where are you ranked at the moment?
in AC, I'm 12th.
12th. Right.
So a slight decrease from 2 years ago when I managed to climb up to 10th, but haven't really played a lot of AC since then. So I definitely don't feel like I'm 12th right now, the way I'm playing.
And what's your GC ranking?
After the Egyptian tournament, I passed down from 3rd to 5th. So I'm
3rd to
5
5th.
now.
Uh-huh.
You're slightly ahead of me.
Oh, am I?
Yeah. Not by much, though.
Okay.
Maybe if Carrick Mines goes well, I can
You can sneak up ahead of me.
sneak it back. So, but it's, I'm starting to see the like when I went to Egypt,
Almaty wasn't there, and I was the highest ranked player in the tournament. And I had a thought to myself at the beginning, I'm like, man, this really can't go except one way, can it? Like, it's just even like, there's really no going up off of this unless I go undefeated. Which is
that is one tough tournament to win.
Oh my gosh,
It is.
unbelievable.
I'm telling you, that is the Everest of croquet. You go win that, and it's the first non-Egyptian. That's the goal.
That's the goal.
Who's going to be that first non-Egyptian? Maybe that youngster. What's his name? Simon.
Simon. If it lasts that long, hopefully we can do it before then. But, so,
Okay.
Keith Ayton says never, ever, ever.
Keith, go back to sleep.
What time is it in England right now? It's
Well, it's
7 hours, right?
It's going to be 5 hours on top of this. So,
It is 6:22 now, so it's getting late.
Keith, bedtime.
So. All right, Callum taking the long shot at partner,
And it's missed.
and that might be all she wrote, folks.
Yep. That might be his last shot. Maybe Keith was right.
Keith was right.
Oh, that's not her best.
That's
I think it's almost the same spot where she missed from.
no, this one's shorter. This one's a
Is
little
it?
shorter. Yeah, she's got about a yard short, maybe.
A yard shorter. Okay, let's just see.
She hit that a little full.
So let's just see how long she takes over this one, because I think she rushed that previous one. I'm convinced that was why she missed. So do you line up the edges, or do you just line up by sight?
It depends on how long it is. If I'm this far back, and I'll probably line up the edges. But if I'm
Okay.
a couple of yards, I don't bother.
Okay. So come on, Debbie. This is the right way to do it.
Yeah, there she goes. So she's giving this one the proper care and attention.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Cheers, Ben. Yeah.
The evening prayers.
He came good today, didn't he? Because I think he was under pressure, wasn't he?
Ben?
Ben.
Oh, yeah. In his game against you, he needed that one.
Yeah. That was an important game.
And even with that one, I think he needed a couple other games to go his way.
Yeah.
So,
So I think he's
sign of a champion.
he's happy with his performance today.
Keith Ayton says, Reg, you should never talk about tactics.
Yes, he's right. He's right. Oh, dear.
Here we go.
Oh,
No doubts about
she
that.
only just
And
got it.
got it with
What do you
both.
mean, no doubts about that? Tom, she only just got it.
No, you can see it divert. Look, it's like a couple yards
she
north.
nicked it.
She didn't need someone to watch that.
Okay, well done, Debbie.
All right.
Okay.
So, Debbie Lyons has triumphed over Callum Highland to force a three-way playoff between Callum, herself, and stated earlier, there's a either Duncan Reeve or Jordan Waters. I don't know everyone in their block, but let me pull it up real quick. So here we go.
So it's block G.
Yeah, block G. So Duncan Reeve and Jordan Waters, who are playing each other, and
Okay.
will each have four. One of them will have four at the end of that.
Okay.
So, but unless there's something, actually, there's a peg down game that I think has to happen on this lawn.
Okay.
If the players are still here, I don't know if they're going to do it tonight or if they're just going to wait till tomorrow. This is the lawn that Jared Coots and Stephen Morgan pegged their game down on. So there's a chance that with this much light left that they may decide to try to finish that out. Both of them had advanced at least one of their balls pretty far.
Okay.
But if not, we're going to find out here in a minute if we may be packing it in for the evening on the live stream.
Okay. Well, that was a lot of fun.
Why don't we get an interview with Debbie up here as our sort of go away for the evening. So stay tuned for that. But I think this will be the last round of action for tonight on the cameras. Most of the games are starting to finish up, but we're going to get Debbie up here momentarily to have a post-game wrap-up with you guys. So don't leave us just yet.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Reg.
A lot of fun.
So
Thanks, Sam.
good luck with the rest of your games.
And to you too. Cheers, Sam.
All right. But I'm going to stay with you guys, and we're going to hopefully wrangle Debbie up here in just a second. Here she comes. If anyone has any questions for Debbie, you might as well throw them in the chat now, and I'll try to get to them all. But we'll just get her opinions on some of the play that we saw and some of the decisions made.
maybe see what was going through her mind after she, why she chose not to pick out that red ball, and maybe Keith will be vindicated. But this would be a good time while we're waiting for Debbie to just remind everyone that this live stream that is being hosted through the USCA YouTube channel, the USCA YouTube channel has received major support from Chris and Gail Barley, Oakley Woods Croquet, and Chris and Karen Weiss, who've made all this possible for us to have this lovely streaming setup that we have here, and that the USCA is able to bring you all of this entertainment from so many of our tournaments now across the country. I remember even when I got into croquet 7-8 years ago, this just wasn't happening. There was not a whole lot of live streaming opportunities around. You didn't really see a lot of high-level croquet at a national level. And obviously the wonderful crew we have here from idolivestreams.com who are keeping us right at the edge of the action, on the edge of our seats. And Debbie's here.
Hello.
Hi,
how are
Debbie.
you?
Good. How are you doing? Well, you must be doing all right.
Well, I'm in a playoff tomorrow.
Yes, we were just talking
Yeah,
a
I needed
three-way
that one.
playoff.
Yes, I just don't know who the third one is yet.
Yes.
So me and Callum, who I've just beaten, and then the winner of Jordan and Duncan.
So we were having, me and Reg were up here throughout the course of your game, and between our various diatribes of practices and other things, your first break was very textbook, so everything
Thank you.
looked nice and tidy. And then things got a little interesting towards the end of the second break there, namely the peg out.
Well, that was the third break, really.
Well, the third break, yes.
Yeah,
So-
because I managed to rush, after making 4 back, my rush to penult went to the absolute...
The dead zone.
The dead zone,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was surprised that you did the reverse peel. I mean, I guess in that circumstance, it was
I
pretty much
couldn't
all
do
you
anything else.
had. Yeah.
I had nothing else.
So-
It was exactly an inch behind. I couldn't get, with these hoops, you couldn't get close enough to go for
Yeah.
it. Maybe with the ordinary hoops, you'd
Right.
have just taken
An angle shot like
yeah,
that is just
yeah,
begging for it.
Yeah, but no, I had to. And it went okay. I just needed to rush. Once I took off after Rover, I just needed to actually hit that last rush a bit better.
So, Reg was telling a tale about a similarly length peg out you missed against him at the 1994 tournament, and he was 95, and he was making the comment that he felt that on the first peg out attempt you didn't really give it maybe as much attention as you normally do, getting down and looking at it. But I don't know how you felt about that. And
No, I thought it was lined up. I slightly swung across it, which is why it missed.
Okay, so it just
Yeah.
pulled a little bit on you.
Yeah.
And we've been in an argument with Keith Ayton particularly about whether or not to choose to peg red out there, given the separation and the awkward clip position of your opponent.
Yeah, I nearly did. But because of that incident with Reg all those years ago, and I appreciate Callum isn't quite the same calibre as Reg. But yeah, if they play faultlessly, you just don't get because you don't get any lifts. So they just have to play 3-ball breaks round and, wires, and you can just get nothing but long shots for
I remember
2
that from
hours.
this summer.
Well, at the Solomon.
Yeah, I remember
so
that. Me and Samir.
It was you and Samir, and
So,
Samir
yeah.
did exactly the same to you, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, you pegged a ball out, and Samir just finished in 2 turns, 3 turns?
Yeah, I think it took. He had a couple messes, but I think it took like 3. I had 2 or 3 shots that I got.
Yeah,
but
he had,
missed
he
them.
had to play well.
Yeah.
But I just thought, no, there'll be plenty of time.
Yeah, and does it add a different level of? So I was saying from the perspective of Callum, knowing that even if he lost, he would still have a playoff opportunity. Does
Yeah.
it change sort of from your perspective how intense you are about the game, knowing that okay, I have to win to get the playoff, I'm in the lead, but
Yeah.
my opponent is struggling right now.
Yeah, we'll never know whether I would have gone for a TP if the game had gone differently, because with the way it went, there was no easy TP to pick up. So
Yeah,
I
because
could
you
have gone
put
for a
blue
delay.
in the middle of the
Yeah.
south boundary while you were for 2.
Yeah, so I could have gone for a delayed.
Yeah.
I could have managed to set that up, but it would have been a bit scrappy.
Would have had to do a couple of good
And
roll
I
shots.
had to win that game.
Yeah.
So, and Callum had made a couple of mistakes already, so I thought, no, just 9-12-5 it.
And that's what we've been seeing, I think, from a lot of players, that people are giving up on their triples
I hate it.
very easy.
It's not
because
me. Anyone who knows me knows I adore having triples. It's the only reason I play
It's
this
great.
game. Healing turns in general, 6 tuples. Oh, I wish I had more. But yeah, it's not me. But when it comes to getting into the knockout or not for a world, maybe a little bit more
Right,
careful.
it's time to just get down to
sometimes.
business.
Yeah.
Well, and we've had Mulliner in here for an interview, we've had Reg in here for an interview, and I've asked them both the same question, which is, people have been struggling with some of the conditions. The courts are quite fast. The hoops are demanding of respect.
They're just lovely.
And
yeah.
So when I think to the AC Worlds 2 years ago at Hurlingham, very easy to run breaks around. Fast but like reasonably, very smooth lawns. Whoever was hitting in more pretty much was winning.
Yeah, these are similar to how Roehampton was playing.
Right, which
so
was a little bit more
Roehampton
tricky.
Was about 12.5 seconds. These are probably about the same.
But these hoops are a little bit.
Tiny bit. But
So would you say that the question I asked them was, in light of the fact that the hoops are more challenging and the conditions as they get quicker and quicker will become harder to manage, what aspects of the game, other than maybe hitting in, because there's been plenty of people, myself included, hit in, didn't really get anything going, and the triples are obviously not coming easily. What aspects are going to matter the most for people who want to go long in the knockout?
Don't make any errors.
That's what the answer every single one's given.
And hit everything.
Hit everything. So I made the comment earlier that I thought that players like Fulford, who specialize in sort of that very precise touch, are going to be hard to deal with as the lawns get really fast, because someone like myself who has good touch, but sometimes around those little shots on the hoop makes some small, miscalculations.
Don't know about that.
Sometimes. So players like Fulford may have an advantage over maybe some of the better hitters.
I think with these lawns, the hoops are sufficiently difficult that if you're 15 inches and angled, you are far from guaranteed to run it. So players who've been used to sort of just getting somewhere close to a hoop and bashing through, doesn't work. You've got to be tighter breaks.
Yeah. And we made the comment earlier that there's really not a lot of forward rushes happening out of hoops.
No, I think I went for one today.
And Reg probably did about the same in his game. So how does that change the structure of the break when you're running it, when just for a fact, like, I'm not going to get a lot of rushes out of hoops?
Well, I mean, the lawns are sufficiently fast that you can play the rolls up the lawn if you haven't got the forward rush. So, my rolls are, I'm bad at rolls, but I'm not struggling at all to do, the lawns from hoop to, a roll from hoop to hoop.
Yeah.
So if you don't get the forward rush, you can rescue with a good croquet stroke.
Yeah, you're not fighting through the muck, trying to get it down there.
Yeah, but it's not. It would be nicer to have more forward rushes, and you can put the balls in a place where you might get one just with luck. You can arrange things.
Trying to get that ball out a little deeper.
Yeah.
To give yourself more room.
Give the odds. Yeah.
So you have a playoff that's going to happen tomorrow. It's a three-way playoff, so I don't know exactly how they're going to do that. If they're going to just flip coins,
idea.
See who's fourth, fifth, and sixth.
It's all in the regulations.
Okay.
There's some complicated thing around the most preferred player or something, and I can't remember how it works.
But knowing that Callum is involved in it and having just had a good win over Callum, I don't know what happened between Duncan and Jordan, who are the other two.
I beat Duncan and I lost to Jordan. Both really tight games, one or two errors at each.
So,
in fact, I think Jordan made more errors than me, but one anyway.
Doesn't that just hurt?
So,
Yeah.
He hit everything. Jordan's shooting was phenomenal today.
Keeps you out of trouble, or gets you out of trouble sometimes.
Yeah. His play was good too, but his shooting was really spot on.
Yeah. So regardless, whether Duncan or Jordan gets in, knowing that you've been competitive and had chances to win against each of them, it's got to help you feel pretty confident going into a playoff. It's like I've gotten my W's against most of the people I have to go up against. So.
Just take tomorrow as it comes and see what happens. Yeah.
There's a playoff in another block, but that's going to happen between Ben Rothman and Lachlan Berryman, and Lachlan's probably thinking,
and they're on 5 wins, right? So they must be feeling a bit.
So they must be thinking, how did I end up in a playoff with a silver medalist, with 5 wins? But so it'll be interesting to see how that goes. You may only have one match to play with that, and may have 2. But so, what would you say has been the? I'm pressing weird buttons I'm not supposed to be pressing. Whoops. So I'm not used to IMAX. So the lawns are obviously, all fairly consistent, between lawn to lawn. You haven't played, your block hasn't played at the Beach Club,
no.
has it? Okay.
No.
And I've been told that none of the main knockout rounds will play at the Beach Club now.
So I probably won't go
so
there
you
now.
probably have avoided it. But what would you
played
say?
there before. It's lovely.
Yeah. What would you say the biggest challenge on these lawns has been for you personally?
I've hilled off quite a lot because I don't hit the ball very hard. So I know they're beautiful. Sorry, NCC, but there are little draws.
No
and
lawn is perfect.
My shooting's quite good, so it's quite annoying, when you hit straight and then it just goes.
So we actually were remarking, and it's something me and Matthew remarked on at the Solomon, which is the wear pattern on your mallet is a bullseye dead in the middle
it?
of the face.
Oh, okay,
it's
cool.
actually one of the most impressive sweet spots I've ever seen. So an exceptional amount of clean hitting. So we know that you're hitting the ball straight when you do hit it. But yes, as you mentioned, and this is something I've noticed with some of the other players like Trevor Bassett and some of them who are naturally, I think, don't want to hit it quite as hard, is especially along some of the boundaries, maybe by the cabanas.
Yeah.
There's some character that
Well,
can.
it's also so hot and sticky that the grip feels a bit slippery. So that means you don't want to hit hard either because it feels like the mallet might just sort of go anywhere.
Someone-
Yeah, I'm finding it. I don't want to hit hard really. Like even in that last turn, I failed to rush. I hit in, and then I failed to rush all the way
Right,
down.
yeah. And we
Yeah,
were
and
wondering
that's
about
what-
that. I saw there was a slight cut you had to do on it.
Yeah, but I
But-
should be able to do that.
Yeah.
But because of the slipperiness of the shaft, I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to not do anything silly.
And that's
have
what
a
me
miss
and
it.
Reg were saying, is like she prioritized making sure she cut it the right way and got it close. And maybe during the hot part of the day when the sun is out, that probably would have still made it.
Yeah.
Just because it does slow down
Yeah, it
just
has
a
slowed
touch
down.
when the sun
Yeah.
goes down.
Yeah.
We do have a question, and we kind of covered this a second ago, but they may have just popped in. Do the hoops allow controlled shots? There doesn't seem to be a lot of forward rushes. They do if you're like 8 inches in front of the hoop.
Yeah.
But
So-
getting to 8 inches in front of the hoop has become a problem.
You've got to have good pioneers.
So
Yeah.
this is actually the best I've ever seen the NCC in terms of the area around the hoops. They've done a lot to sort of get rid of some of the mounding that was starting to happen along the old hoop hole lines.
Yep.
So they're fairly consistent. There are some areas around certain hoops, like over at court 4, I suffered from it, where you get right up to the hoop and it just kind of
Yep.
slides away. But
Yep.
an angle on these hoops is very
It's tough.
daunting. You're not running it with control if it's
No.
angled much at all. You're hoping just to
No,
get through the
you
thing.
have to hit them quite hard if they're angled.
Yeah. And
Then
hit them
it
just
could,
right.
It could go through a foot or it could go through 10 yards. You just don't know with those, so that's not helpful.
There have been some hoops where, like hoop 3, if I see a ball on the south boundary near 4, it's like, and I got to like 3-foot positions, like I'm not even going to try to run this with control.
Yeah.
I'm just going to the south boundary. I'm focused on just getting through the hoop. But Debbie, really good stuff, really good play. I hope your playoff goes well tomorrow.
So do I. I would like to be in the knockout again.
It would be nice. How many worlds now have you attended?
Oh,
This is the
Yeah.
19th ever, so.
so I did the first one ever
Okay.
in 1989. And I think, I did okay in the plating. So I obviously didn't do too well in the blocks. I can't remember now. I was newbie then. I was probably a scratch or a -1 or something.
How old were you when you took up the game?
Well, depends whether you mean when I took it up properly at a club or whether you mean when I first started swinging mallet. So I was 6 when we first started playing almost American rules in the garden.
Wow.
Yeah, it was deadness and, it was quite advanced garden croquet. So I played that quite seriously, really. We had a group of about 10, 12 friends that we played with. And then when I was 18, we just entered a tournament.
Just
Yeah, well,
For the heck
Dad,
of it.
Dad was in the process of setting up Newport Croquet Club, and he said, right, we're going to take this game seriously. So he entered us all in a tournament and handed me the rule book. He said, we're playing these rules next
learn.
week. And I mean, you know what the rule book's like.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, excuse me?
yeah, wait a minute. Whoa. I got other stuff to be doing.
Yeah, and it was hilarious because I got partnered up with a lovely chap called Bill Lamb, who's not with us anymore, in the doubles, handicap doubles. And I was 18 and about, looked about 12. And you could see his face. He was like, who on
have they
earth
paired me
is
with?
this? Yeah. So he basically said, well, just do what I say. So I did what he said. So I said, put the ball there. So I put the ball there. And he said, oh, play a croquet stroke doing this. So I'd do it. Because, I'd been playing for years.
Yeah.
But I hadn't got a clue what I was doing. I had no idea what a break
whole new
was.
game.
Yeah, I had no idea what I was doing. And he was loving it. He was like, oh, this is brilliant. I just say do this and she
A
does
blank
it.
slate. No argument.
Yeah, so I had so much fun. Because obviously, it was fun. Everyone was like surprised to see an 18-year-old female out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Who,
It's not a typical sight
No,
in croquet.
no.
Young people in general,
Yeah,
much
and-
less a young woman.
Yeah, and I just appeared out of nowhere. So everyone was like really nice and coaching me, and the rest is history. Been
All
playing
right.
ever since.
Well, that's awesome. Well, I hope it works out for you and that you're making the knockout. I wouldn't want to get you in the first round the way you were playing today, but because I may not make all those hit-ins. We have the block results up here on the screen, just so everyone's aware. So Zach Watson and Jose Riva, as we said earlier, are out in resounding fashion. Zach Watson and Matthew have had the two best records in the block with a lot of nice triples. They're in good form on these lawns. Then we now have Debbie Lyons. With,
Yeah, so we still don't know. Duncan and Jordan still not in there. Still
right,
not
they have
finished.
to get their results in. With the winner of that, we'll have 4 wins as well, and Callum has 4 wins after that loss. Net hoops are not being considered
No.
in this knockout, so ignore that right-hand column. But so there'll be 3 people with 4 wins, and then obviously Reese McCorkindale, who, by the way, shout out to him, great tournament
Yeah.
so far off of the qualifier.
Yep.
Really done a good job to get 5 wins.
Yeah, he played really well against me.
Yeah, and so, but we have him as the 3rd seed, and then 3-way tie for
Yeah.
4th place with 4 wins. So some action tomorrow for the folks at
Yeah,
home.
it's going to be fun.
All right. Well, thank you, Debbie.
Okay, thank
So
you very much.
Congratulations
Thank you,
and good luck.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. All right, guys. Thank you so much for staying with us all day long. But just to remind you guys that we will be back tomorrow with the playoffs and maybe some peg down games. I don't know exactly which one will be on our featured lawn, but it will be exciting no matter what. On behalf of the WCF, the USCA, the NCC, and all of our supporters, we are signing out for the day. This is Tom Balding and Debbie Lyons, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Night all.